been working on a video around it, in fact, where I discuss and kind of break down every single speedrunning trick involved, how difficult they are, but we'll leave that for later. Eventually I'll be able to get that out, but because I'm so actively focused on it, I almost missed, actually, weirdly, right? Because I'm focused on the game. I almost missed in the Discord for it that there is a tournament going on today. So I thought, okay, why don't we cover that, talk about it, and really delve into the tricks and what's going on throughout the games, because everyone involved is a sub 3-minute time. Personally, I've got a sub 5-minute time. I haven't uploaded yet or whatever. I haven't posted on the speedrun board yet, but I'm about 5:14 on the speed board, and I've got under a 5-minute now. And so I feel like in thinking about it, I'm able to discuss it at least. Maybe not as well as some of the top runners of the game, but up there at least. I can kind of give us some background of what's going on. So right now we are Karanari's live. We have 4 streams pulled up. Eternal's stream will be where the actual tournament itself is being run and broadcast, because some of the runners don't have Twitch accounts and so on. So they're going to just stream into Discord, and then Karanari, or Eternal, I should say, is going to show them off on their stream. And then additionally, the 3 runners who do have streams, we have Skypaws here, who I believe is Loy, is one of the runners. And then A Little Too Saucy is a runner well known for posting a lot of good tips and tricks on the game. Is kind of someone that I learned a great deal from personally. And Karanari is the #1 record holder in the world, an insane runner that pulls off a specific trick that I've been really focused on lately myself. And so I'm curious how Karanari will do in the tournament, because although, yes, they do have the fastest time in the game, consistency at one major mistake and you're out. How consistently can Karanari here, who is live and seemingly did just pull off a pretty impressive trick there, how consistent is Karanari at hitting those tricks? I mean, if you miss that trick one time, you're pretty far behind, right? You have to full reset, you lose 20-30 seconds, and then, against a top-level runner, that's probably enough to count you out. So, I'm curious. Also, taking that, will they use that trick? I mean, that trick is so such a shot in the dark in my mind, landing on Cardboard Fort. But at a high level, I don't know if it is as much of a shot in the dark. Like, I'm still bad at it, but that doesn't mean that anyone else is. So I'm curious. I'm curious how this will go. Karanari also does take a little bit of a different route over the rocks there, instead of going through the cave in a much more consistent way for me that I understand. Karanari takes kind of a faster path that I think I would mess up, but clearly they're pretty good at it. Once again, they take this path, which is challenging. Okay, so we'll see. We'll see how they actually perform once we get into the tournament. Tournament itself, I have right here. Starting in 5 minutes will be a match between Lostless and Metalix, who are, again, everyone here is a sub 3 runner, but who are on the board. Why don't I even pull up the board as well? Flipping is hard. Because although their times aren't all exactly the same, anyone under 3 minutes, like if you look at the board here, right now it's showing me at 31st. Once I submit my newer time, I'd be at 30, but right in that kind of area. Getting sub 10 is honestly very challenging in the game. So but usually if you're on the board, a lot of people are sub 10, but there's a good amount of people between being sub 10 and being, let's say, sub 5, sub 4, and then really you only have 11 people that are sub 3. So there's not that many people who've even done it. And then of those people, there's a little bit of a spread here in terms of time between sub 3 and sub 2.5. And people in that whole spread are going to be within the tournament here. But yeah, I'm gonna be really curious how they all manage. Eternal is now live, so why don't we tune in? Lossless versus Metalix in 3 minutes 30 seconds. One more thing that I'll say, I think in this time I should have plenty of time to say it, I suppose, is that okay, one thing I have the tournament points locked in here, so I'll update this and we can kind of keep track of that. Flipper, I hardly know her. Good one, Hoos. Where'd you come up with that joke? No, I invented the joke. Okay, I invented it. The keyboard necktie or whatever. So I've got the tournament points here that I'll keep track of. I'm assuming Eternal will be keeping track of all these points themselves, but just so that I make sure I have it and I'm kind of following along. One more thing that I wanted to talk about before starting. Photo editor. Let me think about this tournament. I've got the tournament chat pulled up. What was it? There was one more thing. Lossless versus... Oh, right. So between each of these bouts, there is half an hour. I'm expecting, here's my prediction for today. My prediction for today, in terms of the runs of each runner, is they will each take, I want to say it's going to be less than 6 minutes. I don't think a single runner will get over 6 minutes unless they fall crazy and the other person falls crazy. I don't know if it'll be called if one of them wins, like we're just like, okay, they won, or if we just, each runner finishes their run and we set it there. But personally, I think if I was in this tournament, for the matches run, I think playing a little safer than I normally would in an actual attempt at a PB, I could probably get under 7 minutes pretty consistently. Like, there's a couple slowdown spots. You have the wall. The wall jump is really tricky, where you have to jump 3 times against a wall. Or I guess jump, then jump against the wall, then jump against a beam to get to the top. Like, that's going to be a little tricky for me. That's going to slow me down a little bit, but within 2 minutes I get that, and then the rest of the run overall, probably 7 is fair. So I would think at this level, I would think each is going to be pretty secure at under 6 minutes. And that might even be a little high. Maybe each goes under 5. I'm not totally sure. That just depends on how consistent people are, because even if you can do under a 3 minute, maybe you mess up here and there, and that's going to change it a lot. There we go. I've got a timer there to remind me that at each marker, you know, I got one every half hour to remind me of upcoming times here. This is the 10:59 my time. Timer, good. Okay. Here we go. Lossless versus Metalex. And do I have... Okay, good. It's not muted. I muted the other runners, but I will tune into their specific ones when one of them is actually competing, just so we can see from, you know, the inside perspective. I don't know exactly. Yeah, like... Well, I think at least for Saucy, maybe we get to see... if they do end up going live, I'm assuming they will, but their run isn't yet. When they go live, we'll get to see their actual reaction to how they're performing, which could be interesting. But yeah, like, in terms of tricks people are pulling off, I know Karanari is one I want to watch to see if they'll pull off some of the crazier tricks that I don't think you should even really try in this, but they might try. There's one specific trick I'm going to really be looking out for. We'll get to that when we get to it. But for these two, I guess what I want to see is, are they going to climb mountainside and bounce, like double bounce pad, or will they both be going for the faster bounce pad? I'm also really curious how this is going to be presented, because if Lossless and Metalex are both streaming, will Eternal show both somehow, or will it just be one and flip back and forth between the two perspectives? Pretty curious how production's going. It is going to be two. Oh, this is a nice look too. Okay. All right, let me scoot things around a little, make sure I can see everything. Audio is on for it. Crazy insane timing. All right. But probably with both audios, it would be a little bit wild. Okay, so what is going on now? So they're just waiting. They're going to tell them when to start, I'm assuming. Maybe they both hit P at the same time to do a reset. No, this is 2 streams at once. They're fixing up the stream still. Fair. If there's not going to be sound, I'll just keep my music going. Quiet. Let's get viewers. All right, okay. Yeah, I'll keep my music going for now. But yeah, nice to have you, Hoos. Hope you'll enjoy this. I've been so focused on this game lately. Like I mentioned, I've got a whole script I'm working on around the speedrunning tech. So I really want to be looking close here and understanding, like, do the fastest runners. I'm assuming they will, in their actual personal attempts, go for crazy skips every time. But how consistent do you get when you're at this level of skill? Like right now, what I'm doing is I'm scripting out a video and I'm kind of theory crafting in my head and I'm thinking about it, but I'm really only running 1 hour a day while I do that, because for a little bit there, I was doing like 6 hours a day, but I feel like now I want to make sure I'm just getting a little practice in very regularly. Metalex and Lossless. LGL. Let's see. I'm so curious. So, best of 3. You can also see on the board here, Lossy and Metalex. Very interested to see the scripted video you're working on, but I also love this tournament format. Yeah. I'm excited for it. And that's kind of what I'm thinking too. Like, when watching this, if both runners do complete it in under 6 minutes, maybe even under 5, and it's possible that they'll both complete it in faster times than that, but like, I think that's like going to be the high end, maybe. Then between that time and the next one, which is going to be about like 20 some odd minutes, I'll maybe pull up game trailers and things like that, because I got a ton of game trailers for so many indie games that are always coming out that I just really have to get to. But if it's a best of 3 format, and it does look like it actually is a best of 3 format, then maybe I just want to string them all together and just watch. Etoile, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Nice to have you, by the way. I'm curious, how's it going with... Are you still... I don't know if since we last talked about it, if you've tried more of that, like... what is it, like skipless speedrunning? Because I think more ideas there could be really interesting. Suggest boosting your mic about 5 dB. Why is it that I am not hearing... because I muted. Now it makes sense, okay?
Should be boosted.
It dawns on me. Close this window. I was gonna say, like, surely there is a sound. Here we go.
And now they are correct. There we go.
Okay.
All right.
I'll boost my system a little to make sure you can hear
are here
well enough.
For edition for the first match of this mega thing.
Okay.
For the Blue tournament, there's gonna be 16 matches today. A lot's going on. And the first one is in fact lossless against.
And it hasn't actually started, so they're just kind of fumbling around and waiting for it to actually start. So these times are not, just to make sure you know that. My fastest time is still 18 minutes. Fair. Yeah, I'm curious. So I've been working. I do like I mentioned, 1 hour a day of practice lately, and then I work on scripting. And get back to my music here a moment. And so I've been practicing within that 1 hour. I think I got like 3 seconds down the other day, but there's a particular trick that I really want to pull off, and it'll be so hype if I can in a proper run, like get a record for myself and pull off this particular trick, that it would separate me from the other runners, in general, in a way, which would be really exciting. But I don't know, we'll see. So I'm working on that each time. There's like every trick that is really challenging. I'm trying to string all of them together at once instead of just trying to get faster times, which probably is going to slow me down. How excited you make everything sound. You have the best energy. Well, thank you. I mean, it's because of this. I mean, this is exciting to me because I'm thinking about this all the time lately. These runs and how to improve and everything like that. You can just run and jump there. That's so much more consistent than what I'm doing, because the way that I'm doing that trick is maybe better if I was just that guy or whatever. If I was just incredible at the game. But that trick that they did there, where they bounded like 2-3 times and shot across and landed on the other side, it doesn't let you go to there's a higher up platform you can technically reach with like very good inputs, doing a different route, but I never make it there, and I very rarely even make it to the platform they got to. So I might need to shift into trying to do that. I want to string everything together and have like the perfect, like I want to get sub 3. Honestly, it'd be so amazing to just get it all down, have it all perfect, and get sub 3. And so my goal is a bit overly ambitious as a 4:49 runner, but so maybe at least that's one spot I could simplify what I'm working on. Okay, let's see where we're at here.
We will start in 5, 4.
Okay,
3,
here we go.
2, 1, go. Good luck.
All right. So you've got Lossless versus Metalex. Their PBs are about 20 seconds apart, but I really don't expect that to be
off here.
A major hindrance to either runner or advantage, just because it's about consistency, right? Like, I might be able to get a run. My range of runs is going to be way wider than theirs, but still, like, I could easily have a run where I get a 7 or 6 minute something, and then have another run where I get, look at us go here. So 27. So one of them fell in. Yeah, exactly. Like, if I miss a particular jump that I try to go for, while practicing, like, I might miss it 100 times. 95% of my runs lose in basically this exact spot that Metalex just made it past.
To get it here,
which is a really, really important. It's a really, really important moment. So Metalex reaching across and getting to this spot is super key. Looks like he's at 55 seconds. Okay. Okay, 55, 58. Okay, yeah, they're around the same sort of timing. Wow, they got there really close. It's crazy because there was definitely some death and restore there, but they're not allowed to reset. So, well, it might seem like, okay, well, if he died there, then that should set him back a bunch. They're not resetting, so their time is still going up. They were punished for the right amount of time. They just both ended out in the same spot at the same time, which is crazy consistency. Okay. 123, 125. Yeah, I mean, like, reasonably good. I think for either of them, like in their PBs, they're probably managing that in closer to a minute, maybe like 1:06, or maybe even just around a minute, let's say. But in an actual attempt, like where everything just has to be done first try, this is really good time, you know? That would be a time that I would keep the run going for. Both of them first try the wall skip, which is a, sort of triple jump up a wall and is pretty awkward. So I'd love to be able to do that myself. I don't first try it in even my records. They're both reaching, let's see, their time's pretty close. It's not exactly the same. So, but I think it's close enough that it does look like Lossless has got a solid lead going right now. Oh, no. Okay. Actual great recovery, though, but that might be a decider. So Lossless just fell. Lossless just fell there, which is an easy spot to fall. Like that jump sometimes messes you up and like lands you up in this like top set of area in the bottom left. Lossless there fell in a pretty important spot. Managed to recover, so it's not like necessarily a run ender, but now there's a pretty big gap between the two. Metalex is already on the tower, where Lossless is just now getting to where you start climbing the tower. Okay. Hopefully I'm saying all the names right. I haven't said these people's names too much yet. Lossless down here, let's see. Working their way up the bridge, but yeah, Metalex has got a really big advantage. For Metalex to lose now, I would say either... Like, it's pretty much going to have to be a major fall, basically. A major fall. No way invested in this game, but when Lossless just fell, my heart skipped. Yeah, it hurts, man. Yeah, like, that fall can for sure happen just from the way the bounce pad bounces you up. You're trying to land in the right spot in front without, like, missing this next setup that you do. And so it's super easy where Lossless fell for that to happen. I still have to figure out how to get more consistent on it, but you can see now, yeah, Lossless has just gotten back to the sort of the top of the tower. Metalex is already at the cake. So that is the first point. Although we're saying 2-0 win is worth 3 points, 2-1 win is worth 2 points, 1-2 loss is worth 1 point. So that means that it is 1 point per part of a best of 3. Unless you get a 2-0 win, which means that Metalex is guaranteed to have at least 1 point based on all of that. Okay. I mean, really well done to both runners, though. Like, looking at the times, 3:38. 3:38 is faster than I've run it, for one. I mean, just as a starter. 4:14 is also faster. I'd love to get under... I'll get under 4 someday, man. But yeah, 4:14 there is still a really good time. But that fall, it really was the fall. There were other places that maybe they could have saved some time. Like, even falling there, if every other part was perfect, Lossless could have still won. But like, yeah, that fall itself probably cost at least 40 seconds, maybe even 50 seconds for the overall run, which is just not very recoverable if the other person plays well from there. Okay, man, that's tough. Yeah, that's tough. Okay, Lossless is Losty. That's what I thought. Didn't fall. Oof. That was a tight first round. And let's see how quickly we go from first round to second round.
Being held, there are many cool things that go on around these parts, so make sure to join. This is not sponsored, except it kind of is.
Okay.
Like 20% sponsored.
20% sponsored. Okay. So yeah, and someone even mentioned here, by the way, someone did mention... like, I wonder if anyone's going to PB. I'm not expecting that, because when you PB, you sit there and try over and over again for sometimes hours. And, I mean, I am PBing usually in 1 hour at my skill level, but there's a pretty low margin. But it's possible. It's not impossible that someone PBs. It's just not super likely. However... And maybe, I mean, especially like for Metalex here, Metalex is going against Lossless in... with a time difference that's about 20 seconds. They're both like high pressure, not totally impossible. But I also wonder, let me think, did they both take skips? I feel like, if I remember right, I can't scroll back here. Well, actually, maybe hold on, let me see.
4.
Okay, no, they're just
3.
going back into it. So we'll keep it pushing. Here and play. Continue our music. So, if I remember right, I could be wrong here, but I believe it was Lossless that actually went for the skip last time. That's like kind of the harder skip, and Metalex that got the that got the recovery from that, like that managed to pull it back because of lossless fall. How you doing? AZ? The Aboriginal. Yes. Flipping is Hard tournament. So this is between runners, all of which who are under 3 minutes, which is like basically the top tier of the game. People have gotten under 2.5 minutes, like I think 4, maybe 5 people, but only 11 people have made it under 3 minutes, and 3 minutes is, yeah, it's just very hard. Lossless. Oh my gosh. Wait, did Metalex do it too? I have to go. I really am curious. They're both in like the exact same spot. Lossless went for the cardboard skip, which is crazy. Because if you mess that up, you just lose. Like, that's it. You're game over. But no mess up, so we're good. It doesn't really give that much time, but it could give good time. The idea is that you hit the edge of cardboard, the cardboard that's like, it's raised up very thin. So you hit that edge, and if you were to bounce in just the right way, you could kind of fling yourself forward and save, I don't know, 2 seconds. If you're really consistent at it, I guess it's worth a try. But if you mess it up and fall on the wrong side of the cardboard, then you have to do the entire cardboard area, which is just like a minute extra time. So you're saving 2 seconds for a minute extra time, and most people are not consistent at it. Okay, Metalex makes it up the ladder. Oh, please land this. Yeah. Okay, good. Lossless lands this here. This was the really bad spot before where you hit the top here and you try to get a bounce and land in here. If you fail that, you fall down, and like we saw last time, that really can be game. So thankfully Lossless makes it this time. Metalex right on Lossless heel, going for the bounce pad towards the slide. Lossless already most of the way onto the slide. How you doing, Nothing Gorex? I never pulled off that little cardboard bounce. I think I got it once, but I've never done it in a proper run. I've only done one, I would say, like, particularly impressive thing in a proper run, but I don't want to spoil particularly what that is. But yeah, like, there's a trick that I'm really working. I'm sure I will spoil it across the stream, so I'll just say there's a trick that only Karanari can do, only the fastest runner can do, and I managed to pull it off in a 5:17. It's just that's not my fastest run time, so unfortunately, I can't post that particularly. But or it's not going to go on my board. But one day. Yeah, nice to have you, Elfin, and as the Aboriginal. So how's it going here? Lossless managed to make it up the tower very smoothly. Metalex is working their way. They're much closer this time. No, Lossless, no. Please, no. That sucks. I've done that before too, but that's so rough because the thing is, neither one of them knows how tight of a race it is right now, and so for Lossless, maybe playing it a little bit less safe there lets you get the win. But unfortunately, Lossless was just a bit ahead and could have just played it safe and gotten the win. Is it impossible for Lossless to win now? No. Only Lossless is going. Okay, make this. Oh no. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it is impossible now. That's fair. Man, that was so good too. Lossless was playing super well. Was ahead by just a hair, but it would have been enough, I think, because Metalex, of course, is going to take this more careful path here to the end. Really well done, Lossless, though. Like that time would have been, what is it? So Metalex just got a 3:28, so I think Lossless time would have been a 3:26 or 3:25. Oh, yeah. And I think once you fumble that, like I've been in a spot, for example, where I get to the top of that tower and I'm trying to make my way up, and then like I mess something up, and once I mess one thing up, I'm like, okay, everything's going wrong, and it's just like it's so hard to recover at that point mentally, that because the game is like if you back up and think about it, the game is like here's this trick, this trick, this trick. These are all challenging things. But looking a little closer, like every little movement and nudging of the phone changes your momentum a little bit. And so like you'll see this especially in the beginning of the game. I'm sure across the tournament we'll see it happen over and over again. When people are trying to leave the cave at the start, the very beginning of the run, when you run forward and jump forward, whatever, it can happen where you just nudge something wrong, you're not quite aiming in the right direction, and your phone just kind of tilts off, and then you're just like fumbling around, and that can lose you a ton of time. But at the top, that matters a lot. At the beginning, you usually just reset and you don't think about it that much. Pressure must be unreal, absolutely. If I played this tournament, I would die of anxiety while playing. That's what I'm thinking is like, if I were just recording myself and hanging out, vibing, there's a little bit of a hiccup on the stream here. Hopefully it's not an issue during an actual run, but I mean the run's over, so it's totally fine. So, like, what am I saying? So in my mind, if I were to just try not just recording, not streaming, to get like first try, what can I do? Guarantee, can I get under 7 minutes? I think I would do that. I think that would be very manageable because I know the certain tricks, and if I'm slow in certain spots, whatever. But the problem is, like, if you're playing with time pressure, you might mistake or mess up a particular jump where, like, the requirement here is not to get under 7 minutes, it's not to get under 6 minutes, not to get under 5 minutes, it's not to get under 4 minutes, it's to get under, like, 3.5 minutes. That's what I'm seeing so far is, like, we're getting 3.5 minute runs here. Ugh, yeah, it's tough. That's tough. Promise you I would fat finger something during the run, then my brain would lock up and I'd never recover. Yeah, right. Yeah. And it seems to me, at least from where I'm at in running, that this happens especially when you get to the top, like this top part of the tower. It's so much more noticeable. I guess it happens throughout, but like when it happens there, I'm usually only like I've either reset or I'm on pretty close to record pace, or my like personal record pace, and so I'm like, okay, now is the time to not do that, and then it happens, and I'm like, what am I doing? What am I doing? Like, for example, I had a run, I think it's actually my current record. Let me show you. Well, not my current record on the board, okay? I'm gonna keep saying it. I've done 3 seconds faster, okay? It's meaningful differences. But my whole 3 seconds that I would cut down, it's a whole placement point, okay? But in is this the current one on the board? I think it is. When I get to the top here, I'm at 336, and then I fumble here a little bit, which feels awkward. Like normally I want to bounce to this, and it's usually pretty clean. It's better to bounce a little further to the right up so you can just take this easier board, but a lot of the time I go too close to the middle. My brain naturally says, okay, middle of the board somewhere-ish, and that sends me right here. So then I'm jumping on this, but usually I can just, go forward. Doesn't happen here. I start to fumble over here. I'm like, okay, this is annoying. Then I land here and I'm on my side. Where I want to be is on my flat so that I can get a good jump up here and not risk, because like I'd have to catch this little area instead of catching a broader area on the ledge there. So I'm like, okay, let's try to roll flat. It takes me like it takes me, I don't know, 2 seconds, something like that. But that's like, it's like you're really like, come on, happen, right? So even if it's not that much time, it feels like a lot of time. So we hop up to here. I get up to here. And I'm like, I'm a little bit too close, because if I flip forward, then I'm going to flip up and maybe hit this beam. So now I'm trying to like get myself here, so I fling forward a little bit. Now I'm sideways. Well, okay, now I've got to get flat forward. And finally I get that after like another 4-second time loss. And then I miss this, right? It's just a series of fumbles. That still is my record, but yeah, this is where things happen and go crazy wrong. And now that that's happened, if I had the additional time pressure, not just like I want to get a record right here, but also I'm streaming it, and also, there's a competition tournament going on, then I'm going to play up at the top more dangerous than I do here. Land here, angle myself. I'm not even going to bother angling myself if I'm in a tournament. I'm just going to try to launch myself up there and hope. And then you fall and you lose the whole tournament over it, right? Like that's the real danger. So I think that's probably something that we might see multiple times, I wonder. Karanari versus Metalex is next. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, because that was a 2-0, that should actually put Metalex up to a 3-point, which is a pretty massive boost. So, Metalex sitting at 3 points here. It seems like things are going to string themselves together pretty well, so I guess I'll turn off my next alarm. So 3 points for Metalex there. Lossless will have another chance against Loy, who is Skypaws on Twitch, who is practicing now. Is everybody live right now? It looks like Saucy is not live yet, but Saucy's first run isn't for a while, so that makes a lot of sense. Karanari, though, is live and is hanging out watching here. And again, Karanari is the current record holder, fastest person in the game. So I'm really curious. What happens here. Let's see. Pressure must be unreal. Let's see. Yeah. Every second counts. Yeah, it really does. I mean, especially at their point, but even for where I'm at, it feels good to get some seconds down. My problem right now is I'm trying to get. Even my music a little bit more. Yeah, I'm trying to get all of the hardest tricks done back to back, and that's what's slowing me down. Is like I could take the easier paths, like. Okay. Oh, here are we going? No. Okay. I was like, Karanari, what's going on? So right now, I'm trying to take, like, for example, I take the fast path that I think some runners are just not even going to try during the tournament because it's probably not really worth it. If you mess it up, you reset. And that's, in this tournament, I guess that'd be like a 20-second time loss, which is a pretty good amount. But I go for that within my speedrun attempts, and I never hit it, but I hit something kind of close to it that is still a slight time save where I'm hitting first cannon by 42 seconds instead of 50 seconds. Like, it's not that much of a time save. I lose 95% of my runs to that spot. And then from there, you've got the wall jump, of course, which usually takes me 4 attempts. And then you've got a trick towards the very end that I try every time. I'm so curious if Karinari tries it here. I don't see why not, but I'm not certain. So there's one trick that exists, which I will talk about now, that I've been thinking about. Do I want to talk about it? Do I want to go into it? There is a trick that I have sort of the data on here that it was Plix and I were theory crafting about it, and I said something about it that was like, maybe this is how it works. And once I'd said it, I was like, I can't unsay this. This probably does genuinely work this way, and is so cool if it does. Angerus, thank you. Just followed. Thank you so much. I appreciate the follow. I hope you'll enjoy what I have coming out. Okay, so let's see here. So this is the trick, and it might look like Karinari because I've got the same phone case, but this is me. And I'll show you 3 examples first of it not working. This is something that literally one person in the top 10 does in a real run, and this is what I want to do in a real run, and I've been practicing crazy for it. So here we go. So this is going to be 2-3 examples of it failing. So the problem that happened there, in my opinion, was just, it's all about momentum. This might look like I'm going really high up, and I am going higher up than you normally would, but I'm still reaching the end of the slide there. So, doesn't work. We'll try again. This trick is genuinely, this isn't the only part of the trick. The real trick is bouncing from down there straight up here, then taking this, but I'm thinking that for me at least, it's still faster to bounce from down there to the pad over there to here, then do the crazy bounce. Just because it's insanely inconsistent, the other part of this, but there. So what happened there was much better, which is that my phone case broke. It needs to break because when your phone case breaks here, you gain, you lighten the weight that Flippy is, which means you go higher. However, I don't know if I got the jump. I think I got a directional jump there, and you can see that you basically get no height for that. Another one, and again, phone case doesn't break, but I'm still trying to see, okay, maybe it's possible to reach it anyway. It's definitely not. Now here we go. Here's the actual trick pulled off. So you hit in such a way that you are able to jump non-directionally, fly up into the air, and thanks, Zeus. Just gifted to as the Aboriginal. Nice. Well, there you go. Thank you so much, Zeus. And I hope you enjoy that there. Let's see. So you can see, like, in both of these cases, and the inputs are really similar, and it's also not, like, so simple, because I thought of it in a couple ways. So there's, like, 2 ways that I think this could have made sense, and this is what I was practicing over and over again to get an idea of, and I've come to a pretty decent conclusion on. One possibility is jumping when you're at the most vertical point here, and then just carrying forward distance might be what breaks the phone, but it's not. I tried it over and over again. I'm pretty confident that that's not what it is. That makes sense because breaking your phone is generally speaking based on height from my perspective at the time. But I've changed my mind on that because you can break your phone by flinging yourself fast enough forward into a wall. So it's not height exclusively. It's also speed. So what that means is there has to be some way. I've practiced this in a bunch of different ways, but some way to jump and go forward fast enough, far enough, and hit while falling down fast enough, as well. Combining the 2 together is what really does this bounce. And I've done this so many times. I'm actually fairly consistent. I would say I hit this close to half the time now, which is a crazy improvement over what it was. So close to half the time. I wanted it in a real run, and I have gotten it in pretty decent runs, but never in a run that was on record pace for me. Just barely though, just barely not. So that's kind of where we are, but do keep in mind, okay, 2 minutes? Okay, good. Making sure I didn't miss it out here. So do keep in mind that that's not the reason the trick is challenging. I don't think. Although I don't think most people know how it works. Like, I figured this out through a bunch of practice, but I don't think most people understand this. I do think probably everyone in the top 10 knows it works this way, but the problem isn't this part of the jump. It's right before it, which I'll show after the run between Karanari and Metalex here. If we have enough time between, I'll pull up the game and see if I can get us there to show off what the problem is, because it's intense, man. It's intense. Okay, bring my music back on. But yeah, that's a trick that I've been working on like crazy lately. And I think I've gotten so much closer to figuring it out. But actually, you know what I can do? Wait, I'll just show it through Karanari's perspective, because Karanari's done it. And literally, I think I haven't seen a single other person on the leaderboard do that jump. I'm going to be the only one besides Karanari, potentially, which would be cool. I'm just saying, it'd be kind of cool to be the only person on the board besides. But maybe not. I haven't looked at everyone. I've just looked at the top 10 runs. And then a couple runs outside of that around like 4-minute times and 5-minute times to give myself a better understanding of what people at that level are generally doing for running. But maybe there's someone else who's pulled it off in a record for themselves. I'm not 100% on that. It is very impractical. I'm expecting Karanari is not going to try to pull it off in this because it just doesn't make sense to do. It just doesn't make sense at all. Okay. Because I've practiced it so many times. Like for me, it's a 50-50 there, but the setup for it is probably like a 1 in 10 still for me. Way harder to set it up unless you set it up very slowly, and that's like I can do that every time. But setting it up quickly is like a 1 in 10. I don't know if it is for Karanari though. Like let's say Karanari can do that 50-50 like I can, and then also can do the prior setup 50-50. At that point, I bet he could do it 70-30 and then do the prior setup 50-50. But I don't know for sure. Don't know for sure. Okay, here we go. Let's listen in.
Loud, but then okay, yeah. Can you re-say your
Yeah, no problem. And after just watching our first match, Metalex looked to be pretty consistent. So, it kind of put me on edge. I know I gotta be consistent, or else
I've never heard Karanari talk before. This is my
just knowing that
my first time listening in. I'm assuming this is Karanari.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, Metalex was really consistent there at around 330.
Overall,
and even if you can do a 224, that doesn't mean that you are consistent at under a 4.
Around the bottom middle of the screen, so currently Metalex is first. I haven't played one match with 3 points because of the 2-0. All right. I think we can get ready again on the restart button. We get prepared.
They prepare by holding over reset. Oh, Karanari. That's the trick at the start that I'd love to be able to hit consistently.
That'll be like my "you're ready."
Or to get land straight here as well, but that'd be really hard. But maybe I can try to go for middle as well. I've gotten close to that a few times. I'm getting more consistent there, but I'm just not fully there yet. But yeah, Metalex has got it really, really well down. It's completely gonna come down to whether or not Karanari is able to consistently hit the important tricks of the run. Because technically, in the record, you do have a trick pulled off that is like, for me, between the two, probably a 1 in 50. I can pull off a simpler version of it, probably, like 1 in 5. But the actual one he pulls off for me would be like a 1 in 50. And you still have to run well outside of that. So that could have just been a really lucky instance. I don't know. Karanari. Oh, Karanari. Oh! Okay, misses the important jump there, but it's only, again, it's a 20-second deficit. They both have the potential to make that up or to lose that. Although that's a pretty major fall, no doubt about that. Okay, but Metalex does make a, I would say, kind of slower variation of this jump. So if Karanari can hit the jump, then they'll be pretty close, yeah. I would say between those two, Karanari is probably 10 seconds behind now instead of 20. That makes up a lot of time. Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. Karanari gets out at 50 seconds. 50 seconds is a round where I would normally reset, although Karanari managed to get... Basically, that's like a 30 second. That's like a 30 second because he reset and had about 20 seconds down before doing the entire first section. So he did the first section really in 30 seconds with a reset that cost that 20. So 50 between, which is insane. I mean, I have gotten sub 40 before for the first area, but not by much. I've never gotten 30. Never gotten sub 35, I don't think. Okay, they both make it up here, and here's a little... I would say it's a test, but they're probably both really good at it. Yeah, they both make the wall jump. Wall jump is hard, but, I mean, not for them. Karanari, oh, that would have been so cool. Okay, Karanari has caught up completely now. They both make it up the wall. Karanari almost hits the insane wall, like ladder skip. Like, it's all a ladder skip, but the way Karanari does it is unique in that you never actually touch platform in front of ladder. I don't know if anybody else does that consistently. And Karanari very nearly got it. Okay. We're not doing that trick here. I was curious if Karanari would try to pull that off. Let's full screen here. My bad. Okay, but here we go. Karanari makes it up to bridge, where it looks like Metalex is still making their way up the ladder before bridge. Let's see. Oh, is Hangers? Are they dev? That would be exciting to see a dev in. All right. Okay, so 2:25. Looks like a little bit of stream delay stuff going on Metalex, and not a big deal though. Not a big deal. Only little shutters. Nothing major. Okay, but Karanari's. I mean, it would take a minor mistake here for Karanari to fall behind. But I'm thinking it's closer to a major mistake. We're at like a 5 to 7 second difference, but we're so close to the end that I think it's probably too late. Very well done by Metalex, though, by the way. Isn't Metalex's PB a 257? This is really good consistency from Metalex. Crazy. And we do fall there, but yeah, it wouldn't have mattered by that point. Yeah, Karanari gets to win it at a 3:06. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the requirement to hit 30 seconds faster than they were already doing it is going to be intense. And Karanari has a 20-second delay there, which means Karanari's time without that fall would have been a 2:46. I can't believe that. Holy cow. Super cool to watch this. Oh, awesome. Yeah, I'm glad to have you. Okay, 3:31. Yeah, I as much as I'd love to be one of the top runners, I'm just doing an hour a day of running here. I think I'll probably be able to get sub 4 sometime soon, but for now, I'm just analyzing. I've been thinking about this like constantly the last couple days. 3:46. Jeez. Like, obviously, Karanari, well-deserved on the win there. Insanely good time. But it is cool to see Metalex manage to get around a 3:30 for all 3 runs. That's hard, dude. Okay. That is challenging. All right, let's go. So that would put you at 1 point, Karanari. Excellent work there. And then, will they go straight back into it, or is there a delay between? Let's listen in on Eternal's analysis.
Jump and not quite getting it. How would you comment on that run?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I knew Metalex was pretty consistent, so after I kind of fell there, I knew I kind of needed to play the rest of the run pretty clean to be able to catch up, because I think my end time, he had a better PB than my end time, I think, so... I knew it was going to be close. I can't really obviously watch the stream at the same time, so that I didn't know if I had managed to catch back up at any point.
Yeah, that recovery from Karanari is crazy.
I got to like the ending platform.
I was really curious. Yeah, I hypothesized it a little bit before already that Karanari's time, his PB is fantastic. There's no doubting it. It's the number 1 time by 3 seconds. Which is a sizable amount when you're down to 2:24, right? Like that's, percentage wise, that's not super small. It is, you could make back up or whatever, lose 3 seconds here and there. I do expect someone will be able to beat it eventually, but the odds of being Karanari themselves is reasonable. But yeah, 2:24. However, that includes a trick that I consider to be the least consistent trick in the game, at least at this point. And I think that's probably also believed by every other speedrunner at any level in the top 30 or 40. Just because the trick itself, no one else in the top 10 does it. Like, everyone else in the top 10 does every other trick as far as I know. Maybe not as well or not perfectly or whatever you want to say about it. But when you get to this one particular trick, it's just not even worth it to try. And so because that happened, like, maybe that was just like a really lucky string and other people are trying it and just haven't been able to pull it off. But clearly, no, like, Karanari is at that level.
Interestingly, Metalex has so far managed to make it close with everybody.
Yeah, that's been my thought too. Metalex's times are really impressive. I mean, especially as well, like, Metalex is a 2:57, which in terms of time would put Metalex at 9, so like we're 9 versus 1 here, and Metalex is managing to very much stay consistent. Oh my gosh, Karanari with the 30, yeah, that was the same amount of time that Karanari made last time, which means Karanari hit a fairly perfect skip here that Metalex is now going for. Metalex must have had a little bit of an awkward start though as well. because at 40 some odd seconds, 38 seconds to that point, that is a little slower than usual. So it must have been a little bit of an awkward start, which happens. Like I mentioned, I mean, the cave is an extremely awkward spot where if something goes wrong, you lose a good chunk of seconds. Oss, how you doing? Oss, welcome. Love to have you. I watched your stream a little bit recently. I can't remember exactly right now what you were playing, but I did watch recently. Flipping is hard, and then the one after, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. 114, but I went back and watched your Flipping is hard a little bit as well with a friend. 118. Okay, so yeah, the gap here is much more. I mean, yeah, much more to be expected based on the prior one. Like, if Karanari doesn't miss and lose 20 seconds, there is going to be a gap here. Not impossible. I mean, it's never really impossible. Like, for example, Karanari falls here and doesn't recover using the bounce pad below. That seems kind of unlikely, though. I do think it's something I need to learn is landing on lower bounce pad would be such a good recovery, very consistent recovery. Metalex makes it up the wall while Karanari is on A. I want to say fumble. Yeah, fumble bounce pad 2. So we're going to have to do a very manual bounce pad 3, which gives a good amount of time because Karanari is panicking a little bit there just because crawling under is something that I think Karanari probably hasn't done in 25 years because he probably makes bounce pad 2 into 3 so often. But regardless of the little slowdown there is still a pretty sizable gap. I want to say you're looking at 20 to 30 seconds. Okay, Karanari makes it up to the top, but a lot of that came from Act 1, right, in Area 1, so Karanari manages to catch that lip after missing it. Dude, my envy's through the roof right now, if only. That's really impressive. So normally that's a tough spot where like you have to flip your way up, and if you miss the lip, then you just miss the lip, you have to try again. But Karanari managed to get back a bounce because he must have brushed the lip but not made it, used that bounce to somehow recover. Oh man. Okay, and Metalex is at the stairs, makes it up the stairs, but Karanari's already through third cannon. Oh boy, Metalex must have had another fall there as well. But my goodness, Karanari, a 312. Man, 306 and a 312. Yeah, consistency there is also really good. This is what I wanted to see is like, although they are fast, how consistent are they at each of these tricks and times? So much for visiting our stream. Flipping is hard was honestly very fun. I don't like rage games at all, but flipping was great. Yeah, flipping is awesome. I do think now that I'm only doing an hour a day, it's not as rage-inducing, but when I was really trying to get like 6 hours a day or whatever of practice for these tricks and to really understand them, I think the actual regular gameplay is actually not super rage-inducing. I know for the voice lines for the narrator that they originally had more kind of negative voice lines or less positive ones maybe. And so there's actually like a good amount of now positive voice lines from the narrator that are less rage-inducing than they could be, and I so appreciate that, because for casual play, that's awesome. For speedrunning, though, there's a lot of fumbling that goes around, right? Like, the game is meant to be this way, and it succeeds, right? It succeeds at being very fumbleful. So you can see that happening right now to Metalex. I mean, just the misery of the top of the tower. Oh, yeah, been there, man. Been there. It's tough up here because you want to be fast, but there's a lot of just weird obstacles, and a slanted roof makes it really awkward to climb. Watching this is making me so tense. I may have to stop. I honestly could never play. I'll try. I don't know if there's some way that I can say things differently to not make it as tense, but it's tough. It's tough in this world. Karanari is just crazy. I mean, Karanari is just crazy. I can't believe that. Yeah, to hit a 306 and a 312 during a tournament. I'm curious if we get a sub 3 in this tournament. I mean, sub 3, there's not very many people who can even pull that off, and doing it in a single attempt during a time pressure, tournament pressure event is crazy. So a 306 is maybe as fast as we get here. You gotta hope so, or else, there's what hope is there for us down here at the bottom. When the narrator started singing, I couldn't tell whether I had to adore him or lose my shit. Yeah. I mean, yeah, the singing part honestly is so fun. It's so funny. Commenting beautifully, it's the on the edge, about to fall business that makes me clench. Oh yeah. I mean, it feels like feeling it in a run. It's tough, but all of these runners have fallen 1,000 times, which means I'm sure it never phases them, right? I'm sure it never phases them. I wish it worked that way. For me at least, so far, I think I'm more desensitized to certain areas. The one spot that like, because I'm doing this, like I mentioned, I'm doing this sort of tier list, and the one spot that I think is like sort of worth acknowledging as being not very challenging, but probably the most stress-inducing is just the end part. So jumping, like after you land from third cannon, you like kind of flip and fling yourself along to get to the cake at the end, but there's spaced platforms on your way there. Technically speaking, like if that was at the beginning, I would hit that every time. Like I could learn that, hit it every time, basically. Like compared to the actual beginning is so much harder to get cleanly right. However, because it's right before the end and falling means losing the run, it's like awful. it's like that part is way higher up on my leaderboard or on my rank, my tier list of tricks, because it's like if you mess this up, it's all over, and it's at the end, so it practices the very least of anything else, and there's the most pressure at that point, and so it's just like what? But technically, skill-wise, it's not so bad. And I would hope that they've all practiced that part. That's the part that I need to focus. I mean, I need to focus on practicing everything, okay, as I've sort of saying here. But the ending cake part, hopefully they're all fairly consistent on that. Just because it'd be so painful to see someone fall at the very end like that, but also super reasonable to expect it to happen. Okay. So now that there is a pause here, we have a pause between. We've got about 10 minutes. I want to show and talk about the way the trick is done and the difference between what I'd shown before, where we're starting from up here and we're bouncing along. So you kind of get a lineup around the middle of the board. You do 2 jumps. You hold forward the whole time. You hit jump as soon as you hit bounce pad, and then you carry that momentum all the way to this platform with just enough space here that you land. It's possible to not get enough space because you didn't hold early enough in the direction. That's just part of it. But this is only showing you the easy half of the trick that is very visually awesome and really fun to learn. And it's not showing you the part of the trick that's actually insane, which is beforehand. So let's just watch through Karanari's spot, and when we get to that spot, we can talk about it. But this is Karanari's current record, and their current record in the game as a whole. So Karanari here, I mean, you get cleanly through the beginning. I guess I won't go over it because we keep seeing it. We'll keep seeing it as we go along. But Karanari gets the bounce this way. There is a possibility in this spot to instead bounce straight up and land on this edge, and that's what's called, I think it's like alt gap. But instead, Karanari does it this way, which is the more traditional way to do it, and the way that sometimes I do it. When I get the best of my runs, often have this incorporated. And so Karanari just finishes that, done with the first part. Made it to the cake, but my partner fell back to the start. Did I win? I think you can feel accomplished for it. How about that? Like, yeah, that technically win, but yeah, I mean, so you made it to the cake. Does it actually acknowledge when you hit cake if you're playing co-op? Because I feel like, yeah, like that's winning. I mean, you won. I would say so. But like, I don't know if it gives you the you did it screen or not. Okay, Karanari gets through there, and we're sitting at like a 45. So this in terms of being a record is actually not that crazy compared to what some people are doing. And I think even Karanari could hit this during like today. He might have already hit it at one point. So 43 is when the cannon shoots, and you go up through 49 or so here. Am I on YouTube right now? Let me turn this to YouTube there we go. Just so I can like pause and do things easier. Okay. So now, up into here, get to beam, you do a jump here, and just swing past this part, easy enough. I would assume Karanari will first try the wall jump here. One of the hardest parts in the game for us newbies, you know. And then straight up to here. This is the crazier thing is, I don't know if almost anyone ever, like, it's not impossible, but very few people even go for this, even at the highest level, because you bounce up this way, you have to jump while hitting the pad in order to get extra height. You have to avoid right behind them there. You've got like these sort of pillars up there. You have to avoid hitting the bottom of those. And normally what I do is I cleanly just land here, then make the jump, bounce off this, and go to the top. Instead, Karanari skips the platform and makes the jump here straight from bounce pad, sending them up this way. It's an extremely impressive trick. So we land here and carry forward. Sharing is caring. Hit cake co-op by yourself. You don't win until all players are at the cake. Yeah, that's tough, man. I guess it kind of makes sense because you can use the beam, but I'm sure you could pull it off if you can make it there in co-op. This is the hardest trick in the game. Period. Like, there's not a single thing in the game that I've seen that is as challenging as this right here. Like long jumps, GameCube challenge, doesn't matter. This is the single hardest part. is you get a lineup here, you know, same lineup as you do anywhere else, right? More or less. Usually towards the middle, you can go a little left, a little left usually, because you don't want to run into slide or have any issues on the right side. So you go a little left or you go to center. And I can actually use the period here to like inch us forward. So the goal is simply you press forward here, you let off forward as you hit the bounce pad, and then you hit, let me see if I can get the exact spot here. You want to be hitting jump as the bounce pad is taking off to get the highest height. I have hit this jump before. I have hit this actually straight into the trick. So I've done the entire trick before, but it is like 1 in 100, I would say. Hitting this part is probably like 1 in 10, 1 in 15, but hitting the whole trick together is easily 1 in 100 for me. And like that, and that's me like practicing it not from start. That's me practicing it from this position. I just over and over again, because there's a checkpoint literally right here. So you can just practice this over and over, dude. Able to save them with help the beam, yeah. Beam only extends so far, yeah. Can't go all the way to the bottom. Okay, so you hit the bounce here, flings you up. They do what is essentially like air, sort of manipulating their position in the air, which you can do. You hit like AW, then AD, then DS, I think it is, something like that, or maybe just S, to reposition yourself so you're flat against the board, more or less, instead of being on your side. Because you're on your side, because when you take the bounce pad, you're on your side in order to get there. So landing here, they actually do a jump here. Not super important because they had the height, I believe. Actually, check that. Yeah, when they hit, they have the height to just angle forward, but sometimes you land a little lower, and so when you angle forward, your top of your phone hits the side of the beam, pushing you off, and obviously that's, you know, a problem. So you wouldn't make the trick there. But they had enough height. They also hit jump, which kind of secures them against the board, and then, because sometimes you can also bounce off the board. Let me not get into that, okay? I don't want to talk about it, okay? We get up to the top here. They line themselves up middle, like I showed before, and then, I mean, from there, it's as simple as the end point that I myself have done. This part is really, if you practice it a ton, you can hit this about half the time, I think. At least I can. I don't know, like, not to say that I'm good at it. I've practiced it a lot. Maybe they can hit it like 70% of the time, but that part is actually not that crazy challenging. The second part, it's just well, it's still 50-50 for me, okay? So it's still challenging, but like compared to some tricks, that part's not that crazy. It's just the part that I did right before is so unbelievably challenging that I don't think anyone even is ever going to do it in a run again, maybe. I don't know. Like, it's crazy to me that Karinari did that in a run. Like, there must have been so many attempts to get that right. Or Karinari is just that guy, which is also true. Like, not surprised on that, obviously. Karinari's very good. But, like, so is Saucy, right? Like, Saucy's also that guy. Like, you see Saucy do some insane things, and Saucy doesn't do it in runs, so. Let me look. Let me look in here. Next time, though. I think it counts fully if you get the achievement. Let's see. Able to skip... Oh, to get, like, a win in the game. This is where the game loses me. If you reach the cake first, IRL, you have the right to eat the entire thing. If your buddy wanted the cake, they do better. Nice. This is where the game loses me. If you reach the cake, let's see. Yeah. It's tough in this world, okay? It's tough. It's tough luck. All right. How are we at? 2 minutes 42. Just making sure. So yeah, that's like explaining kind of the full speed run somewhat. I mean, I skip past parts because, again, we're going to talk about this a lot across the day here. But especially that one part it's just unbelievable, man. It's just crazy. I've sat here for hours. I sat here for, I think it was like 3.5 hours. There's a checkpoint right here, and I just back up. It's like you back up, have to back up again in order to have enough space. So usually I do one full backup, and then I do like a kick back a little bit, you know, a little bit of that French movement, and then I roll left, do a couple bounces, you know, to roll left over to here, line myself up, bounce this pad, and so often just don't get this. This jump is just beautiful. Yeah, and this is literally, it looks so simple and looks so easy. It looks so much more straightforward than every part of the game, and is actually just the single hardest spot in the game. That's crazy. I wonder if Karinari agrees with that, though. I mean, Karinari's really good and has played a ton. Maybe there's another thing that Karinari does that they consider to be harder. It's for sure possible. Our community have made training mods practice more efficiently. Yeah. I think at this point, like, because that part's the hard part and there's a spot right next to it, but you're right. This is not like, this is a me problem, not a community problem. I don't know when I look at something on GitHub or like something to download if it's safe, because I'm sure that it is. Like I generally assume that it is or whatever, but I'm also like, I don't have the technical expertise. I was actually going to ask Who's at some point about that. I am curious. Us. Thanks for coming around. Husin, Cynic, and anyone else who might have an idea of like how you can actually tell. Like obviously, I guess like if the devs are like, this is a tool that we're like, this is accepted, then I will assume that it's accepted, right? I wouldn't assume the devs would be dishonest or whatever, you know. But like when it comes for somebody, I don't know how to code, you know. So I always am a little unsure. But I want to use that actually. I really want to try that tool out because not only would it let me save position, but actually maybe even a bigger thing for me because I think I can practice outside of it. I can code at 12. So maybe you know how. Well, hold on, wait. 34 seconds. Maybe you know how to like just look at something from GitHub and be like, okay, this is safe or this isn't safe. Personally, I don't know that, and so I'm always a little hesitant. But as I guess I'll talk to the community, and as long as people think it's chill, it would be great to not only save position, but also there's like a thing in there where you can fly, because I could take shots of the map from different like angles and perspectives for the video that I'm working on, and like draw lines and dotted lines and stuff like that in order to like represent. You have to look through the code. Yeah, that's the thing is like if I don't know how to code, how do I thought of the same thing as well. I was gonna look at. Wait, here we go. Hold on. Okay, we gotta lock in. Okay, we gotta lock in. But I'll continue that. I'll continue that line of thought after.
Match number 3 of this very tournament. As you can see, the standings have updated there at the bottom, and we are joined here for the second match of Lossless, who theoretically should have a microphone this time. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
Pause my music. Download it and upload it to a malware checker. Fair. But if you download something, let's say you download it and it did have malware. Right. Again, I'm assuming it does. I'm sure it doesn't. But like if it did have malware, would you get malware by downloading it, or is it the act of running the code?
Yeah,
I guess it's probably the act of running the exe file or whatever.
Into your second match, I said you were quite nervous. Do you think that first match?
So this is Lossless versus Loy Loy Loy. Oh, Lossless talking here.
Are you more accustomed to it, or does it increase the pressure? What would you say?
Yeah, what's Lossless thought going to be here?
It will get less.
Yeah, less over time. The more
like from this point on.
Yeah. Well, yeah, 230. Okay, 236 and a 252. But again, I don't really know how much it's going to matter the record times. I mean, it did for. Look at Karanari's performance so far. It's crazy. But like, I don't know if it's going to matter generally. Karanari might. I think the top 2, 3, maybe 4 will have had maybe just sizable amount more practice in a way that will allow for more consistency, like just necessarily to get those times. That's possible. But Lossless' time is amazing. Like I think consistency. I don't know if that's going to guarantee you consistency, even if you've practiced it a ton of times, just because of how hard some of these tricks are. Normally it's running it or opening it. Gotcha. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Because I think being able to take screenshots from above in certain positions in the map and draw on them and mess with them would be a very nice thing for a breakdown on speedrunning tech. Okay, it looks like we are starting here. See if we can get the timer.
Lossless is ready. Loy is ready. All right, then. We will begin race 1 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, here we go. So Lossless versus Loy Loy. Lossless, a couple hiccups, but generally speaking, like very much on pace. Like I would say around on like a 320 something pace at the fastest. So definitely could win it here. Lossless is so consistent on that trick. I feel like against Metalex, both times Lossless got that trick and got major advantage early. So as long as the later parts of the run go without fail. Oh my gosh, Lossless just barely hit that cannon. So cannon gives you like 2 seconds, I want to say it is, 2 full seconds to get into it. But if you trigger the cannon before, if you approach it from the backside, trigger the cannon on your way, then mantle into it, then you don't lose any time there as long as you get in by the time, no, it's a 3-second timer, by the time you need to there. So depend a lot on how it's delivered. If you're running an EXE on Windows, there's always some risk of virus malware, even fairly standard stuff like BepInEx. Gotcha. Expose you to risk by virtue of how they hook things. Okay. Yeah, because anything in this, it's going to be like, a smaller community thing. It's not like it's some big established thing. So I always want to be mindful. But at the same time, like the benefit would be so huge, especially to a video, like making a video on it, to be able to fly around the map and just get different perspectives and so on. I don't know if you have decent antivirus stuff installed, you're relatively safe. Yeah. Oh, because I thought about that. Like, I thought about making or like learning how to make a live split for the game, because there is one for the There is one for, oh my gosh, okay, Lossless is hitting, I got the 2 other bounce pads where we've got to recover from a sort of a miss on the 3rd bounce pad, but not a big deal. Oh, because you don't even care about that. That was intentional. I guess 3rd bounce pad is so risky. I actually kind of consider it pretty risky too, but I wasn't sure if it would be seen that way here. Okay, so Lossless actually has a pretty good advantage here right now. I would say it's about 10 seconds, but of course, as we know, it's very possible for that to go away. Okay. But yeah, I was thinking about setting up, because there's one right now for Flippy's discs, like for this full, like, get all save points, basically, speed run, but there's not one for the regular speed running. And so I think triggering when you hit the cannons and so on would be a cool thing. But in order to do that, I would have to, I think, download Cheat Engine. And when I try to download Cheat Engine, my Windows stuff is like, this could be a virus. And I'm like, I'm not knowledgeable enough to doing this right now. And so I've stayed away, at least so far. But I was thinking about it. Oh, Jeff does an actual full rotation in the air during a skip between the platform to the cannon. I usually just do like straightforward and let off. That's what Saucy has kind of taught me to do, but you might get a little bit of speed advantage there doing it that way, and then also maybe it's... Oh, it kills me. No, Lossless. Oh, it's just that he doesn't know that he was so far ahead. Okay, but what this means though is if Lossless just decides to play safe on the gosh dang fake movements, then he will be able to win the next one. Make sure. Okay, it's 11:59. Okay, we're good. I'll probably just turn these off. I think we're pretty locked in. We're in a good pace because it's best of 3. I didn't know it was best of 3. But I'll turn off all my alarms for this. But yeah, man, Loyalite gets it in 3:15. Holy, would that have been a sub 3 for Lossless? That would have been the first sub 3 too. Man, I don't want to like overly say these things because it's probably super painful in the moment, or retrospectively or whatever. But like, that would have been so good. Lossless just has to play it safe in that position and will get a really good time. Fake is tough though. It's tough. It hurts me, man. It hurts me. It hurts me, but they're both so fast, man. They're both so fast. You got this, Lossless. Okay, we've got one more shot. And if Lossless wins this next shot, they will get another chance to maybe even get 2 points here, an overall win. So it's not like Lossless has just outright lost here. This match between him and Loyalite. But come on, Lossless. Come on. Don't feel too horrible. I would feel I can see it though. It would be rough. But this is not gonna be the only chance here, and Lossless is insanely
fast. And in the meantime, I mean, Loy, we saw
mentally recover. You can do this. I hope he can recover because he's really fast. Like that would have been a sub 3. That would have been faster than Karinari's time. Oh my goodness! Come on.
Depending on how you're feeling.
Here's my last message.
I'm asking.
Your audio was doubled for me because of the stream.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Okay. Let's see some messages here. We got a second between runs. That was just such a crazy spot. Lossless was so good. That was such a good run for Lossless. Okay. Right, let's see. So you could program it in a VM. Okay. Yes. Oh wow, yeah. Oh no, I know. In a VM. The issue is that I don't know anything about code or programming. I think my plan was to just watch it and do it. Like I pulled up a video on it. I was kind of looking at it, but as soon as I tried that virtual machine, right. So, for example, if you were to download, let's say, Cheat Engine or whatever, and then run it in a virtual machine, that would mean that it can't have access to the rest of your computer. Is that right? But yeah, I'm just not experienced enough with code to be like super confident in it. I do think downloading, like the first thing is downloading the other, like that program to have resets that are in really good spots and so on. But also, yeah, it'd be cool to learn how to set up like with Cheat Engine or whatever to have a auto timer. I'm not I'm not the guy to do it, but it's a small enough game. Like it'd be beneficial to people, and maybe the other person will be able to do it as well. But it seems like as long as you at least had it for the cannons, and you could also maybe have a trigger based on height, but maybe not because I don't know if there's actually like a prompt or command that happens like code wise that would make sense for that. Definitely cannons though, or like announcements of rotation. Okay, here we go. So we have. Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. Sorry.
Yeah, no. Yeah,
a little delay there.
mean that they're doing safer shots more consistently. Lossless going here.
Okay. Oh yeah, I meant to hit mute there. That's why. Okay. So yeah, so Lossless every time goes for this skip, which does always put him a good deal ahead. It's just whether or not, yeah, it's whether or not the end game, man. That's tough. Yeah. Lossless is so consistent in Act 1 though. All right, Cardboard Fort. Let's see what you do. Do you try to hit the? You do every time. Yeah, Lossless goes for these kind of tougher plays that do give him big time advantage because he's actually hitting them, which I would not be able to do consistently like this. So, come on, you've got this. I've got this sort of underdog approach now because Lossless is actually like so close every time to winning. Okay, come on. Yep, actually good recovery there because the signs there. If you don't hit the signs there, you might be like way to the left. So the signs kept Lossless from flinging way off course. Loi is, I want to say, 15 seconds behind. Lossless, do we hit the wall jump? Nope, that's not going to work. Another one. Can Loi recover in this time? Nope, Lossless got it. Second attempt. And up. Okay. For a second, I thought Lossless was going to try to do the beam skip or whatever for ladder, but there's just not a big reason to. It's probably only like a second, maybe 2 seconds of difference. Okay. Lossless gets in close and makes the jump. Great to hear. Does not miss platform. Excellent. Loi is now at first pad, the second pad, making actual. I think the pads that are important. This is like the first of the trio of pads that are super important. Excellent. You hit the slide. You hit the bottom of the slide that gives you a jump back, so that you can make your way over to platform. And now, do you try for kind of a skip there, but okay, good job. Yeah, Lossless recovers that. That ladder's a little awkward sometimes. Okay, Loi is setting up for skip to the slide. Yep, gets the slide. Still about 15 seconds behind. I think Lossless has maintained a really good gap here. Okay, recovered the for Lossless there, the awkwardness that can happen at that spot. Loi is now at the top of that, but I think Lossless has this, just don't be in a rush at the end, because it's punishing, right? Or maybe do be in a rush. I mean, I would love to see it executed, but if it's not, oh, why? It's so scary. Lossless plays so scary. No. Oh, no, it would have been recoverable. Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair. Oh my gosh, Lossless. Lossless plays so scary, but what they're going for is super impressive. And they hit like 2 or 3 of the scary parts, but that's hard, man, that's hard. Not 100% secure, but better. Gotcha. Tragic. Yeah, it's tough. And what time would that have... Oh my gosh, that would have also been a sub 3. Oh no, dude. I think it's just that ending portion. It's just these risks in certain areas. But you know, I feel like when you're actually running it, you've run it 100 times every time you go for this skip, of course, because you're trying to get a PB. So for every single time you're going to try to go for it, but it just doesn't work out, just barely. Really well done though, Lossless. Like the times, I think two times would have been sub 3 without just like one mistake. That wasn't like a super intensely challenging spot. It's just something that can happen, right? Loi doesn't go for the bounce over. I guess they don't need to, you know? I guess that's reasonable. I wonder if they know, like they have it pulled up in some kind of way, or if they just don't go for it because it's not that much faster. I think that's fair. I feel like Lossless is a misnomer. Poor Lossless. Poor Lossless, man. Poor Lossless. It's tough, but yeah, man, Lossless. So good. So good, and yet... Alright, 405 there, 405. Yeah, you know, I think it's fair to say nothing will be over a 6 minute here. Although, it depends if people want to finish the run, but I doubt anyone's going to finish the run if they're at that point. But what if, like for example, what if during the cake run, Loi falls there? Like, is it worth it for Lossless to keep trying? Maybe not. It is such a far fall. It's hard. It hurts, man. It hurts. Oh. Okay. I mean, I feel like Lossless proved that they are easily capable of their PB. Like, in terms of actual tech displayed, yeah, sub 3 on 2 of their runs, and the other runs probably would have been mid 3, maybe 320 something. So every single run they went for, if things had gone just slightly different, would have been either sub 3 or very close to it. Okay, so with that will put Loi should be up to 3 points. Am I mistaken here? A 2-0 win is 3 points. A 2-1 win is 2 points. A 1-2 loss is 1 point. that should mean Loi Loi is at 3. I think. But I'm only seeing 2. I want to make sure before we carry on, just because I haven't actually looked as the scores have been calculated. No, it is actually right here, standings. So Karanari will be at 3, Medlex will be at 3, and Loi Loi will be at 3. Okay. And unfortunately, no, there is one more. Okay, we get lossless against Saucy and loss against Karanari. Wait, no, that can't be right. Didn't Karanari? Oh, Medlex. Yeah, Medlex was against Karanari. So, okay, so we'll still have a chance to see lossless in a couple more bouts here. But with that, yes, it is going to be a 3 to Loi Loi. So Medlex, Karanari, and Loi Loi each get 3. I would think lossless Karanari is probably, I mean, well, the funny thing is actually, like, I think if it was Loi Loi or Medlex versus Karanari, there's a pretty guarantee there. Like, it feels pretty guaranteed that you're going to hit a 3-0 from Karanari. But technically against lossless, there's a real chance that Karanari gets a point down. Because lossless, if one of those runs had gotten a sub 3, Karanari has not hit a sub 3 yet in the championship of the tournament. And so lossless, with just a slight tweak there, would have had a sub 3 twice. Not impossible that their fight is actually the closest that Karanari has today. Depending, again, I mean, of course, Saucy or another runner might be in that same level of consistency. It really just depends. Guys, never forfeit. Yeah, cannot forfeit. We must win. Yeah. I mean, someone could fall. I mean, it's totally possible that someone could fall here. I'm really curious to see if someone does fall, like make a big fall, because we've had mid-size falls with recovery, like 20-second falls. But if you fall from top down to bottom, that is I would say minimum a minute fall, maybe like a minute 20. It'd be really cool to see someone recover from a minute 20 fall, because it's definitely not impossible if someone else gets a major fall. And that would make it like just a maddening race to the end. It'd be really cool to see. Both over 3 minutes. Best thing you can do, let's see. Yeah, honestly, yeah. I wonder, yeah, what does Karanari say here? As you've seen from both of my races, they were both over 3 minutes, which I consider really bad for me, but that's just how races can go. Best thing you can do is do whatever it can to try and come back. Yeah, I mean, Lossless genuinely would have had 2 under 3 minute runs across the runs he's done so far. Like, pacing-wise, very much on pace with the fastest runners. Or maybe the fastest runner. I mean, Karanari was crazy there, too. All right, Discord. So now we have Medlex, Karanari, Loi Loi with 3. The next round is going to be between Medlex and Blank. Okay. I haven't seen Blank run. I don't think I've seen any of Blank's runs before, so I'll be kind of curious to see how that goes. Medlex was very firmly consistent in the 330 range, and against Karanari with a little extra pressure managed to get closer to like a 315. So we're probably saying 315 to 330. So if we look at Blank, okay, 9 minutes, good. If we look at Blank's fastest run, Blank has gotten a 259, 259.97, which is genuinely, that's so close to a 3 minute run, like really tight. It must have felt good to not have a 3 minute there, because like at the end, do you just go for a mad dash? I feel like you have to, honestly. Like,
Flippy,
if I'm in that position,
surrounded
I don't know.
Mountains of trash, old toys.
Just because you've probably been working for such a long time to hit sub 3, that getting a 3:01, for example, would just be really unsatisfying, even though it's an insanely impressive
old
time.
Toys and gadgets.
So this is Blank's best run we're watching. We can kind of see what does Blank normally do in terms of decision making here. We take high route, so we can probably expect that Blank will take high route here, as their record doesn't take alt gap route or anything like that. They don't go for such a crazy.
Let me approach the
and they still, you know, you don't even need to. That's the thing, is like it's genuinely so much harder. I've been thinking about this a lot lately, is that it's like that jump is so much. They also have narrator on the whole time. Oh my goodness.
I bet he'll ask me to climb
my goodness.
boxes, Flippy thought.
That's some mental fortitude right there. I like narrator, don't get me wrong, and I kept narrator on for my sub 10.
Just a little bit closer.
But when I really started getting into it, I think I kept narrator on for sub 8 maybe as well. But there came a point where my brain just I can't have talking at the same time as like an attempt at that level. But this level's a whole different ballgame. Maybe it's what's that, the that like bell curve thing where on one end you have people trying to go for sub 10, on the other end you have people trying to go for sub 3. Like they've ascended past the middle sensible area of no narrator. All right. So yeah, in this spot, I'm expecting we're just going to see 3 traditional sort of high jumps from this. Yep. Okay. Good. There's one. This is the trio, the bounce pad trio. Second bounce pad's the easiest. Bounce here. You get a ton of extra height if you want it. I think they went for a directional bounce to avoid getting the extra height. I see how it is. I'm sorry, Captain. I'm sorry. I was thinking about it when I was saying it. I was like, no offense to the narrator. I like the narrator. Don't get me wrong. Nice to have you around. Off to play some Enshrouded. Keep up the great commentary. You're crushing this. Cheers. I appreciate you being here, Goose. Or for coming around. It's definitely appreciated. Enjoy Enshrouded. Enshrouded, yeah, it looks really fun. All right. Okay, so 204. They take the normal jump here, but they do take this little skip. I'm not great at this yet, but I think that's the one that I do as well. All right. And then a hop up. How clean is the ending? But this is going to be so barely, though. Are they going to go for like the fastest possible cake run? Or could they have gotten even faster and just wanted to make sure they held it? But with, 0.9 seconds, I mean, 2 minutes, 0.9 seconds. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know about this.
Good job, Flippy. Well done.
All right, here we go. They do skip here. Good. Yeah, I never know who's going to do that and who's not going to.
That this cannon works
it's not like so much faster, but it's faster, and you have no time to spare right now to get us up 3.
You must remain completely flat. Horizontal position.
52, 53. They hit with 7 seconds left.
Good luck, Flippy.
Terrifying.
Flippy. You're such a good Flippy. Enjoy.
Oh, the pain they would have felt with that timer just ticks 1 up. There's no milliseconds on the timer up there when you're looking at it. It's only when you get the win.
You're such a good...
They cut like immediately after getting the win. I can't blame you. Get me out of here, right? Yeah, 259.97, crawling out of your skin at that point. Holy. All right. So that's Blank's time. The first time I've seen Blank, it looks like Blank does play on a... I've seen a lot of speedrunners do this. Is like they'll play on... Like you can see Karanari doesn't do it. I don't know exactly. I was thinking maybe you could get an advantage when you're in the top area because you wouldn't see the bushes potentially. I'm not 100% on that. Like, does it change anything visually when you go on like the lower settings to just see the world a little cleaner? But Karanari doesn't do it, so maybe it's not that important. Or maybe just the fact they can skip that entire section makes it not important, huh? At a certain point, you're just that good. Do we have any people on controllers? Yes, in the top 10. Although I don't know if there's anyone today who is. Let me look. It was... Oh, was it Haswa, I believe? But yeah, Haswa's the controller. I think Haswa's in, isn't it? No? No, maybe... Yeah. I thought so. So Haswa will be in, probably playing on controller. I don't know if Haswa will use any visual indication of that on their shared screen. But yes, Haswa is a controller user, which is nuts. It's crazy to be a controller because no one else is, right? Like, you're dealing with a whole other set of issues and advantages that you can't really ask anybody about necessarily. Like, how do I time this or that? Like, how does it work in terms of partial movements in order to have advantage? Where on a keyboard and mouse, like when I hit W, I'm hitting W, and that's just what it is. On this, when I hit forward, I'm hitting forward or partial forward or so on. And so that's a whole other thing to learn. And yet, I mean, clearly it's possible. A sub 10, or sub 3, I should say, sub 10. A sub 3 with controller is possible. So Haswa's run, and you can see again, yeah, Haswa plays on sort of lower settings. I don't know if that's maybe computer related, or if that's just like maybe there's some advantage visually, or they're more used to it. That, like, I'm not sure what the reason is behind that. I've thought about it though. Yeah, maybe bushes are less noticeable or something. But Haswa will be playing. Let's see, we get Metalex versus Blank. Metalex super consistent on 315, 330. Blank playing, I think, safer on the top part of the map, if I'm not mistaken. Metalex also does, though. I think it was only Lostless and Karanari so far that skip, that do the like alt gap skip, so, or just the gap skip, I should say. So Metalex versus Blank, and then Haswa. We will watch Haswa play with a controller against Loiloi. That's gonna be... I don't know. I mean, my brain says, I imagine me playing controller, and I think, yeah, this is gonna suck. This is gonna be like a wipeout. But it's not, because Haswa is actually also that fast, and so we'll see. I mean, we'll see. Maybe we'll even be able to see a little bit different style of gameplay. I'm not actually certain on that. We have 2 minutes 59 seconds. Maybe I can get a little bit of a closer look at how Haswa plays here, because you do have the controller inputs going on, but like, do they make any decisions very differently? I think I'm seeing from the controller inputs that it's mostly all in. I don't see like a lot of slight adjustments, but you do see slight adjustments of like the angling of the movement of the controller. So to just shift a little bit left and right in moments where it's important, probably technically that's got to be faster, right? But also, I mean, it's just a different thing, just a whole different thing. Yeah, you can see that like shifting is just a little different because they can do like, but not even just diagonals, but they just have like very full control. Oh, look at the movement in the air. I barely move in the air, and I don't think a lot of people do. I know Karinari does during the most hard trick in the game. You know, I'll call it that because that's what I think it is. But you see a lot of fine-tuned movement in the air coming from Haswa. Maybe just as a controller user, it makes more sense. Right, let's see. Do we have any controllers? Our previous top 1 record holder is also using controller. Ooh. Okay. Normally a huge controller stand, and I absolutely can't on this game compared to KBM. Yeah, a mouse and keyboard. Yeah, I've done some controller stuff, but I've not played a ton on it. I am surprised to see. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see someone not playing with the same as other people though. Like just because like I can watch Saucy's thing and learn from that. Haswa and like you're saying, the previous record holder must both be. They were just in at a time where there wasn't a lot of resource yet, I would think. Or maybe they just really like controllers. Because for me, like getting into it, if I was playing controller, I wouldn't be able to watch Saucy's. I could watch them, but I wouldn't be able to like take as much from Saucy's videos and things on it. 224. Yeah. I think what we'll see here will be a lot more air movement, if anything. Like that's the number one thing that I'm seeing from Haswa's playstyle. Oh, that roll in the air! It couldn't be me, man. It's scary. Okay. I mean, look at him go. He's still moving in the air, okay? Just can't help himself. Okay. How's the cake jumps here? Pretty ambitious. Pretty ambitious, but an understatement of the year. Ridiculous. Any input on the controller, we can make improvements for Elfengorix. Oh yeah, I think that would be good. Yeah, Elfengorix has played quite a bit of the game and played as a controller. That would be a good thing to get feedback on. So Karinari, here we go. So Loyoloi in 15 seconds. Loyoloi versus Blank. And again, Blank is, I think, going to play safer in some areas, at the very least, than Karinari would, but it just depends. But Metalex is too. So these are both, I think, slightly safer end players who should have pretty guaranteed times or wins. Loyoloi, Metalex? Yeah. Not Blank. Why am I thinking Blank? Loyoloi, Metalex, then Metalex Blank. Well, I think that's also true. Okay. For some reason, my brain skipped this match. Yeah, Loyoloi, Metalex, and then Metalex Blank, which I think should all be consistent players, but I could be wrong. Loyoloi, right. What was Loyoloi at? Like, similar. I think this should be a pretty close match. Okay.
I mean, of course, it's not been very long, but how are we doing?
Okay. Little desync on mic maybe, or a little bit of getting connected type thing.
Chat. Because we're now don't have a microphone.
Okay, so Loyoloi, Metalex. Yeah, Metalex. I wonder if Metalex. I'll watch here. I wonder if Metalex will try to go for any like gap skips, or if we're just very consistently staying on the top end. Like it's worked really well for Metalex so far. So I think if it ain't broke type thing, don't fix it. I think that's reasonable. Try going back to controller next time I play and see if I can articulate the experience in the Discord. Good call.
We should be good.
Appreciate you. Elfengorix has been such like a not to gush about things or whatever, but it was really interesting with Elfengorix, like meeting for the first time, or getting to know him for the first time in a way, and then going to his Discord and immediately seeing like the charity live stream thing that was just kind of get figured out, and then watching that, and like just very good experience meeting you here. Let's see.
Begin. We'll start in 5.
Here we go.
4.
Here we go.
3, 2, 1, go. Good luck.
There we go. Let it begin. You have Metalex versus Loyoloi. Metalex is a little bit ahead. It looks now. There's a little bit of time desyncing, so they're both at about the same spot. Metalex gets an awkward spot here into the rock. which I think is going to be a slight time loss, but they're both really good at recovering from their own different spots, so probably not a huge deal. They're both going top route. That's what I was expecting. Right, Metalex avoids the rock pretty well there. Loliloi, Metalex, yeah, still really spot on. I would say maybe a second advantage to... Well, shoot, no, I think they might actually just be at the exact same time on those bounces. Misses the cannon timing, which is going to give Loliloi an advantage because Metalex was trying to go for an even faster cannon timing by starting cannon early, but wasn't able to get inside quite in time. It happens to me all the time. I you know, very relatable experience. Okay, so 52-53. Loliloi misses the first attempt here, as does Metalex, so we are maintaining like an extremely tight race. It's gonna be the tightest race I've seen so far, up to this point at least. Crazy to watch. Crazy to watch earlier Karinari get 20-second behind and then recover all of it over the course of a round. Like, absurd, you know? But for this one, yeah, extremely tight race. There is no major fall behind and then recovery because both play well, consistently, and carefully. Okay. The lineup from Metalex is much further forward than I might expect, but it seems pretty clean. Loliloi up already onto bridge, though, as Metalex had one repeat for the wall jump. Okay, but they're both in the same spot because Loliloi gets one repeat for the bridge, so we are just exactly on time still. Is Loliloi doing a lineup for the first jump, or maybe that was just a little bit of a misinput or whatever? No! Oh, Metalex misses this, but doesn't have to recover by that much. Come on. Bring it back. Loliloi gets up to second jump, and that's going to be a big fall. Okay. Thankfully, Metalex did miss one of their jumps, which means it might not be over. But, oh no. Okay, now we're in fumble territory here because it is genuinely so overwhelming to miss that. Okay, Loliloi's going to try to catch up with this bridge. Oh, come on. Or ladder, I should say. Come on, Loliloi. Okay. Let the nerves out. Let the nerves out. Metalex is... Okay, yeah, Metalex has been spending a while on this top portion trying to get from pad to pad, which is giving a good amount of time to recover, but... it depends. It really depends. I mean, another set of kind of awkward movements there from Metalex in this area could allow Loliloi the time to recover because Loliloi is already on the second pad here, just landing onto it, but being at top of the bridge there, and getting up into the tower already, it's not super likely Loliloi does not miss that. So it makes me anxious too. I could tell the anxiety of please don't let this happen to me here. All right, Loliloi gets up onto the second, should I call it second ladder? I don't know if there's a technical term for that yet. But up onto there and onto the bridge, and okay, a little bit of fumbling at the end. Been there, done that for Metalex. And that might give Loliloi just a bit of extra time to catch up. But as long as we play fairly safe from Metalex here, as Metalex is good at doing, I think this is going to be in the bag. Yep, super safe, good. And then just walk it. But Loliloi is already up at the top of tower, not impossibly far behind, but as long as Metalex doesn't miss this cannon shot and takes it very smooth, very easygoing, I think this is in the bag. Let's see it. Loliloi gets to the top of tower. Yeah, awkward top of tower a little bit there, but we make it. Final cake, just don't play aggressive at all. Play the safest you've ever played. Don't miss either of these two jumps, and there you go. Okay, excellent. Ooh. All right. Okay, come on. Loliloi. I think Loliloi here gets under a 5 minute. Very relatable for me. Ooh, okay, don't miss that. Nice. Yes, finish your time. You got this. 4:23. Yeah, this is going to be about a 4:59. Genuinely, it's going to be so close to 5. No. It'll be like a 4:50 or 4:45. 4:50. I want to say 4:50. Let's say 4:50 here. 4:37, 4:38. Play even somewhat safe here, and you've got yourself a 4:45. Yeah. Okay. Sweet. There was some time gap there. There was some fumbling. So both people were definitely anxious at different points in the run. They both had advantage at different points in the run. But that bigger fall from Loi was unfortunately, just a bit too much of a reset, I think, to recover from without like a really major fall as well from Metalex. Fair. I mean, well done to both though. You're both faster than me with this time, which is not a PB or an attempt at it. So, well done. But yeah, that's tough. Okay, not bad though. You know, I think that's from Medalex there, about 30 seconds down from the fastest. So assuming Medalex is able to get back around the 3:30 to 3:15 time. It's going to depend. I mean, a lot of things depend here, right? I haven't seen Loyoloy a ton yet, but I think they both can get around a 3:30 today. I would expect that's very possible. It's just going to depend on how it plays. Yeah, very much depend on that. Listen in. We're getting set up. We're getting ready. Oh, man. Oh, I want to see. I want to see. I want to see Loyoloy do well here, I think, even though I think Medalex either way is awesome, but I want to see Loyoloy. I want to see a tight match where both get one, because we haven't seen that yet. It's been 3 points so far. It'd be better, of course, for the winner. I guess in this case, it'd be better for Medalex to get a 3-0, a clean win. But I want to see it because they were just so intensely tight there for the first two acts. Like, they were just exactly on top of each other until wall jump. Really. And even at wall jump, one did a slower wall jump, one did a slower ladder, and it allowed both of them to still be at the same spot right there, which is most of the run. It's just that yeah, the spots you're most likely probably to really mess up. I would say the ladder, or not the ladder, the two spots that are the hardest are probably going to be the 3 pads, because if you miss one of those, it's a really bad thing. Like, you can't miss it and just kind of recover very easily. And then maybe even more than that would be the tower. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing here, is that those two spots are super possible to cause resets. But we're back into the next one. Next attempt here, Loyoloy versus Medalex. I'm expecting, again, to be pretty close together, because they both play very similar approaches to this part. We're going to climb the top part, super consistent. Worked out for Medalex last time, so there's not a reason for him to reconsider it. I wonder if he would reconsider it if he got a loss. I don't think it'd be worth it, though, honestly. It's pretty consistent. And the time difference is not huge, right? Like, you're still sitting... Like you can see here, Medalex is going to have a 35, 34-ish into cannon, and then that's really fast. You can only really get maybe 7 seconds faster, in theory, going a more optimal path, so just not a lot of reason to try it. We're sitting at 47 at the wall. Loyoloy just a couple seconds behind, but not far, 49 at the wall. Medalex in cannon and launching at 54. Loyoloy launching at 56, still 2 seconds. Yeah, no one is as tight as this at this point in the game. And they've done it both times this tight. Oh, a really unfortunate bounce, genuinely. Like, if you're straight up like that, that almost never happens. I think I like unluck, you know? I don't want to say it because it is mechanically the game is super precise, so it's not exactly unluck, but like, come on. Strategically, that doesn't happen. Okay, Medalex makes it up to the bridge. Come on, Loyoloy, you got this. You make it up. Okay, first attempt at the wall. Fantastic. We get up towards the bridge. We're going to get a straight up bridge jump immediately. Let it land. It does. Not too far behind, but yeah, that bounce really is keeping a solid distance. Went from 2 seconds up now, I would say, to maybe 8 seconds. Loyoloy gets the bounce off, straight 2 seconds spot, get a fast lineup, come on. Come on, the new customization system will work perfectly for the tournaments. Oh, that's exciting. I saw something about that. Is that just like you can customize your skins to look all kinds of different ways? Because that would be awesome. I've been thinking about whether or not to like try to look and see who has what skin and be a little more original than my gamer dude skin, but also I just earned it, okay? I gotta revel in it a little bit. We've got Loyoloy getting up to... Ooh, really awkward bridge here. Come on. Okay, there you go. Recovered. But Medalex is already at the higher point of it. You know, they're not far away from each other, though. Loyoloy just needs to hit this pretty cleanly. Yes, actually really clean. Nice wall climb there. And then, but Medalex is already at the top. We're still sitting at maybe 10 seconds apart. Okay. But if Medalex has any awkwardness here, it's recoverable. It's just whether or not Medalex does, because I don't... Oh, and Loyoloy is having a little more awkwardness. I would say we're probably sitting closer to 12, 15 seconds behind now. Okay, we make it up top. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. We got this, Loyoloy. Recover this. Yeah, but Medalex is there. Just gotta not fall at the cake. which is like disproportionately challenging because it's actually not mechanically challenging, but it's so terrifying that it makes you mess up. Come on, there you go. Okay, 308 is really clean. Like, this Loi time would... Oh, it hurts, dude. It hurts. But that Loi time, assuming we make it into the cannon there, would have beaten both of them last time. So it was still fairly tight. They do such a good job of staying right on each other's tails, though, up through the second cannon. Like, it's so close up to that point. It's just this third area. I mean, third area, that's a classic, right? Third area throws a bar into the system. A wrinkle. Listen in here a little bit.
All right, there we go.
It'll be 3 points to Metalex.
We are here.
I'll have that playing. See what we were kind of saying. 3 points to Metalex, which puts Metalex up to 6.
Another match 2-0 here, so you have
actually crazy. So, but let's see what that means though, right? Because Karanari beat Metalex for all 3, so Metalex is just having a lot of rounds back to back. Like, it might look like, okay, 6 to Karanari's 3 to Lulule's 3. Like, this is a massive advantage, and it is good. Metalex is doing extremely well, but Karanari's only had 1 attempt, and so with 2 more attempts from Karanari, with each person getting 2 more attempts, it could end out with Karanari at 9 at the most. Lululoi will have another chance for 2 attempts out of the 3 to have 6 as well. So Lululoi and Metalex are technically still at the same level, as long as Lululoi is able to do well in their matches. Karanari, of course, has potential to do even better, and then everyone else, I would say, so like Lossless and... Well, I guess we're still fairly early, but I would say, like, Lossless is going to have to win a good amount in order to, let's see, it would be 1, 2, are there 2 matches left with Lossless? If he wins both those matches, he can have a maximum of 6 points. Wins them handily. Ooh. But it's not impossible, right? Because Lossless was so close to a sub-3 in 2 different matches, so a sub-3 would have beaten out any of Karanari's runs, and would also be just very challenging to try to go against for anybody in the board, so... Let's see. Let's check here what's kind of going on. We custom skins, but we want 100 plus skins. Let's see. Let me look over here. For the skins, no custom skins, but we will have 100 plus skins throughout 8 different skin categories, like covers. Oh, covers, faces, charms, accessories. Right. A lot of individuality in that way. That makes sense. Yeah. More like Repo or Lethal Company or something like that, where you can kind of adjust the individual components of the face and be individual that way. Even if you both have the same clown face, for example, one person could have cat ears and another person could have a big top hat. So that makes sense. Yeah, I wonder what people will choose. Like, if something is super visually, like, kind of gets in the way, I guess that won't be chosen. But people do choose to take the little, like, tag thing, which I haven't gotten yet. I don't even know what that is. And so there is that little, like, tag thing people wear, even though that could be seen as kind of getting in the way. It seems like people like it. I don't know if it's because it helps with lineups or what the reason is, but let's check here.
We need an official explanation. So, like, what happened here was that it swapped. Because, like, by having because the art of the fact that I had to swap Loi from the top right of the last round into the lower round means that like the Loi screen never moved actually.
Wait. Wait. Was that Loi and not Metalex?
So basically, that actually all happened in reverse. We were living in an alternate timeline.
Whoa. Okay.
We were living in an alternate timeline.
That's a shock to the
where
system.
The commentary was reverse. It was opposite day, I guess. but it was actually the other way.
Okay. So that means, wow, I'm glad I caught that.
Quadruple.
What the heck? Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's switch these around then. So Metalex will now be sitting at 3 with Loi at 6, which, if I'm not mistaken, that's Loi's second win with no losses, which actually means Loi is just entirely wins so far. So now the fight between Karanari and Loi is actually going to be massively important, because if the two of them actually are the most consistent fast runners, then that could be the deciding factor. We now currently, we do have 2 people that I would expect Karanari might win everything that they do all throughout. Like, it's very possible because they're the top runner, and they were very consistent here. Of course, again, like, they didn't get a sub 3, but no one else has yet actually pulled it off. Lossless was very close twice. So yeah, very possible then that Lololoi will be able to fairly consistently beat people, and then Karanari will have to maybe win via a direct combat. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, we haven't seen other players run entirely yet, right? Haswa is going to be playing controller against Loi. We'll kind of see how that goes. Metalex has still got Blank, which is going to be an exciting one because I think both of them play fairly safe, if I remember correctly, which will be, again, a good like, it could go either way situation. Man, fascinating. Look up Saucy's guide on down patching to get a tag charm. Oh, it's down patching. Okay, I see. Yeah, I haven't messed with that because usually I just like to play kind of whatever is current, whatever's currently relevant or whatever. I like, maybe it's still relevant to play the old patches of things, but I usually just stick to current patches. But to get a charm, that would be a nice thing. Yeah, that's a good bet. Okay, so yeah, next up will be Metalex versus Blank. So Metalex is, I guess, won this one and lost these two, but if he wins this one and could still win, is there another Metalex after this point? Look through here. So he'd be able to get a max of 6 points. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be tricky because I think no one's going to get more than 9, but maybe someone, the most you could possibly get would be, I think, 12, right? So Karanari could win, for example, here, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you could, in theory, get all 4 wins there. Lololoi still has the possibility of doing that, but would have to win against Karanari. That's how it's designed. That makes sense. And then we'll see Blank for the first time here and kind of see where Blank lines up within all this. And then Haswa as well right after. And I Drew That will be a little later, after the Karanari Lololoi duel, which will be a really interesting one. We'll get I Drew That and then Saucy not until further in. Okay. But yeah, well done Lololoi there. what a twist. What a twist. I didn't realize. So Metalex versus Blank now will be the next one to focus on. We looked at Blank already to see kind of where Blank is at. And then, let's see. People that aren't in this, in the top 10, we actually have, like, within the top 11. So Blank is the 11th place, which we saw there's the barely getting under 3, but did successfully get under 3 there. Metalex is in 9th with a 57. Then Haswa at 54. Their times are really close. Let's see. Rinks isn't in, but Lololoi will be in. Saucy will be in. Losty, I Drew That, and Karanari. So William Duck and Rinks and Jason are the 3 that aren't in from the top 11. Okay. Interesting. So now I think, because we're going to have a little bit of time betwixt the rounds and the battling, I'd like potentially, because I think I've talked about a lot of things I really want to talk about with the game itself and with the tricks and the challenges. It might make sense to open up Trello here because I want to show off and talk about a little bit indie games. And also I'll set a timer just because I want to make sure I don't miss anything because I really want to be on the ball here. 12:59, 1:29, and 1. So one thing is Outward 2. Look up Saucy's. Oh, and also the guide patches. It would be. I'll have to. Maybe I'll note that somewhere in Discord. General. Let's see. Look at Saucy's down patching to get gem. To get tag/charm. Appreciate that. So if I go to YouTube lists here, game trailers, Outward 2. I'd like to give a little bit of a look. If I do Steam, so if you've ever played Outward, this is going to be a derail a little bit while we wait between, just because there's about a 10-minute wait between matches. So let's go Outward 2. I don't know. Yeah, maybe there isn't a trailer up yet for Outward 2, but I was given access to like an early look at a game. Outward itself, I guess we can look at. Bang. Is it not on Steam? I'm not seeing Outward. Outward 2. Oh yeah, because you have to like download it separately. Okay, whatever. So Outward 2, the first Outward game was all about like exploring this big open world. But the idea was that you are not a, like if you played Skyrim or something like that, you're not a warrior with like a dragonborn or like some hero destined to succeed. You're instead a sort of, wait, actually, if there's 10 minutes between, maybe I don't set timers like this because 10 minutes from now is going to be 12:50. So they're playing a little differently. They're doing 10-minute timers between instead of being set times. So I'll just do a timer for 6 minutes. Okay. So Outward, again, Outward is kind of this open world. You play as a just normal person instead of being like this epic hero destined for victory. And Outward 2 came out, or is going to come out soon, and has like a closed beta thing that I'm actually going to show off on my channel sometime soon here if I can in the next couple days. It's my only window to do it. But go to Outward 2. But here
Welcome to this top.
And I will pause my music and we can watch this a little bit and then get
5
back
of tips for Outward 2. Tip 1. Check your vitals. Outward is a game that stimulates the life of an ordinary adventurer in a very hostile world. You need to take care of your basic needs. Eating well, staying hydrated, and getting enough sleep is the foundation of survival.
I think that element, I'm okay. I'm okay with it. It's not like the most exciting thing in the world, but I do like the idea of kind of having to take care of yourself, scavenge, and be aware of where things are around a map. But
you can also boost your strength further by drinking potions or coating your weapons with the right varnish.
But a cool component is that Outward has always been about having like a 2-player, so you have you and maybe another player that are both also exploring this world. And if I want to, I can go one direction, they can go another direction, I believe, and you can just be like on opposite sides of the map messing around, or you can like meet up and fight fights together. But
fire, electricity.
I haven't seen the trailer for this second game yet. I played the first game a decent amount.
2. Drop your bag. In Outward, your backpack is your best friend. In combat, though, it can quickly turn into your worst enemy. When a fight breaks out, drop your backpack so you can roll and better preserve your stamina.
Stamina is massively important. I think I had an experience with this game, with the first game, where you leave a starting town and you just kind of wander around. Let me get my music playing here. You just kind of like there's no like direction of where to go. You're just in a world. So I start going in this certain direction, and there's a bunch of enemies out there, and I'm fighting them, and you run out of stamina so fast. If you take damage, it's really hard to heal. So I started just doing a thing where I would go back inside and then kind of go outside, camp around a little spot, and shoot a bunch of times, try to get enemies down. But they're so aggressive. Like, when you're early into the game, you're so weak. And also getting arrows is really hard because you have to, like, kill them, take their arrows to have enough arrows to shoot. If you shoot an arrow, it's gone. And so, like, it's really tight on resources. It's a super challenging game, is the idea. But then, like, when you start to make progress, now you're stronger. So unlike Skyrim, where, you know, you leave an area and now you're fighting bandits, but all the bandits are as strong as you are because it's designed to just always increase in difficulty to match you. Like, the world is harder in certain areas, and so you're just trying to grow and become a hero as someone who starting out is really super weak, and regular bandits can just kind of pick you apart. You know, of course, timing your dodges and like playing well will help as well there. But
see what happens when I keep it on. Whew. Tip 3: keep your pockets full. Since you'll be fighting without your bag, make sure you have everything you need in your pockets. Health and stamina potions, bandages, bullets for your pistol, and a shield for when you need it. Tip 4: loot smartly. Read every recipe you find, and never be afraid to sell things you don't need right away. If it won't.
This is a nice trailer, but it's a little bit like wordy. It's okay to have one that's wordy, but I wonder if maybe this one.
Hello there. I am Mr. Potato, your dedicated.
Whatever I expected it to be, I was wrong. Okay, Mr. Potato is gonna. Okay.
Performance expert and technical analyst here at 9 Dot Studio.
What is going on? Okay.
Yep.
Huh.
Okay. As you can see, Outward.
I guess it's kind of cute though. It's kind of nice that they're going for this, but this is crazy. I was sort of hoping for a gameplay trailer. But yeah, visually I'm expecting it's going to be pretty good, but it's going to be in like very beta format, so maybe there's not a ton of great visuals to show off yet is the idea. So we're doing a potato guide. All right, fair enough. So the enemies do look pretty cool though. Like even if it is in an early phase, it does look like it's going to be already pretty visually nice. Oh, here we go. Make sure I'm keeping track here. Okay, 2 minutes and seconds.
To create Outward, we asked ourselves, what would it be like to live the life of a common adventurer? How does it play out when ordinary people must achieve extraordinary things?
Yeah, this premise is so nice. Definitely a fan. Because I think there's something to this that not a lot of games go for, where normally they do want to make you, it's like a power fantasy, and there's a power fantasy element here too, but like if you've ever played Kenshi, for example, there's not a lot of games like Kenshi, where you start as just something, And like it could be a person, or it could be just like a scrap robot guy or whatever. And there's a big open world with a ton of really scary enemies in it, and you just have to navigate and survive in it. Go to towns, build up economies, or focus on combat or whatever you want to do. Like it's very open ended. I think that's what's good about Outward. But instead of being a top down perspective where you could almost RTS your way through and have a ton of allies and stuff, it's more like solitary or like you and a friend. Which I don't know, it's a good selling point. I think they do a good job of making me want to play it. I don't know if Outward, like the first Outward did reasonably well, but it was no Skyrim, like Skyrim was massive. So I'm kind of hoping Outward 2 will do really well because it's just like, it's a good idea and it's a large investment, right? Like a massive open world, well-defined, having things close enough together to keep things interesting, but the world open enough to feel real. Like these are all challenging things to get done right. And for an indie studio or a smaller studio, it's just awesome. It's awesome to see someone try.
To us, immersion is much more compelling than empowerment. We let intensity be defined by the calm that came before. A time to ponder.
Oh, stealth. Right.
What does it take to vanquish what is bigger and meaner than you? It's going to take everything you got.
Yeah. Super cool. This trailer is nice. I feel like they should move this trailer back to the front. It's honestly such a good trailer. I think I watched that one a while back. But let's go ahead now, just in case I'll mute this tab in case it swings wide. But we have 30 seconds left before the Metalex versus Blank. Metalex versus Blank. I don't know if I watched Karanari play. I guess it's good though. We can just watch Eternal for the most part. Like I do like the idea of watching like maybe Saucy. Once Saucy is live, I might watch because I know their face cam's going to be in there and they'll kind of watch have more of a live reaction. But Eternal's done a really good job of having it all very on the screen and kind of easy to look at and understand. So I appreciate how this is set up. I didn't know if it was going to be just one screen at a time, flipping back and forth between it with just like Discord calls, or I mean like this is much more well set up. Okay.
Again, for the fourth match
Metalex versus
of
Blank.
Metalex, who last time we got a little bit confused. I guess we hit our head too hard. We didn't quite know what player it was, but I guess Metalex is us all. But this time I can pinky Omega promise. All right, that these are.
Yeah, Metalex was the friends we made along the way, as it turned out. Yeah, that was a bit chaotic, but like, what can you do? I mean, these things happen, and it's very well produced here, very well put together.
They're right there. All right, okay.
But I'm sure they'll be careful of this in the following, like, because I know there's going to be another tournament, or they're talking about another tournament sometime in the future, which will be cool. And I also like something that I'm considering. Maybe I'm not like. Like these runners are all faster than me, and I've just gotten into it super recently, so I'm not like in the scene super well yet. But I was thinking about suggesting or talking about is like so they're talking about in the server and like within this tournament, this is just the people that are under 3 minutes, and so it's like 8 people that are all insanely talented at like have a ton of hours in the game, sure, but also there's a lot of people who have maybe maybe a 6-minute time or a 4-minute time or whatever, who might like. Me versus someone with a 6-minute time is not guaranteed because that 6-minute person and me, like we both are not guaranteed to get a really fast time. Like these guys have 30-second differences, but when you start to get towards 6 minutes, 10 minutes, even in that area, they're people that have a good amount of experience, but they've not done 1,000 attempts at every single trick, right? So there's a lot more tricks that I might fail and that might have a pretty important impact on, or someone with with a couple minutes slower, or maybe a minute faster even. So I think it might make sense though, but like comparing these guys against someone like me, I could just not, I would never win a single one of these matches, most likely, unless for some reason someone fell, but I don't think people would be taking as risky of attempts if they knew they were going against someone who's not going to get much lower than a 5. But if we had, like, let's say there's like a turn, like 2 tournaments, like 2 simulcast tournaments, or like two simultaneous tournaments maybe, or somehow close together, where you have the people that are like this, and then you have a tournament that's like people that are above 4 minutes. I don't know. I mean, or people above even 3 minutes. I don't know. Like something like that, where you have a more open invitation, but it's excluding people that are just crazy fast, but guaranteeing those people also have their chance in the sun, having their own tournaments. But here we go. want to listen, or not listen, but I guess watch this part now. We're getting into the actual runs here. Blank versus Metalex. So just some way to get people involved, but in a way where their average time of 3:30 isn't something I'm necessarily going to be fighting against. Although some people might be fine with that. Metalex manages to make this skip. Oh, not quite. Ooh. Okay, so Blank is going the very safe route. Metalex decided to spice it up because maybe he just knows that they're both at around the same time, and unlike the Lololoy thing, he's like, I just need a little extra time. I'm going to have to take a bit of a riskier gamble to try to make sure that I get a win. But regardless of that, they are actually at the same time point right now. Metalex would be about 10 seconds ahead had that skip just gone a little bit smoother. Maybe 5 seconds, I mean, to be honest, but I think around 10 is fair. Almost like speedrun weight classes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, speedrun weight classes. I think it'd be a good bet, because as much as I can understand, like, anyone can mess up type of thing, most of the time they are hitting a 3:30 or above, or like better. I could not hit. I can't hit reliably a 4 or a 5. like if I was playing right now and I had to get a run right now as fast as I could, but guaranteeing that I get at least an acceptable time, you're probably talking a sub 7. And to me, that's like really good because I just started not so long ago. But also, my best time is a sub 5. So like, there's a big gap there that exists for sure. That I think is just not surmountable through luck. Where like with this, easily luck, or like, not luck exactly, but circumstance, I guess, can change it. All right, Blank and Metalex, how are we doing right now? So they're really on each other's tails. This is the second bounce pad for both. This one should be the easiest to hit. Metalex having to line it up a little bit here. Yep, they both make it. I mean, that's not surprising. Second bounce pad of the 3 is, it's not the easiest trick in the world, but it's far easier than the other 2 bounce pads. But both make the third bounce pad, which is probably the hardest bounce pad to do. So that's good. I mean, first and third are arguable, but both here at about the same time. Metalex fumbles this a little bit, but it's not run ending. Just have to recover. Okay, Blank has made it to the top of bridge. Metalex, this is, those ropes are really risky to, it's scary, but I think Metalex knows that having missed the trick earlier probably is also maybe overestimating the amount of behind that he is. But it's a reasonable bet. Yeah, like, if I don't play this part really fast, I am just doomed, so I'm feeling the pressure. Let's see. Blank, though, is in the later part. I think it's possible Blank could mess something up. We've seen it happen before from runners, so it's not over, but there's, what do I want to say here? I would say, what is like 20 seconds, 25 second gap here, probably? Okay. Maybe not quite. Nah, it probably is. Something like that. Blank makes the cannon. Yeah. Fair. I mean, definitely time pressure there for Metalex. There were a couple different spots. I think the early game, I wonder if that played a big role in psyching him out, because he was actually just like on the money. Like they were still tied up together. But when I miss something, even if I haven't lost a ton of time, sometimes I reset because I'm just like, this sucks, right? Like if I'm gonna land at like 50 seconds to the first cannon and I mess something up kind of majorly, but I sort of kind of recovered it, I might still cancel, even though 50 seconds isn't bad for me. It's not bad. So I wonder if that played any role mentally or not so much. But there you have it. We have a win from Blank in 3:30, which is, I think that's right around where these two runners are going to average for whichever one wins.
I mean, the players, hello to the players here. Again, I won't be really capable of communicating with Blank, because as far as I'm aware, Blank cannot hear me through Discord. So in this case, I'll just say GG's on the runs. In this case, Metalex, I'm curious, I guess to ask here, now that this is like your last match here, like your fourth one, like, would you say that it's getting a lot? Like, would you say that this has been a lot of gameplay that you're doing, or are you still feeling relatively good? Especially if you were playing earlier in the day and all that stuff.
That was against Blank. Yeah, I guess it is. I guess this is the final.
Can be a lot of flipping.
Metalex? I was thinking Metalex is how I've been saying it, but Metalex. This is the final Metalex
Oh, you couldn't hear me? Oh, well.
Oh, well, there you go. What can you do? So this is the final Metallics battle. It's all down to this. What do we have? So if he wins here, he can have 6 points. No, his max now is 5. But if he wins this next one and the one after, he could have 5 points. But Blank is really hoping to get a full knockout here because that 3 points. If you don't get that 3 points, right, like you're kind of not able to keep up as well. But Blank is guaranteed at least 1 point for himself, which is a good thing. Let's go here. Blank, at least 1. We'll see, though. Yeah, there's definitely no guarantee. There's not, a clear difference in skill between the two here at all. I think, for either of these players going against Karanari would be kind of fighting a disadvantage. Very possible to win anyway, but against each other, I think this is very even. There's really no guessing which way it's going to go. Blank also did really well there, though. If you think about it, 330, his record is a 259. That's not very far apart. 30 seconds on, with all the pressure and everything, and in one attempt. That's quite good. Okay, let's listen in here.
Ever so slightly louder, but no more louder than this. All right.
Yeah, audio seems quite good to me as well. I mean, I guess, well...
I'll do countdown.
I am, bumping up the audio from my end of everything and then lowering other audios, my music audio down, but it's loud enough you can hear it, and then if you want to turn it into a video, you could always edit after the fact. But let's get it started here. So now the second match between Blank and Metallics. I'll try to say Metallics because I think Metallics is probably how it's pronounced. Metallics gets a very clean start there, and yeah, 3 jumps straight into that spot, and you don't even have to do any more lineups because you're going straight across here. Metallics must just be quite consistent on this, and does get it this time. So last time they ended out at Canada at the same time, despite Metallics taking the better pathing, but this time will not go that way. Because Metallics took the better pathing and successfully did it, got that jump in. 1 missed jump there is the only difference, though, which means the amount of time advantage might not be insanely high, but it is going to be a few seconds at minimum. I can make sure that I don't have any alarms that are going off. Good. Okay, so 447, 48. Wait. Okay, yeah. Blank is getting to it in. Oh, there's a good amount of lag going on from Blank, but what can you do? I mean, it's like a little stream shuddering. It's not really a huge deal. 103. Metallics is really pushing this time. 108 to the wall? That's fast. Okay. But maybe only, 4 seconds faster than Blank, so they're both on a really nice pace, but Metallics does have advantage. Ooh, until Blank managed to get the wall, and Metallics is not getting it yet. Ooh. Yeah, the wall jumps, there's an angling thing that can happen where, you jump up into the wall, and you get your couple jumps, but the back part of your phone is just a bit too far away, it feels like, and so you're getting more of a jump off the wall, a more direct bounce away rather than an upward jump. That's kind of how it feels to me anyway. But yeah, super clean. Metallics managed to get a first try on the top of ladder there. However, they're both on breakneck speed. Blank misses the third bounce pad, I think that is. Yeah, third bounce pad, which is kind of the hardest one, so you'd rather undershoot it than overshoot it, and that's sort of what happened there, I believe. Or I guess shoot left a little bit so you avoid the overshoot. Metallics does hit, though, their third bounce pad, which means that the pacing should be close again. Not far off, yeah. Metallics at bottom of bridge around where Blank is at top. Okay. Blank, yes, does manage to get it. Does manage to get the bounce up to second level. Metallics gets it much faster, though, which puts them even closer together. And now can Metallics have a pretty clean entry here? That would, does have a clean entry, which means they're basically at the same spot. There is a little time gap, so I do think Blank has maybe 2 seconds advantage. But nothing major at all. Oh, Blank. Oh no. Okay. Well, there is a 2-second difference. So if you look at the timer in their top left, so oh man, yeah, Blank fumbles here. I was just thinking, yeah, this might actually come down to your cannon pathing, but barely it doesn't because Blank's got a missed jump there. Well, now I guess Metallics has to not let the pressure of what's going on affect these cake jumps. does make it happen. Okay, 320. Yeah, 320. And that's a 1-1. That's our first 1-1 of the day. They are tied currently. Nicely done, Metallics. Wow. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking like this, it was genuinely down to maybe a 2-second difference at most by the time they would be getting to cannon. And with that, it would all come down to Cake Run, which is going to be the nightmare, a nightmare for anyone. Like, honestly, no one should even be trying to do Cake fast because it's not been that close a single time. And it almost was that close, but it still wasn't. So I think, yeah, strategically, it might make some sense to just ignore Cake, like running fast on Cake and do like a somewhat slow Cake. But in that situation, it would have made all the difference. So, who's to say? So that puts Metallics up 1. I'm getting Metallics up to 4 points. So Blank is going to... We'll see. Now that this next one, this is going to be a best of 3 situation where there will not be a break between this and the next run because... Or the next set of players, because there is a third match that we've made room for. So it looks like we're doing... Which I guess makes sense, right? So far, there's been like a 10-minute break between... I wonder if they will do a 10-minute break between. Maybe they still will, just to make sure everyone's got time to get all set up. But so far, we've been a little ahead on time on each match. So like right now, my time is 1:03, and we just did the second part of Metallics X Blank, which normally would be the end, meaning we'd have 10-minute break and then have our 1:30 at like 1:10. However, because it was a tie, now there's 1 extra match to do in between. So we'll see. All right, Metallics X Blank. Oh. Gonna be tough because a tough thing here too though is like for Blank, what that means is that if either Karanari or Loiloi get all 4, well, I guess it couldn't anyway because Blank is gonna have to go against each of them. Well, how do I think about this? Yeah, he's gonna have to go against each of them. So there's always gonna be, I guess, if either one of them gets all 3 or gets 3 of their 4. Then Blank's getting 2 points here instead of 3 points might be the difference maker that allows either Karanari or Loiloi to entirely lose 1 match. And so, if Blank gets 2 here and then wins 2 and loses 1, then Karanari could win 2 more and lose 1 entirely and beat him, despite it being a very, very tight match outside of that. Okay. Like, even if Blank wins against Karanari, they could still lose overall because of just this. Assuming, but maybe Metallics gets 2 points here. I guess either way, that's how it would work. Very interesting. Yeah, our first 1-1. Will this be the only 1-1 of today, or are we going to see a lot more of that happening soon? But here we go. Metallics versus Blank. They have started. Maybe Blank plays it that way because of like slight computer slowdowns, because I did notice that the rendering in seemed to take like just a little bit longer than I would have expected there, which might mean that there's like lower processing power or something like that as a reason. Metallics misses the jump. Okay, we're down 20 seconds to that. However, Blank is having a nightmare of a time getting up this first wall, which can also happen, but is I think the first time we've seen that today so far. I think someone else did it once. I just wasn't looking super closely at it because the other person was doing crazy things too. Karanari was trying to go for a crazy skip, I think, at the time. So about the same situation, really. So both of them are going to reach bounce pad at 45. So that is the difference. There's like a 2-second difference in their stream times or whatever, but they both reach bounce pad at the same time. Cannon launch from Metallics is 58, 57 for Blank, maybe even 56. So there was a little bit of a speed difference in how quickly they got in cannon there, clearly. Let's see where we're at when we get to the cannon here. Both of them make that jump, but Blank is going to get in cannon faster again, which is still about a 1 or 2 second advantage for Blank. So cannon entry is going to be what Blank wins off of if everything else is equal. But it is only like a couple seconds difference, so it's not that important. Okay. Ooh, don't overshoot it. Good. Hate falling there. That is like such a time loss if you fall down those stairs. It's a rare thing, but it can happen. Barely caught it there, Blank, but did catch it. They both catch it, which is important. Blank missing it there would be a pretty big setback. All right. They both line up and manage to not quite reach top of tower for Blank. Metallics does make it. Blank gets it on second attempt, so not a huge time loss, but a little bit. Okay. Metallics hits it at 58. Blank hits it at 59, so there's still 1 second different. got a dip. This is fantastic, dude. Fantastic commentary. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for coming on, Elfingorex. Thanks for sticking around with me for a span here. It's been a blast to have you. 10 to 11. Metallics now takes advantage. I missed exactly where that happened, but probably just slightly different mounting of bounce pads, really. Blank. Okay. We get it. Get onto the stairs pretty quickly there. It looked like it might have been an awkward situation, but it wasn't too bad. But this is... I really hate going onto the... Like, mounting from the ropes, to me, seems inconsistent. However, if you mount from the edge, like the wooden edge there, there's also some things that can fumble you up. But Metallics did fall, which means there's a lot of room here. Blank manages, was a little behind, but that behind is no longer. However, Metallics does still have the chance to recover it. Like, he's not that far behind. It's going to require some awkward movement from Blank, though. But Metallics is only behind by, what do you want to say, like 5 seconds, really. It's not that much of a gap. And that can be made up in a number of ways. Metallics fumbling a little here. Okay, a lot here on the bottom of the tower. Or not tower, or whatever. Bottom of the top part. Bottom of the tree house, maybe. Okay. But, yeah, Blank makes that jump. I was going to say, yeah, like, let's say Metallics goes for the cannon, like the long jump skip there to the cannon, and Blank doesn't. That might be all you really need to make back a good chunk of this time. But because Blank did go for it and did make it, it's not going to happen. Metallics gets to fall there. Fair enough. Yeah, honestly, that's been less consistent for these runners than I was expecting, because I always struggled with it a lot, but I thought maybe I was just kind of bad at it, but it is hard, clearly. It's a very challenging skip. Okay. But with that, you have a 2-1 in Blank's advantage, which means that, and the 2-1, the single point differences might not make any difference here. If someone maybe gets like all 4, I think only one person can get all 4, so that person would have a massive advantage if they can, which is either at this point going to be Karanari or Loi Loi from the people who've played so far, but could also end up being someone we haven't seen yet. Hazwa, I drew that Saucy, for example. Yeah, really could be any of them, but most likely, I mean, Karanari's shown so far to be very, very fast. It just depends on these new people how they'll manage. But that puts you up to 2 points Blank, and it was 1 point Metallics. 1 point Metallics. There we go. All right. Okay. 2 points Blank. Wait. 3 points. No, it should be 2, right? Blank's only done 1 match, right? 2? Yeah. So 2 points Blank, 1 point Metallics. And the next one is going to be Haswa, who is our only controller player against Loi Loi. Loi Loi needs this win in order to have, basically, how would you say this? If Loi Loi gets this win and gets 1 point against Karanari, Karanari has to play absolutely perfectly from there in order to beat Loi Loi, or else Loi Loi will, I believe, just win. So Loi Loi just needs at least 1 point against Haswa to make things just or I guess it needs to win against Haswa and then have at least a point against Karanari in order to make things just pretty impossible for Karanari. Not impossible, but extremely challenging. So we'll see. What are we at here? GG's to Metallics as well. Good games. Yeah, well done to everyone there. That was very, very close set of fights. It is cool to see people go against Metallics so far. Like, largely Metallics has been the universal constant, I guess I would say, for people going against someone who is like close up with them. We have Metallics versus Loi Loi, I believe it was, and then Metallics versus Blank. We're both extremely tight because Metallics is a very consistent player who hits around a 330 or a 320, and so for Loi Loi and Blank, they just have to be kind of consistent as well, where Metallics versus Karanari is very much less predictable because Karanari can hit anywhere from a 330 to like a 305, I would say, so far at least, just based on whether there's like a major reset. So yeah, very interesting. Keeps it close for sure. Let's see if there's any post-game commentary.
In a little bit.
All right, let's hear here. So Haswa, Loi Loi in 10 minutes. They're going to get set up for that. And during that time, once more, so for Outward 2, I'm going to go ahead and put Outward 2 at the top. because Flipping is Hard, I guess we've already done or we're doing today. But Outward 2, I'd like to get to in the next couple days because that's the only window of opportunity that I have because the game will be exiting its closed beta playtest situation in a couple days on the 8th. So we'll put that up there. Project Deja Vu. Probably that's like the biggest one that I wanted to get to. Make sure I got to today and talked about was Outward 2, just because it's probably close upcoming here. Project Deja Vu. Let's see what you are. Deja Vu. What is this? We'll look at the full game. Yeah, this one looked pretty cool. Let's go ahead and pause my music and raise this up. Is there audio for the trailer? Maybe not. So Project Deja Vu. Oh, right, no, there is. It's just that I muted it. Apologies. I apologize for your ears, the safety of your ears. That was definitely super peaking. Let me go back down because my bad. Apologies there. All right, here we go. There we go, much better. So I've got it raised up a ton on my Go XLR. I'm so sorry. But I've got it super raised up on my Go XLR to make sure that the audio is super hearable here, which I usually don't raise or adjust at all because I can just raise audio. But for this, I have to a little bit. And then for this one, I was like, oh, I can't hear it. Let's just go ahead and put it at the top. Somehow it didn't register in my brain that clicking that button would be disastrous. Okay. Restart this. Okay, so begin again. What is going on here? So it's just very visually different. I don't think I've played a game that looked like this ever. It's got like such interesting visuals going on. Oh, and you can do tech. You can walk off things super weirdly to land. So is it a speed run? It's a speed run game with tanks. And you have to fight enemy tanks. Do you have to get to a location, or do you have to kill all the enemies? Maybe it's kill all enemies in a certain span of time. Like this mechanic idea of like walking off ledges as a tank to get to other ledges is just so cool. Okay, is this going to be... Oh, this is a version of the trailer with graphics settings differently. Much more smooth graphical settings. But still cool art for the tank enemies. Okay. Enemies do heal you when you kill them. I don't know if there's a point to going through those doorways. They might just be kind of nice visuals. Good. Okay. I gotta be honest, it's a pretty weird idea, but I haven't let weird ideas stop me before, you know? Maybe that's kind of what got me here, right? Play as a cell phone and flip around a map and get a cake at the end and search for your lost owner or whatever. Like, I'm open to it. This is cool. Yeah, there was someone that I recommended Flipping is Hard to recently, just a YouTube comment, you know, whatever. But they were asking about... I played a game where you play as a giraffe using a forklift and it's like speedrunning kind of, but using a forklift to move beams and other things towards objectives. And they were like, oh, what's this game? This looks really cool. And I was like, oh, well, it's Extreme Forklifting 3. But also, if you like that game is now like more fully out. But if you want to try a demo of a game that's like coming out right now that's really cool, you should try Flipping is Hard, because it checks a lot of these same boxes for me. Because it's like speed running, but it's also wacky, weird characters and strange movement. Okay. I wonder if there's much of a community for this. Like, I think if there is, maybe I could probably get into it some. Otherwise, maybe just show it off. It does seem a little bit simple, though. Like, just kill... Oh, it's probably survival related. Maybe there isn't a speedrun element. Maybe it's just survival. You survive as long as possible during a timer. I don't know on that one. I don't know. I like some aspects of it, but I think I'd like a start point, end point with enemy tanks that go towards you that I can try to like avoid fighting instead of actively fighting. But if I do that, it adds to the difficulty of reaching the end. I think that would be a really cool way to set something like this up. But if it's just combat in a circle, which is more like a wave defense or area defense game, I don't know if it's as compelling to me. Not a bad call, but not as interesting. Just because at that point, most of your mechanics are just point and click. The movement looks good though. The movement's a really good selling point. So yeah, it's like a toss-up. It's a toss-up for sure. I guess I'll put it in maybe. I do have a maybe category for that. How are we doing on this? 5 minutes left. Okay. I don't want to miss the start of one. I really don't want to miss the start of one. I'll throw it in maybe. Dawn of Defense. I think wasn't Dawn of Defense one I already took a look at. Dawn of Defense. Yeah, it was. Okay, so I can remove this. We can do archive. There we go. Nightwater. And just to make sure that I don't miss this, I'll click here. I will set a timer for, that is 4 minutes. That'll work. Okay. So next up we have Nightwater. Enter. Right. And then here. Oh, I think this one did look really cool. The visuals for this one are nice. Okay. Raise the audio a little. Maybe not quite that much, but... So, the visuals are nice. Again, like off the bat, they're kind of Borderlands. You know, you have this, like, what is it, chromatic aberration or whatever? The nerdiest possible word to use to describe what's going on, but I'm pretty sure chromatic aberration is the right word for it, which makes all of, like, the visuals kind of shaky or strange looking. Ooh, build menu changes the visuals in a fun way too. But is the idea, it's like a survival crafter meets maybe automation? Mini-games? Mini-games where you just collect wood as fast as possible, try to get some high scores there, that sounds fun. This is a definite yes for me already, I can tell. What is this? Isn't there a game, like a simple game about digging or something like that? Where you just dig a hole? And that's the whole point. I feel like I'm looking at that right now. Or that Minecraft minigame they have on like servers and stuff where the whole thing is just mining down blocks and stuff and getting upgrades to your pickaxe. Oh, is there also a combat element? Or is that just exploration? It looks combat to me, but I don't see a weapon. Huh. So maybe it's exploration at that point and survival. Maybe even parkour. But it's not focusing on that, so I think that's probably less of a component. But yeah, Nightwater for sure. Add it to the list. Where would I put you? I need Demon Lord Just Block, more episodes of that definitely soon. Honestly, top 3 though. Like that I have a lot of games on my upcoming games list. 27 apparently. I didn't even know I could look here. But that's still up there. Like that looks really good. I like it. Terra Incognita. Do we have time for? Yeah, we can take a look at the trailer for that as well. Terra Incognita. Let's look. What is this? Ooh. Is this the right game? It doesn't have a trailer. It is not a world apart like in Game of Thrones or The Lord of the Rings. It's a copy of our world, but with the differences being magic creatures and magic spirits. What makes this world remain stagnant is the fantastic medieval era. So it's like Oblivion, maybe. Like visually, it's kind of Oblivion era-ish, and then the world is fantasy in that kind of way. Okay, I can dig it, but I don't know. I'm torn on it. Yeah, because like I could see this being pulled off really, really well and being super interesting, or not. So that's kind of a tougher one. I'd love a trailer though. Without a trailer, I feel like I can't justify it without a trailer because it's too much of a shot in the dark. Tough one, because it does look cool. But I think I will archive that. Solitaire Battle? I don't know. 46 seconds. Let's see, this is like a minute 20 something. Maybe. We might get another one that's like that last one. Solitaire Battle? Look at that real quick, and then we go. Solitaire Battle, we got to get back to the Solitaire Battle. Back to the action. But this is one that I remember seeing a while back and thinking looked pretty fun. So I think anyway, I was considering playing it and then I didn't get around to it, but I thought about getting around to it because it's like Solitaire as a combat game, which, you know, turn your brain off and just kind of click, right? Look for the right things. Get a couple skills that maybe somehow specifically boost certain types of decision making. It sounds cool. Ace, and then, oh right, yeah, of course, it's Solitaire, so you have to get the right sort of order. Would teach me to play Solitaire a bit better, maybe. Okay, but that is time. We've got to go look at the other. Solitaire Battle, you know what? I don't know. I'm kind of torn on that still. I'll think about it after this. 30 seconds. I can think about it a little now. Solitaire Battle, should I put that in? There's just too many good games right now, and it looks just not quite interesting enough, although the visuals are different from what I'm usually playing here, but I think I'm going to pass. I really wanted to. I that's one that I always have as like a maybe, and I just don't ever quite. I could put it in maybe, but we'll leave it like that for now. I've got so many games on the list, I just can't. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, here we go. Maybe we get the countdown here. We could actually listen to the countdown.
Once more. Damn, we're really on time with those 10-minute timers, aren't we? It's almost like that's what it's supposed to do. We are here for the next match of the lineup, of which we are currently ahead of schedule. Isn't that pretty cool? We are joined here by Loy for the third match.
It looks like there's not going to be an on-screen indicator of the controller, but I would assume Haswa is playing controller.
But he knew you were actually you. Due to my issues, but
oh yeah, last time. Okay.
Would you say that this
So well?
Would you say that it's useful overall? Cause it's kind of interesting, you know, having like 2 matches, then pause, and then another 2 matches, right?
Oh, having a break between, whether or not it's useful. Don't do that in a real run, Haswa. Don't do it in a real run, please.
Well,
it kills me when that happens. It hurts my soul.
Runs is good for the mental. Yeah.
Good for the mental.
That makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Get your head back in the game, and of course, practice stuff from the last one.
Yeah, I think so. I think it makes sense to want to have a little space between, because if I won it, maybe it's fine and I can kind of lock back in. But even then, like whether I win or lose, I feel like I'm gonna be a little off if I try to go straight back into more runs against someone else. So yeah, and it would feel so bad to win 2 in a row, like back to back, where a little space in between is like, okay. But if I had a back to back, I'm like, really? Like I like this much all back to back? I don't know. Like I feel like I could see that being super frustrating. So I think space between for anyone like is probably a thing to aim for if it's possible. I was gonna say there's a jump there, but that doesn't do anything. That wouldn't do anything. But it is cool that they can make that jump. Lilloy just made a jump up to the top of. I mean, it's a place you can land from the first cannon, but like you don't usually want to be up there unless you're landing the first cannon and then just dropping down, basically. So not super useful, but cool that you can get there, I would say. All right, let's see this. So I'm seeing Haswa is playing fairly aggressive in practice. Whether Haswa does or does not play that aggressive in the full game is, we'll see. I suppose.
This should not be as difficult as it is.
Haswa, that's my son. He's good at this game. No pressure, son.
We do.
Are you winning, son? Yeah. Okay. There we go. So Haswa Lilloy, the back and forth battle. We're going to see how it goes. And this is fairly important. If Lilloy gets a full clean sweep here, then Lilloy just has to get 1 off of Karinari, and it's very unlikely Karinari is able to beat them, because Karinari would then have to play perfect all the way from there. So this win for Lilloy is massively important, where, I mean, I guess for Haswa, of course, it's going to matter as well. If Haswa can get 1, and also if Haswa can get, I would say if Haswa can get 2 off of Lilloy, this is probably going to be very hard for Lilloy. Even get 1 off Lilloy, it's going to make it way easier for Karinari to sweep. So it's pretty important, generally. I think Karinari is very much going to want Haswa to at least take 1 off Lilloy here.
Wait, Loy's right.
My timer was going.
I mean, obviously Karinari is probably not like, I need to win no matter what, I need to, But, like, if we're just talking about maximizing chances of winning, I think
I'll do the countdown now.
It would be very much in Lilloy's favor.
3,
it is vitally important
2,
for the full win here. Where for Karinari, it's like, okay, just one. You don't have to, like, fully win. I just want the 1 off of Lilloy. We'll see. So here we go. It looks like Haswa gets out of the gate very quickly. 9 seconds to that. Expected though. Lilloy as well. And Lilloy gets a pretty smooth mantle. They're both not going for the gap jump here. The gap skip. Haswa is seemingly a little faster here. Gets there in 23 seconds. Well, it's pretty tied up though. Haswa does not land straight onto platform and is therefore going to be about a second behind. Maybe 2 seconds, 33 seconds to first cannon, and 39 seconds. Okay, so a solid 6-second lead from Lilloy here fairly early, just from slightly different play. Like, it wasn't like some fall or massive mechanical issue or whatever, just slightly different play, but very much could all be given back from that 1 fall. We're sitting at... they're both trying this, but Haswa doesn't make it there. So about a 56 or 57 from Lilloy, where you get a 103 from Haswa. Still 6-second difference, though. So nothing has really been lost or gained since that early lead. Okay. Lilloy very clean into the beam there, which is going to give potentially some time. What matters here is, can they both hit the wall skip first try? Yes. Good. Very important, because if one of them misses it, that is actually a pretty decent amount of time. Haswa goes for the skip, doesn't quite hit it, but understandable. It would have saved some time for sure. And it doesn't really lose you much time to go for it, I don't think, because you're still just going to that platform regardless. All right, but yeah, we are looking at a much bigger lead starting to form for Lololoi. Will it escalate and become a massive gap, or not so much? I mean, pretty clean from Haswa getting to second bounce pad, but Lololoi has already finished with third and headed to slide. Okay, third bounce pad for Haswa here at 59 seconds. Let's see. Lololoi at top gets onto bridge, we'll say, at 159 around. Okay. And so that means, let's see, when you get to bridge here, 159 versus 214. So you got out a 15-second lead currently from Lololoi. Going to very much depend on... Oh my gosh, that was really clean. Lololoi makes it up to the top, or up towards tower, very, very smoothly there. Haswa, we'll see if they can recover this lead difference. They're both playing extremely well. That's the thing. It might feel right now like Lololoi is getting this massive lead, and Haswa's like, you know, falling behind, like messing up this or that. Haswa really hasn't messed anything up. They're just both playing extremely smoothly, extremely cleanly, which is making Lololoi's advantage very large. No one's fallen, no one... Like, that's crazy, yeah. So we're looking at a sub-3 potential from Lololoi for sure here. This might be the cleanest run so far. Yeah, I think it will be. I think it will be a sub-3, we'll see. But we're going to play safe because we probably should, yeah. I think it could have been a sub-3 with a fast cake, but there's just not a reason to. You secure the win here, sit at around a 305. Yeah, 305.50. Oh. Versus, what, a 314, 315? Let's see, so it's going to be, what, a 320? It kind of depends on how fast you want to play here, but there's not a reason to stress yourself out over it now, so they're probably just going to play kind of slow. Get to a 330 or so. 325, yeah. Fair. Really well played from both. I mean, those times both would have beaten most of the times that have happened so far. Like, they're both... But 305 is the fastest, I believe. I believe that is faster than Karinari's fastest times so far today, which was a 307? I think 307 something. So well done to Lololoi there. Excellent run. Okay, Haswa's not too far behind either. Yeah, that was really, really tight for a good chunk of it. But I think Lololoi started to get a lead at a certain point, and then it just never really switched back the other way. I mean, definitely Lololoi could have a mid-sized fall though, and lose 20 seconds, and then that's the difference, right? So it's anybody's game, but extremely smooth from Lololoi there. Very, very smooth. Okay, so that's going to give 1 point. Wow, and the interesting thing here is, despite the gap in their PBs and the difference in terms of Karinari having that one trick that is extremely interesting, like extremely inspiring, I do think Lololoi and Karinari are like flat evenly matched right now. There's not any indication so far that Karinari should be beating Lololoi, or consistently or at all. They're very even. Hasn't been a sub-3 yet, but I don't remember what the lowest is. I think it's this right here. I'm pretty sure it's a 307. I'm pretty sure. Second lowest was your 7, and 305. 5 is current. Could be wrong. Really well done here. Both runners. Good times. Great times. Go like this. Bang. Wait, did it? Is it? Oh, does it delete your message when you try to reply to someone? Ah, whatever. Wait. Oh no, it doesn't. Okay, good. Control A, Control C. I was gonna say, holy cow, where'd my message go? Paste. Did this work? There. Now, the next match has begun with Haswa getting... I have to say, it's got to be an early lead, right? 10 seconds to the top there. Lololoi does do the rock side skip, which I feel like for me always is challenging, so I respect it. Gets the pop jump up. Okay, let's see. Their times are a little different, about 2.5 seconds difference. So 25 versus 23. It looks like Lololoi has a slight lead, nothing too major, but maybe 2 seconds. Let's see if Haswa can do a cannon entry from the behind. Yes, successful. Which puts them still about 2 seconds apart, though, because Lololoi also managed to get a very clean cannon entry. Holy. Wow. Wow. It's extremely tight here. Loi misses this and tries to recover it, which kind of adds a little more time to it, but the recovery would have been nice. 56, they're exactly spot on again. Okay. Oh. Okay, so now there isn't going into it a time advantage here. Haswa a little awkward on the microwave getting to this spot, so that is going to be a couple seconds again, but nothing really that major. Let's see if they can both manage a clean wall jump. Loi does not get it, but neither does Haswa. Ooh, wow, that's gonna make it so tight. Oh, but Loi gets it there, and Haswa misses it there. Let's see. Loi already over and not getting this. That might be good enough to allow recovery from Haswa. Haswa, if you hit that one time, I will be so inspired. I lend you my energy. One time, please, Haswa, win this and get another chance to do that against Loi. Because if you hit that one time, it's genuinely like it's like 2 or 3 seconds difference, but it's so good. It would feel so good to watch. All right, you get your second bounce pad. Haswa gets their second bounce pad. Loi on their third bounce pad, or I guess gets the third bounce pad into the bounce towards slide. Loi does not get a pop jump here, so Haswa might be able to get a slight advantage with a pop jump. We'll see if that happens. No, not quite. Fair enough. But both pretty neck and neck. The 2-second advantage, though, or difference, I guess, in terms of Loi just like visually is actually 2 seconds ahead. Based on time, whatever, that actually is making it harder to tell. I think Loi actually has several seconds advantage right now, but it doesn't look like it. Loi are at the top there. Haswa getting to this point, skips past that. Really smooth on the mantle there. Maybe can recover it, especially if Loi doesn't get a very smooth top part of Treehouse here. Okay. Loi decides to go the awkward bridge. Let's see if Haswa does not. Yes, come on. Yes, excellent. That might be the difference maker. Now it's all... Oh my gosh. Oh, it's going to be cake. Are you going to do crazy fast cake? Is one of you? Nobody mess it up. Come on. Oh, it's going to be so tight. But yeah, Loi has it here with a 316 to Haswa's 325. Maybe. Playing safer, but yeah, that makes sense. So 328. Yeah, fair enough. 327.5. Yeah, close one. Really close one. Ooh, really, really close one. Loi is cooking for real, yeah. And that puts Loi with 3, which actually is going to make it extremely hard for Karinari to win this unless... Oh, shoot. Yeah, it's gonna mean that if Loi at least gets 1 off of Karinari... Oh my gosh, yeah, that's 9 points. Wow. Karinari is cooking. Or Loi is cooking, and Karinari is going to have to take all 3. I think take all 3, genuinely, yeah. Loi doesn't go against Saucy at all, right? Is that right? So this might be interesting, because Loi's not going to go against Saucy at all, which means if Saucy is... Because we haven't seen Saucy play yet, but Saucy is 4th place, is very much up in that echelon, in that era. If Saucy can get 1 off of Karinari, or if Saucy can beat Karinari, like... Yeah, Karinari needs to win against Loi in order to guarantee that even if Saucy beats Karinari, there's still a tie. But I don't know. I wonder how that's going to play out. Because I know Saucy is really good, really consistent, and makes videos on this stuff, so he's thinking about it really, really often. So I really don't know. I just don't know what to expect. Paid my son to throw because I secretly like Loi. Congrats. Yeah, really well done. Holy. So if Loi outright loses here against Karinari, which is the next fight, which is the most... I think that's going to be the most... Well, Saucy. I'm curious what Saucy is going to do, because I know Saucy is also very, very good. But if Karinari loses against Loi, Karinari guarantees the win overall. If Karinari beats... Well, Loi could win by 2, and then Karinari... Yeah, wait, actually, if Loi wins by 2 to the 3, if Karinari only gets 1 off of Loi will win no matter what, because Karinari necessarily would then have to lose 2, putting them at max at a 10 point to Karinari's 11, right? Yeah, I think. Think about this. Yeah. Karinari cannot afford to lose overall. So if Loi gets 1 point here, worst case, worst case scenario, they get 9, which Karanari could very much win against. But if Loi can just take 1 off here, it's going to be really, really near impossible for Karanari to win. But it still could happen. Oh.
When is your last match? I think it's in like an hour or something.
Yeah, I think I play against Blank.
Yeah.
Next.
I mean, like, we're like significantly
Wait, does Loi play against? Let's see. Wait, no, it's Hasuo against Blank. Yeah, Hasuo against Blank. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure Loi is done after the next match, which is gonna be so intense. Loi Karanari is gonna be really cool because Loi has won every one so far and is sitting at 9, and Karanari is, I mean, it's hard not to say Karanari is the best player in the game, right? Like, because he's got the record for best, which, you know, maybe, but consistency's hard. But also Karanari got like a 307 and a 3, like the sub 310 or so, or around 310 each time so far. So it's very possible that Karanari wins here, but Loi is putting up such a fight that it's I don't know. I don't even know who to root for, honestly. Like, going into this, I've seen Karanari's run so many times that, like, my brain is like, okay, I want to see Karanari just destroy things here. I want to see Saucy destroy things here. But Loi has just so powerfully played so far that it's hard not to be like, I kind of want to see Loi at least take 1 off Karanari here, because, or maybe even outright win. It'd be kind of crazy to watch. We'll see. All right, so there's a little bit of break between Karanari and Loi. So what we're going to do is look at some more game trailers. Got my water, I should remember to drink. Keep my voice in good spirits. Okay, Chickenauts. What do we got? And what is this? I don't know if I remember. Oh, is this going to be maybe a wave defense type deal? But let's pause the music. Even that's loud. Okay. Let's see here, Chickenauts. How you doing? So, yeah, it is a like Gungeon / Nuclear Throne style game, it looks like, which is like a arena combat, bullet heaven, bullet hell type deal. Okay. I don't play a ton of games like this. I do like the mechanics of them, but it's kind of hard to have a direction with them. But I could give it at least a 1-off. At least a 1-off is fair. It looks pretty high quality. Okay. Alright, yeah. I like it. I like it well enough. Oh, let's set a timer just so that I've got plenty kind of arranged there, because 13 minutes, okay, so I'll just set one for 13 flat. Okay, good. So Chickenauts I'd put it a little lower, but it's still going to go in here, but I wouldn't say it's as, like maybe somewhere around here. Decklings? What was Decklings again? I've got so many games in this, it's crazy. Decklings? What were you? Starter Deckling. Oh, it's like a... Oh, I was going to say it's like a Pokemon, but it's more like Stacklands meets something like Pokemon. So your goal is like build up a society using creatures that can generate resources. Yeah, that's actually really cool. Hold on. I need that sooner. I need that sooner than some of these, maybe. Chickenauts, I guess you got to go a little further down. Atomcraft? What's Atomcraft? I feel like it must have been, because this looks good, but do I have that many games that I think are just so... Oh, Atomcraft also looks pretty good. This was like a Sandustry style, but I do think this I would put Chickenauts between these two. Atomcraft looks good, but I can see Chickenauts being quite good as well. Next up, we have Dice Goblins Den. Goblins Den. What do you got for me? I usually click on the full game, but I'll click on the demo here, whatever. I hate nothing more than having to stoop. Oh, I'm back. Etoile. How you doing? So what we're doing right now is between every like actual round, I am taking a look at different like roguelites or just like general game trailers that I have, because I have a lot of them. I've been sent a ton by devs and then also been recommended a ton. This one, I mean, I like the look of the goblins and like the general art. I don't really understand exactly what the gameplay is just from that, so let's see another trailer. But yeah, I'd love to have you, Etoile. Appreciate you. So far, it's been pretty... Have you? I don't know if you're... I'm assuming you're not like actively watching, so I'll give you a little update here. Right now, we're like amping up in a little over 10 minutes here. We're amping up for what I think might be the most important battle of the entire event. Karanari versus Loiloloi is important because Loiloloi has gotten 9, so every single match has been a complete victory for Loiloloi. No, like, 2 points, 1 point, whatever. Complete victory every single time. And the importance of that is that, like, coming into this, you might think, okay, Karanari has a really good chance of winning. But Loiloloi against Karanari, if Loiloloi gets 1 single point off Karanari, Loiloloi will be up to 11 points. The max you can get is 12. No, it would be up to 10 points, I should say. The max you can get is 12. So if Loiloloi gets 2 points against Karanari, that would put them up to 11. So it's either 1 point up and they get up to 10, or 2 points up and they get up to 11. If they get 1 point up, Karanari has to win... Let me think about this. Has to win every fight going forward completely, I believe, because that would put them up to 11 as well. So, no. If it's 2 points up, they have to win every single fight after completely. That's true. So 2 points is win every fight completely. 1 point is that they can only lose 1 point against someone else, and then they would be tied. So if Loiloloi can at least get a point in here, then it's going to be extremely hard for Karanari to win, because anybody gets 1 point off on Karanari, and and there's a tie. They don't win overall. If Loiloloi gets 2 points up, though, then Karanari will have necessarily lost 2 points, putting them down to down to 10, where Loiloloi will be at 11. So if Loiloloi wins, even if not completely, just by 2 points, wins 1, loses 1, then wins 1, Loiloloi will have taken this whole thing home. So it's we're at like a very pivotal moment right now. Now, if Karanari can completely wash away Loiloloi here, then it's a lot more up in the air, because Loiloloi will be at 9. Karanari will then be up to 6, gets another win up to 9, and could even get another win and get to 12 and just win by like a landslide seemingly there. But Loiloloi, doesn't have to do a lot, just has to do some. And Loiloloi currently has the fastest, I believe, out of 305, has the fastest individual win so far. So Karanari's fastest, I think, was 307, Loiloloi at 305. That puts them very much competitive with each other. And again, just means one more 305 from Loiloloi most likely will be enough to make it near impossible for Karanari to win. And 2 of them would make it so that Karanari probably just loses against Loiloloi. Of course, we'll still probably be second place at that point. So that's really important. We'll also have to see later on as we go along, like Saucy, I think, is going to be a really big one that I'm looking at to see if they can win, because they haven't been in the tournament yet, so they could win all 4. They would have to beat Karanari soundly at that point, but it's possible. Let's say Loiloloi fully beats Karanari, gets 12 points. Saucy could fully beat Karanari as well, and everyone else, and also get 12 points. It's another way for Loiloloi to win against Karanari, but not to win overall. And I don't know. I mean, even people who are very fast, like Lossless as an example, aren't guaranteed to win or even to perform really well. It's very possible that Saucy, despite being very fast and having a really great time technically, ends out not doing super well in the tournament. Anything can kind of happen. So, but not anything can happen to Loiloloi. Loiloloi's already basically done all the work. It's just 1 more point that they need to make this an extremely difficult win for Karanari, and 2 points to make it guaranteed. Very, very, it's going to be intense. It's going to be super intense. That's the next match. All right. And then, what I'm doing right now between matches is just going over some trailers here. So this is the second trailer for Dice Goblin's Den to decide if I want to put it in or not. Outside of that, I guess, because you might have an interest in kind of how everyone else is performing. In these last matches, so Loiloloi was able to win both against Haswa, both against Metalex, and both against Lossless. So, which was intense because each time it feels like there's this closeness that's happening. Loiloloi against Metalex and Loiloloi against Haswa, up until towards the end, was neck and neck a lot of the runs, but it would just happen. I think really where the gap really extends is right around somewhere between ladder and tower. So either a fumbling at tower or a fumbling at ladder would allow Loiloloi to start getting an advantage, and then just hold that advantage for the rest of the game and win. And usually as well, what happens then is I think the extra pressure for Metalex and for Haswa was enough for each to like have a major fall like towards the very end. But even without the major fall, Loliloi is very good at getting advantage and then just holding it steady. Loliloi has really not had a major fall in my opinion. They've had, I guess, mid-sized falls very rarely, but yeah, we'll see. It's gonna be super interesting. I don't even know if Loliloi's had a mid-sized fall, honestly, like because their times are so consistent. But I think there was maybe one mid-sized fall. That's gonna be really hard for Karinari to beat. Although Karinari is also insane, so we'll see. We will have to see. But here we go. So Dice Goblins Den. Workers produce 10% more. So it's a... I could swear there's a game that I saw that was vaguely like this, but I never tried it, where you would set up like different workers that would do things and then like kind of gather resources and build them up that way. So it's sort of like an auto battler or an incremental game where the enemies are more so like resource gathering. That could be it, but maybe in this one there's this added pressure that if they do breach their way through, they could kill some of your units, which would greatly reduce your efficiency of production, and then also they could even just destroy your entire operation. So I think that's interesting. It's like a different twist to it, so that it's not just incremental growth, but is also like there's this sustained threat of just losing everything. I like it. Yeah, if that's how it works, and that's kind of what I'm getting from it. Let's see what it's... So, tower defense, roguelite, tactical RPG, pixel graphics. But I could swear... Defend your fellow goblins from waves of heroes who have given quests at the local tavern to raid and loot your home. It kind of seemed like there's also a like production or like mining operation in certain places. So I'm curious if that's just like a little thing that also exists, or if it really is just combat. I don't know, but okay, fair enough. Back to music, and then I will put Dice Goblins Den up there. I want to say right below Atomcraft, maybe. Atomcraft looks pretty good. All right, next up is Prime Monster. Okay. Prime Monster. But yeah, I appreciate you coming around, Etoile. I hope you're enjoying sort of this coverage. I know that Eternal is doing the coverage, is doing the main thing, but I figured like having another person kind of talking about it and going over it and theory crafting and keeping something running separately from that could bring a little more attention to the game, and also posting on YouTube. We'll see, but hopefully people find it interesting enough that maybe they want to get into the game themselves, because it is a lot of fun, and would bring more as well. Prime Monster. Awesome. Thanks. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, there was a moment where I was like, with this, but I don't think it would pull away. Because there are these middle points where they have to get set up and work on things, and I can kind of keep rolling, rocking.
The world's first political roguelike.
Prime political roguelike? What?
The politicians really are monsters.
Okay.
In this democratic dystopia, you must fight for votes, break rules, other scandals, and force through absurd laws.
This is very different from normal games that I would play.
The top job.
It could be fun though.
Master deadly debates by combining clever card play.
It is a deck builder, which I do play some deck builders for sure.
Play your cards to hurl insults and raise your party's spirits, or exploit them for precious political capital to release your real rhetorical weapons.
I do appreciate you.
Every
for being around. It's cool to talk, and I know as well, Not Sir Captain popped in earlier. I was hoping at some point that I'd have him pop into my chat. It's just cool to see the different people that, I mean, of course, looking into this game, you can't miss the short where Not Sir Captain joins that stream from the guy and whatever. Like, it's cool to see kind of the community that I'm at least aware of actually kind of pop in and say hi.
Enabling you to create cunning combos. Each playable monster features their own deck, a distinct playstyle, and over 60 tactics. Enhance your political strategy by choosing upgrades. Hiring.
I don't know. I think it's probably a really good game. It's got very positive reviews, but I don't know if this one's for me. I just can't see myself getting super into it. I could put it into maybe because the quality is there. It's just the style of game that I don't know if it's for me. Mechborn might be similar. I might even kind of skip past. I think I've seen this already and thought about it. Like the visuals, just not quite for me as well. I'll kind of move past these, get to the Greening, because I know there's a lot of trailers in here, and some of them are going to be really, really interesting. Greening? Okay. What is the Greening?
Hi,
all right.
I'm Eric, and this is the Green.
Okay. I think one trailer where you have the developer like talking about the game and showcasing it and really kind of going into detail, and then also maybe feeling it feels like authentic as well for for someone to be like, oh, you know, I'm really working this game. I hope you like it, and if you do, you should wish list it and so on. I think that stuff makes sense. But I think you also need at least one gameplay focused trailer. I think the developer trailer could be switched out for a cinematic trailer, but either of these works really well. But I do need a gameplay trailer outside of this, hopefully.
Awesome incremental game about a planet.
They might do a good job of showing the gameplay, but I think additionally a gameplay trailer that's just focused on the
discovered the secrets buried. This earns you knowledge and many other resources to spend on power.
The music's a little loud relative to the voice, I do think.
Upgrades. As you explore new areas,
not too much.
You'll find plants, machines, and many more things.
So
slowly unfolding,
you spend water as a cloud to generate
this
plants.
Can also be customized to make it your own. And
there's a little bit of like island customization, kind of prettying things up option, sure.
Skill tree.
And then a skill tree that I guess through production of plants,
trusty guide and
you gain more power to gain more skills, to gain more plant production.
Is one of your favorite colors, and you're looking for a relaxing and satisfying incremental game, the Greenening is for you. It's out now on Steam.
Okay. The quality is super high.
I'm Eric, and this is the Greenening, my wholesome incremental game. Hi.
All right. Oh, here we go. Make sure I don't miss this. 5 minutes. Oh, wait, 5 minutes? When did my timer go off? Okay. I guess I could have sworn I set a timer. Okay, well we'll just set another timer for 4 minutes. So the greenening there, I think it does look good. This takes me back to actively keeping up with the new Steam releases daily, back when the volume was somewhat manageable. Yeah, gotcha. Oh yeah, there's just so many games. Yeah, I've been like right now. I'm kind of in a. I don't usually have this many that I go through, but there's been a lot of games that were really good, and I think especially getting them sent to my email, like I end up seeing so many more. And for the last like 2-3 months, I really wasn't going through it as actively, so I just have this crazy backlog. The greenening looks good. Incremental, like kind of casual stuff is not really my thing. I am a try-hard, obsessive sort of a person. Like I really like to delve heavy into something, but a casual experience once in a while with a stream, I think is totally fine and could be a nice thing. The worry I have with a game like this is like, am I just going to be sitting there kind of waiting for my water to restore? Because like, I can keep things running and going, but it's because I bounce from thing to thing to really talk about it and focus on it, right? Like I want to focus on something. And so if I've just got to sit there and kind of, do my best, I feel like that's a thing that I'm not great at. So that's the only reason I don't play these types of games super, super often. Have no personality, what can I say? Okay. But like not exactly that, but it's something to work on. Maybe I could throw it in, but I do think it's going to be a little lower. The quality is good though. Factory Must Fall, The Vow, Vampire's Curse. Video editor I know was interesting to me. Pawful Dice I think was pretty. Goblin Vike it might be above because I need to ask for a key, and I think actually would have to reach out. Let's move Goblin Vike into here. Goblin Vike actually looks really good, but I will maybe reach out and try to get a key if I can. All right, Gambonanza. Where is let me double check this. I'm pretty sure I got a key for Froggy Hates Snow, I think it was called, which was like a game that's going to be on Xbox and so on. So it's like a little bit of a bigger team and whatever. But I had reached out about a key, and I think Froggy Hates Snow coverage. First late reply was on leave. Yes, okay, I got a Steam key. I really wanted that because that game looks really fun. So let's. What I might even do here is just use the Steam key now, just in case, because it took a minute to get back to me, which obviously can happen. I'm not saying that means anything. However, in case there is like some amount of like sometimes when I'm talking with a company or developer and they send me a key, but it takes a little while and whatever happens, I end up trying the key like a week later and it doesn't work. And I'm like, oh, now it's been a week and I was really planning for it today. Let's just go ahead and use the key. Yes, it works. And there you have it. And that, Froggy Hates Snow looks really good. Let's see okay, let me check here. So a minute. I'll show it after. I'm going to add, where is Froggy Hates Snow? I'm going to have to put that at the top as well. I guess under Outward 2? Let's see. Oh, Froggy Hates Snow, it's over there. I'll put this in game trailers because I really want you guys to see it because I think it's actually such a cool game and a great idea for a game. But I won't put it at the top. How much time do we have? Minute 48. It might be possible to, minute 42, look at one more. Gambonanza. I know Froggy Hates Snow has a longer one. Gambonanza. We can pull this one up real fast and then get straight to that from here. 9 seconds? Yeah, that's enough time. Pause this. Gamba. Oh, yeah, this is a roguelite chess game. So it's like, I mean, you could argue Battletro meets chess or something on those lines. The idea is that you are, through different means, it looks like kind of gamble-related stuff, trying to upgrade your different pieces so that when you go into battles, you can hopefully win. But if you don't get enough good upgrades or synergistic upgrades, then it doesn't work out for you, and you have to be pretty good at chess, and I'm not that good at chess, and we're going to do our best, and the music is increasing in speed, and okay. Right? But yeah, this sounds, this looks good. I think it looks really good, but I don't know if I'd put it at the top. Brain go burr, yes, exactly. I was trying to get that effect from the increasing speed of talk. I think, yeah, I'd put it somewhere in here. Where would I put you? Flick Party, Drill Deep, Moon Sigil. Oh, Moon Sigil. Where do I put you? I think right here might be a fair spot. Gamonanza. Moon Sigil Atlas we already covered once, but it would be nice to cover again. But with that, let's take a look here. 16 seconds. Good time. Don't want to miss the start, because that start is so pivotal. If I haven't really seen anybody mess up the start massively. We've seen like a little bit of a mix-up, but usually the first place that someone is going to seriously mess up will be the gap jump if they go for it. Not everyone does, and you don't have to. Oh, but this is such an important fight here.
We are here. Back.
Wow, Loleloi is really ahead of Karanari. He's already at the bridge. Karanari hasn't even left the first area.
Break for sure. I can confirm to you the most important information that you wanted to know. I did eat a sandwich. It was pretty good.
Good call, dude. Good call. Taking care of yourself, man. Good call. No comment. Yeah. I brought water, bro. That's got to be worth something. All right. But how are they doing here? So Karanari versus Loleloi. How is this going to play out? Karanari is super consistent, but Loleloi has been consistent this time so far as well. So it does seem like anyone's game. If any of them so far, this might be the highest chance we have of 2 runs that maybe even both get under 3. That would be pretty shocking because we haven't seen an under 3 yet, but both runners are consistent, fast, and will know that they have to take some risks here, which... How is it going to play out, though? Are they going to take the risks that allow for sub 3, or are they not? Because if one of them takes it and fails, what is it, like Prisoner's Dilemma, or maybe Skipper Steal or something like that? Share Steal or whatever it is? So if both of them try for a sub 3 and both of them fail, we might get our only experience so far today of 2 people falling crazy and having to reset, which is another idea that's really entertaining. But if both of them, split or steal, yeah. If both of them go for it and succeed, we might get the fastest, tightest race ever, both getting under 3 minutes. And if neither one of them go for it, we're probably going to see a very close, tight race as well. But if one goes and the other doesn't, and they make it, it might be like a total blowout, right? Total washout of the...
It mostly just comes down to being better.
Playing
better, I should say.
Yeah, this is going to be for me, so far at least, this is going to be the most intense.
And then, of course, we have Loi back
here,
who types in chat, usually, in the Discord.
You get it, Dad. My dad can beat up your dad. Right. I'm so curious. How this plays, man. They're both so good at this game. Oh, my goodness. Ooh, okay. Let's see it. Hello, Plix. Hey, it's cool to see Plix in there. I'll give him a wave. Do I have a good wave?
Lloyd says, I'm ready to go. Definitely gonna need to switch up the strategy a bit here and go more risky, especially those last cake jumps.
Everyone knows Plix, that's cool. Okay, go more risky, especially those last cake jumps. This is exactly what I'm thinking is. They're probably both going to have to play a little riskier, and they're probably both going to choose to because they're speedrunners who have played so many hours in the game each that I would expect that competitive nature will play a role because they both know that it's probably going to come down to that. One of them might back off, and it might not be a bad call, though, because, again, if one goes for it and the other one doesn't go for it, and they miss it because they're choosing to do a risky thing, then the other one guarantees the win. So you do take on the burden, if you decide to actually go for something crazy, of both having to use the amount of talent with time pressure and stream pressure, and and dealing with the mess up, right? Like, so it's like you have to use more talent and you're taking more of a risk. You're doing both at the same time. So it's a kind of a hard thing to have to go for. But here we go. They begin. Elephant's House. Karanari looks like a little bit faster to the wall, but does miss the initial jump up, which will give Loloi a slight advantage until Karanari misses this long jump. I don't know which is faster, genuinely. I think Bounce Pad here will be a little faster, but it's not like massively. Holy cow, they're both fast. Oh my gosh, they're both fast. They're both 30 minutes to Bounce Pad, or 30 seconds to Bounce Pad 2, but Loloi does have a hefty advantage here early. Will they be able to carry it on or not? It is, I want to say, 4-second advantage. Karanari does hit, and is the first, I think, to hit, unless Loloi went for it as well. I'm trying to kind of watch both here, but I think Karanari may be the first to have hit the cardboard box skip that saves maybe 2 seconds, allowing them both to be only a second apart instead of maybe 4 seconds apart. Karanari has a little awkward of a bounce there, but it doesn't matter because of excellent follow-up bounces. They're both sitting in the same position at the same time. Color me unsurprised a little bit, to be honest. They're both, this is kind of what we were predicting, is that there's going to be a very tight race here. Karanari easily, with much wiggle room to spare, manages to hit the ladder skip there. Right off of the bounce pad, which is a combination that I'm not going to even try to go for personally. Like, it's genuinely really hard. Loloi has fallen solidly behind from a missed maybe ladder there. And then Karanari is already, oh my gosh. Karanari doesn't go for the crazy trick. I wouldn't expect them to. That would be ridiculous. but would be great. I mean, it'd be entertaining, no doubt. But Karanari has this one probably in the bag at this point. A 155 to this spot. I think there's a good chance we see our first sub 3. Karanari does go for the less consistent route here, but they're quite good at the game, so it doesn't really matter. Right, and up. Okay, come on, this is easily sub 3. Yeah, definitely. Looks like Loloi is making their way to the slide, but genuinely it's Karanari's game right now. Game to win or lose, and game to get a really good time on as well. Sitting at a 227, 228, 229, 230 to Cannon. 229, 230, 229 and a half maybe. Into Cannon 3. Loloi trying to get up here, but the gap is formed, and it's formed heavily. Okay. 240, oh my gosh. Karanari was not playing around this time. Oh my gosh, 244. Sub 245. This is what you want to see, right? This is what we're kind of waiting for to see, is like, this is a match between two of who are clearly kind of the, so far at least, far and away, like, consistent players. They're extremely consistent, extremely fast so far. I mean, Lossless honestly was very close to a sub 3 as well, but yeah, look at this. 3. Let's see what Loloi can get from here, but I think there's probably just a little nerves going on there just because of the position that this is going to put them in. Honestly, though, still, get a win this next time. Even if you don't get a win the time after, it really doesn't matter. That would mean a lot for Loloi here. Otherwise, it's going to be just checking to see whether or not Karanari actually has to, like, full lose, I think, in order to not get an overall win if this goes sideways. So we'll see. We'll see, though. There's no guarantees. 340, a sub 4 minute is the goal for Loloi right now, which is still a formidable time. But yeah. Holy cow, I can't believe we got a 244 during this. That's crazy. That's faster than, what is that? Is that faster than most of the runners? No, it can't be. Very well done, though. Oh my goodness.
But let's all do them.
That's faster than...
Hello, runners.
Oh my gosh.
Karanari,
there's literally 3 people who have done a faster time than that.
The first.
That's crazy. Literally 3 people. Can you play with controller? I think you're allowed to. And yes, like, it's also possible to. Haswa plays controller, I know, in their records, so, or in their personal best, so you can. I can't believe that. Karanari just got a 244. That is faster than anyone except for the top 3 players can do. Also, did William Duck move to 4th position really recently? I could have sworn that Saucy was 4th position like a couple days ago. Am I wrong? Recent runs, it doesn't show it because people have been running like crazy the last day. But I'm like 90% sure William Duck took 4th position. No, it's just 1 month ago. That can't be right. Oh, I thought Saucy was 4th position. I like that it says Plank here. No, it wasn't. It wasn't that Saucy moved. It was that Losty moved. Losty went from a further down run to a 236. I think they are. I think almost certainly. In my I could be wrong. But the reason that I think that Haswa is almost certainly playing controller is because Haswa got the record with controller, which means they have a ton of time in controller. And also controller allows for different inputs. I will check and kind of watch a little closer the next time Haswa runs, though, to see if I can tell, because controller it plays a little differently. Rather than hitting W and moving an exact, or D, let's say, well, in the air and sliding exact distance, you can like slightly shift yourself. And you see it in Haswa's 8th place run. You see that happen a good number of times. It's only obvious, though, I think, because you can see what the controller is doing, but Haswa does a lot more adjusting in the air than any other runner. So if Haswa is not doing that in runs, you can expect that maybe they are not playing controller this time. But again, like, if your best run is in controller, you probably are going to focus mainly on that. What do you think is easier? I think keyboard and mouse, if I was trying to join like for me right now, I don't think there's any chance that I want to shift to controller for 2 reasons. One is that I'm just less experienced at controller in general with gaming. Two is that the guides and things out there really like Saucy's guides that have helped me a lot use mouse and keyboard. So that would be a pretty big disadvantage in trying to learn the game, just because I would have like really no one to look to. Okay, we have another run going already, but that wouldn't have mattered before those tutorials existed when Haswa probably would originally started playing, and so it's not super clean cut. I can see an obvious advantage to controller in that you just have more control, like you have more fine-tuned exact control of directional inputs. So technically, controller should have that advantage, but there's also not a lot of like going forward to going back that happens in the game, but maybe when hitting bounce pads, like you do want to very quickly and immediately change like which direction you're pointing towards, which is probably harder in controller. So it's probably a balance, but I would definitely choose mouse and keyboard. Okay, Qunari does hit it, but it doesn't really give much advantage when hitting the cardboard skip. This is I'm expecting, and it's how it's turning out, the beginning to be pretty much the same as last time, which is they're both exactly on time with each other. Let's see if they are 1-1. Yeah, 1 maybe 101. They're pretty much exactly on time with each other. They both make a fantastic bounce to the beam, and Karinari does get a better beam to wall jump, and wall jump extremely smooth. And do they hit this? Yes. Disadvantage on time, though slight, is probably going to be a good reason for Karinari to basically just like hold advantage for the remainder of the run. It's very possible that's how this plays out, because Karinari does pretty much guarantee an advantage by taking the ladder skip, and then as long as they hit that, now it's just kind of keep the sweep going. And unfortunately, with that, Loyoloy is probably not going to be able to recover. That's a pretty major downturn, which is unfortunate because Loyoloy has played extremely consistent, extremely good, and has not, I think, faced much other major fall. I think this is the second major fall against Karinari, which makes me think it might be nerves, right? Because Loyoloy played so smooth, so effortless seeming, and so consistent against everyone else. Pretty much every run. So, and you can't fault him. I would hate to be playing against Karinari in anything. Like this player is fantastic, but it has to be that because Loyoloy is so consistent, I think. Okay, so up we go. It's Karinari is already up to top. Loyoloy is now up to the ladder, and Karinari does make the skip and gets a perfect mantle into cannon. The jealousy is starting to grow in me again. Okay, watching Karinari play, what can I say? But yeah, well done. I would expect, do we go for a crazy jump here? We're just trying to get a 246. Oh my gosh. That consistency is wild. Yeah, Karinari is definitely playing more aggressive because there is this possibility of losing if you get over a 3 against Loi. Loi, I think, is playing a little bit, I don't know, a little bit more awkwardly because of the pressure, which is fair, because, like, the pressure of this would be crazy, even without going against Karanari. Like, it's a hard game with a lot of fine-tuned tech, and you're playing against people who all have sub-3s. Oh, not quite there, not quite. I wonder if Loi will choose... Oh, that's gotta be painful. I think Loi can probably still... I wonder what a time they would go for. Are they going to keep playing? No, that's fair, that's fair. I was gonna say, like, do you want to keep playing this? Like, this is a challenging spot for sure. But well done. I mean, fantastic job to both runners. Karanari's times are crazy here, and that is going to set the tone, I think, potentially going forward. We're just gonna have to see how Saucy plays and how I Drew That plays. Like, I Drew That is the second place player in the world and does not take the crazy skip that Karanari does in order to get to top, so it's possible that, because Karanari will also not be taking that skip anymore, like, the skip is impractical. As we talked about before, this trick, well, this portion of the trick is actually not insanely challenging. It's easy to miss in this kind of a way, where, like, even if you manage to break the phone, you're not guaranteed a crazy distance, but this part is really not that hard. Just get a good bounce here, jumping at the right timing, and land yourself on bridge. It's really not too bad. The problem is the setup for this is so unbelievably challenging, and it's still not really that consistent, for me at least. So I don't expect anyone's going to actually try doing this. However, I think the difference in time between Karanari's record run and the second place I Drew That might be close enough that that Karanari maybe needs to do it, or that without it, Karanari can't beat I Drew That's time. Just depends on how practiced I Drew That has been. Is I Drew That still practicing really, really heavily, or have they taken a little hiatus, or what's going on there? Like, that's all going to be the deciding factor. Okay. Oh, okay, it's just fine. I was going to say, like, has it stopped? But no, I think it's still going. Yeah, I think it's fine. Okay. Wow. So Karanari gets the win there. My goodness. All right, Karanari gets the win there. Let's go ahead and update our board. That'll put Karanari up to a 6, leaving Loi locked in at 9. Loi's 9 is now secure. 9 is really good. Karanari probably, though, could beat that. Karanari just needs 1 win and 1 partial to beat the 9. Okay. Man, I was really kind of hoping Loi would get at least a 1 there, because that's going to make it just so much harder for Karanari to manage. But there are still people. Again, I Drew That, like, technically Loi in this situation is a 6th place player with a 30, almost a 30-second time difference from their best time versus Karanari's. So the disadvantage should be pretty strong there, and they did extremely well. It's just, yeah, man, holy cow. But I Drew That is going to only have a 5-second difference, with the addendum that 5-second difference is probably made up for, or maybe more than made up for, if you remove the trick that Karanari will not be able to do live. So it's possible. It's possible. Man, oh, Mr. Lasti, yeah, Lasti here was also definitely a contender in this kind of area, but just got maybe nerves or whatever. But we'll see. I Drew That's going to have a chance to shine against Karanari, and then we also still, of course, have a little too Saucy. I'm really going to be rooting for Saucy crazy because Saucy's tutorials help me so much. Like, it's just, I gotta be fully honest here, okay? I'm going to be rooting crazy for Saucy, but we'll see how they perform. Okay, so 9 minutes there. We have, I'll set a timer for myself for, we'll say 8 minutes. And YouTube list-wise, the next one up, oh, Froggy Hates Snow. I wanted to show this off because this game looks really cool. So, Froggy Hates Snow, and I have a key for it now, which is exciting, because I wanted to play it, but I was like, you know, I play a lot of games, I have so many games to get to, whatever, can I justify spending $15 to play a game when there's so many games that I already have keys for, and then maybe smaller devs and whatever, but like, this game does look really cool. Got a key, awesome. Now, look at this.
Hello.
Now watch this drive.
Froggy Hates Snow.
Alright.
A survival roguelite about digging through snow, finding treasures, and making back before the cold or something worse gets you. Every run starts the same.
So, you play as a frog in the snow with kind of safe points. You dig through the snow
in Froggy's
to discover gold and other items.
There, you'll head out into the frozen world, carving through fully.
There's like an element of world exploration, but also like the idea, like the way they dig through the snow and just the visuals of the snow are really clean.
How far you push out when it's time to
And it seems like you could also kind of section out areas for yourself. Maybe it all gets covered again at certain points. I'm kind of curious how they're going to go about that. But like to really open up a big area for yourself around so you don't have to mine through that snow would be a nice thing. And then also the survival roguelite, like the combat element is kind of cool.
Warm up.
It's simple, but it's cool that you have a combat element in a game like this.
Choose your carefully though, because not everything is as it seems in the frozen desert. Before long, strange, unsettling enemies will appear, and fights can be really intense. With new monsters and boss level threats emerging.
I think I can get good at this. This type of combat, I think I can get good at. I'm not like super experienced with Bullet Heaven, Bullet Hell, but like having played Punk recently and some other games in that kind of genre, I think I can manage it.
Strategies, blood and treasure vision holds. A creature master leading friends to do the heavy lifting.
Oh.
Or just
so like you get allies that can actually help you with some of the work and then also your gear.
The Curious Frog, wandering through the snow in game's monsterless peaceful mode. Froggy Hates Snow is available.
Really, really, really cool looking. Like it's probably a bigger game. Digital Banditos. I don't know if I know these like developers and everything, publishers, but the game looks really good. Let's see. Oh, Town of Salem. That's what it is. I was gonna say like it looks so good. It seems like there must be a bigger studio behind it, and it is. The publisher is from Town of Salem, which fairly unrelated game, but good quality, of course. All right, let's go. Froggy Hates Snow. I will also put this up, but below Outward 2 because I only have 2 days to get to Outward 2, so I better get to it. Next up is Dino Tower Arena. There might be a new trailer for it, but if not, I don't know if it's really... maybe. I remember before I was kind of like hesitant. Okay. And if I had like 5 games on my list right now, 100%, like there's some things about this that I do like. It's not like it's a bad game by any means. It's just that the sheer amount of volume of games I have right now on the list is so high. But it is I think it's like a wave survival, almost Vampire Survivor, something like that. But you play as dinosaurs with different like movement and combat mechanics, so it's a bit more active. Like Vampire Survivors is really just avoid them and get kind of close to them to hit them. This one has extra like dashes and slashes you can do more manually. And I don't know, you combine like certain, well, I don't know, the shop, whatever, you buy some new skills. But I've watched this a few times and I've always been like, I can see the good to it. I definitely would play it. But again, I think it is just the situation of I just have so many games on the list. And although it looks good, a wave survival in this kind of genre might not be for me right now. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll leave it off there. But it looks good. Like the music seems pretty good. This trailer actually I think is new and it does look a lot better than the prior one. But I just cannot. Apologies. But I just don't have the ability right now with like, oh my god, I have 31 games on this upcoming game list. I think it's so many games. And the thing is, like, I'm probably not even going to be able to get to games right now because I have, like, with the Flipping is Hard thing, I have these games on my, or this game, I guess, and the video for it I want to work on already that I'm working on, like, every single day. So my ability to get to any of these is kind of limited. I'm just going to try my best to hit the ones that I can. Cinderia. I gotta be more particular than I normally would be. Okay? Cinderia. Oh, this looks so much like Rubinite. Rubinite has a similar, like, red hair, red ape girl in combat system. But maybe there's like a bunch of different characters, I guess. But that character is so Rubinite-esque. It's crazy. Let me go back here. So this character, and then Rubinite is like this character. You see that character? It's like uncanny. It's like a good shot of the character in clothes. Well, character wears this red cloak with bunny ears instead, but it's kind of uncanny, the similarity. Actually, it's crazy. Like if this hair were pink, it'd be the same character. Crazy. But it's just one character in the game. Yeah. Okay. Although, in the actual combat of the game, you are much more zoomed in. Abilities. Meta progression systems. Okay. Huh. Yeah, I mean, it's a good trailer. It's a little bit cinematic. I might need just a gameplay trailer to go alongside. Let's see what they do. Okay. Kind of cinematic-ish so far, but let's see a little gameplay trailer. Fire is not yours. Oh, no, this is going to be this is also a cinematic style trailer. No, here we go. So lots of combat.
The witch took everything, but we four will take it back.
Okay, so like a dash attack, a dash through, or like temp invisibility. You have a character that can shoot from a distance, or a couple of them. You want to play a little bit more defensively. A character that can summon.
Again and again
Summon is cool.
into the foul, corrupted waste.
Yeah, the visuals are nice. I think I could probably justify at least one look at it, and I really like it. We could go another. But where would I put it? Party, Drill Deep, Gambonanza, Alchemortis, Decklings. Oh, right. Cinderia, maybe around Adamcraft. No, wait, but then there's Dice Goblin's Den is actually pretty cool looking too. Factory Must Fall is also really cool looking. I think here, somewhere in there. Yeah, Cinderia. Okay. Then Astro Fighters 2. I gotta like be more selective. Okay, Astro Fighters 2. Yeah, I'm just gonna say no to this one. I gotta be more selective, dude. I have just so many games on here. I can't. Operators Resolve or Operatives Resolve. Yeah. Operatives Resolve. Because I think so it could be someone's type of game, but I don't think the Star Fox style games or whatever. I don't think this is probably as much my thing. Click this one. Oh, here we go. Okay, so that is 55 seconds left on the clock. Okay, excellent. I will watch this real fast. This is a 30-second trailer, and then we can get straight into the next fight. Oh. Kind of interesting visually. But yeah, the visuals are really nice. Well, yeah, no, the visuals are really nice. I was gonna say like the way it's played might be a little funny or weird, but actually, yeah, the visuals are good enough to something, I think. Yeah, I could figure this. It might be a bit challenging, a bit like strategic-y for me, but we can try it. Put you also in that kind of area, though. Okay, there we go. So now we're going in. 2, 1, bang. I drew that versus blank. So now what we need to see, what we're kind of hoping for if we want a chance.
We are here.
If we want a chance to have a real competition for anybody with Karanari, we need I drew that to perform insanely well. It's a high ask. Honestly, like whatever happens, happens. Wait, blank actually didn't blank get a complete victory? Karanari got the win there. Blank got a partial victory. So yeah, I drew that's gonna need to beat blank here, I think, for there to be much chance of I drew that then beating Karanari. We'll see. I mean, I'm kind of happy with whatever outcome. Of course, like if Karanari just like absolutely sweeps, that's awesome too. Like it'll be cool to see the different ways that Karanari can win and can push things. But I drew that probably has the highest chance of competing there just because it's second place winner or second place player, and this is their first thing, so like they haven't lost any yet. So we'll kind of see how this goes. Technically, I drew that could lose one here and then fully win every other thing after, and then that would also pretty much would actually I think guarantee them the win, because isn't there an I drew that versus Karanari in here? Yes. So if I drew that loses 1 or 2 here, technically they could still beat out Karanari by just winning everything after. It's not as simple as that, but winning here would be a good sign for sure in that direction. All right. So I drew that, yeah, best time is 2:29, blanks is 2:59. But of course, there's more to it than that. A lot of things that can go wrong. or that can happen across the run. All right. I drew that versus blank. Let's see if there's a pre-game interview.
Why is the stream paused? It's not paused.
Let's see what people are saying. My PB is wrong. I have a 220. Be good and not bad.
Not paused, just lag. Just lag sometimes. What's it?
Be good and not bad. I have a 220.
I guess just lag. I don't know.
My PB is wrong. I have a 220. No one has a... Wait. No one has a 220. Did someone submit a run with a 220? What is going on here? Is this the person that I don't know? We good and not bad. Who's we good and not bad? I don't know if I know who that is. Is that one of the people here?
I guess when I ask the same question to Drew that I asked to Karanari is that, of course, being one of the top seeds, one of the top two, right? It's like there arrives like an expectation. Like, again, you're kind of the player to beat for a lot of people. You know, even Karanari has mentioned the match against you a couple of times. So, I mean, you know, how does it feel to kind of like be like, oh, people think I'm gonna win?
So I think, is it on a call? I want to make sure that I'm not like missing something. I think it's gonna be eternal commentary could make me sit here. So I think that's kind of why I'm like hesitant when I'm saying some of this stuff, because like whatever happens. Like I after the fact, if things go wrong one way or the other, or if there's a big fall and whatever, I don't want anyone to feel bad, because it's all a game and we're all having fun. But at the same time, there is this extra pressure because he's second place and Karanari's also like has won fully here so far. So we'll kind of see, right? We'll kind of see how it goes. Okay.
There's not to see. Are we ready? I mean, I think Blank has like stream audio on from like the Twitch delay, but we gotta kind of see. Okay.
Can I pause this, boy? Yeah.
Let's do countdown. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. Now we get in. I drew that versus Blank. Oh yeah, Blank has kind of a longer. Okay, so it's gonna be about a 5-second. Oh, that's gonna make it a little funny. It's about a 5-second difference in the speed of kind of the startup here. So keep that in mind. But I drew that does very successfully hit that skip about as well as he can. A little awkward onto the bounce pad, but not really a big deal because this advantage is going to be a solid bit of time. Cannon jump happens at 28, I think, where Blank's is going to, it could have happened at 31, would have been a pretty close thing, but it's still going to happen at 35. Okay. Cannon 2 for I drew that already happening. Man, I drew that place so fast. It's already happening at 46. The crazy thing is, like, that was a really fast cannon from Blank. Like, that's still really quick. It's just that I drew that is playing crazy. 57. Okay, so 50... 57, 58 on Blank. I drew that is already mounted the wall. Okay. There is some crazy delay happening on Blank stream, unfortunately. Hopefully that gets, if not fixed, at least we get to see kind of more where he's at, because I hope. Let's see what's happening. There we go. At wall at 118. Definitely not a bad time to be at wall. It's just the 130 to second bounce pad. Are you crazy? I think this might be faster than what Karanari was doing. This has got to be faster. 141. We'll see. But I think it's very possible that this ends up being our new current day record. But it's also just so fast in general. How is this happening? It's so fast that I feel like this might be like world record pace or something. Am I crazy? Or close to it. Like, maybe not actually it, but it's up there. Maybe not. No. Well, I don't know. Could that have been without this part? Either way, there's just no way that I drew that can fumble this part enough for the difference to matter, unless he falls off. 22. I guess that probably wouldn't have been record pace, but like, geez, I don't know. It would have been maybe like a 230 something. I think it would have been the 230 something from I drew that there, which is unbelievable. Instead, it's going to be a 248. It depends on how he plays it, actually. Okay, a little bit slower. It'll still be a 250. Yeah, 260. Yeah. Oh my gosh, Blank. Oh no, Blank didn't give up. It's just there's a big delay here. It's sort of unfortunate. I mean, what can you do? It's probably like Wi-Fi or something going on.
You gotta understand. Blank is screen sharing his game at 1440p 60 FPS. That is not needed. We do not. I have a feel. I'm gonna like that. I think that's probably the reason.
Let him know. Let him know after though. But that's a good call. I mean, yeah. 1440p is definitely going to slow it down. If it's slowing down to 1440p, you'll be fine at 720p. Like 1440p is like 1080p is substantially bigger than 720p because every little bit you expand out is all of this amount more. So 1440p it's not like twice as much as 720p. It's like, I don't know, 8 times as much or something. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, that's so painful though when that happens. That's tough. But yeah, fair. Okay. That's one down. That's one down. For I drew that, which is in terms of our theory crafting idea, whatever, is a good thing if we're trying to go, can someone compete with Karanari's runs here? That was a 252, which is very close to, I would say, less than 10 seconds off anyway, to what Karanari was doing, and would have been even faster if I drew that was going for the cake skips, like the speed on cake. Not really a good reason to do that though. It's understandable that maybe you wouldn't push that too crazy. So 252 from I drew that for round 1. And also, if we look back at Karanari's first 2 rounds, they were 315 and 307 respectively. And so it's possible I drew that will also have an even faster one sometime in the future. But I do think if he had made the jump, because he missed that jump twice in the, where was that? In the treehouse, I think they'd call it. So that double miss there, if that hadn't happened, we're probably looking closer to 38 or something like that, with all the rest, everything else being equal. Resolution. It's not resolution in game, I don't think. I believe it's resolution in the stream that's being transmitted, but I don't know if it's going to be obvious how to change that. But I'm sure there is a way. Like when you do screen share, like end your screen share and restart your screen share. Yeah, because it's a Wi-Fi thing, I think, not a computer. Let me look here. Wait, let me.
They might just be trying to fix that at the moment.
It's not a Wi-Fi thing, rather than a game res thing. Like if screen share is ended and then restarted at a lower rate, it could help. It could help. Not a Wi-Fi thing, rather than a game res thing, like a screen share is ended and restarted at a lower rate. Hopefully that I don't want to, like, if they just go in, I don't want to be distracting anything going on, but maybe this input will help. A game res thing, like a screen share is ended and restarted at a lower rate. I think that's true. Am I wrong here? If I share my screen somewhere, can I do that in my own server? Like if I go to testing channel here, and then I do share your screen, and I do entire screen, this one, share. I don't know if that's possible. Oh, stream settings. That might not be possible. Might not be an option in Discord. Can I change it? Video and voice settings, voice and video settings. Streaming. Might not be an option. I don't know if it is an option. Advanced? I'm gonna maybe move this screen just to be safe. Might not be an option, actually. Maybe I'm wrong here. I can share screen.
I honestly think it's probably like a processor thing. I don't think it's really his internet that's struggling. I think the fact that because I think he's actually lagging a bit in game as well. So it's probably the fact that he's streaming in Discord is. It could be a while. It could be a Wi-Fi thing as well. Maybe that's why there was like some intermittent feed, I guess. But I definitely think that his processor is probably killing itself.
Yeah, but it's like, well, it can't be. The thing is, well, okay, here's my perspective on this, and I could be wrong. Like, I'm not like a Wi-Fi or tech expert by any means, but what makes sense in my head for this is that he must have been playing the entire time between, like how we saw a freeze frame, and then when it unfreeze framed, we were like way further in. Even if it's like shuddery or not great on his end, there, like during that entire time skip, he is moving and jumping and doing things in game. So he must be a Wi-Fi thing at that point. It could be that Wi-Fi is impacted, like he's not, I don't know, somehow his computer's not able to focus as much. I don't know. I'm not really sure exactly how that might be. But I don't know. We'll see. Oh, here we go. Okay, we're already back in. Hopefully it works kind of better here. Yeah, I just didn't really want to interrupt the stream there. I did send that into Karenari's chat instead, but I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I just, just in case it kind of derails anything. And also, I don't know if there is like a way to, fix that. Like, I just tried it on stream there, whatever, to stream my screen and then to change the resolution. I just didn't see a way to do it. Like if I go into, well, let's see, how many more, hold on, how many more? Moderator here. Blank is going to do the next two, so it'd be good to get it fixed now. Okay, I see. So if I go back into, I feel bad, I'm kind of missing it, but at the same time, I think getting this resolved would be a nice thing to do first, if it's possible. But it might not be possible. I drew that as, oh, goodness, it's so quick. I don't expect that, based on that last one, I think Blank might be able to win these next ones, I'm not sure, but I drew that as seemingly being very consistent. Ooh, that was scary though. That was scary. I guess it is possible. He could have fallen. If he fell there, that would have been a big setback. That would have given some more room. But that can't be faster than. I guess he doesn't need to worry about it. But that scooting frontwise versus sideways can't be faster. I think a switch in the middle there might have been a good call, but it doesn't matter really. It doesn't really matter because he's already on ladder. So yeah, what can you do? Oh my goodness! It jumped straight to top of ladder. That's super clean. Okay. But yeah, I think solving this in terms of Blank would be important. I expect this is not going to be like on any kind of crazy pace from Drew, but it is going to be a win. So let me go ahead and look now at, if I go back to testing channel, share your screen in testing channel, entire screen, this one, okay, and then there's got to be a way. Can you set screen share resolution to change quality of screen being shared Discord? I don't know if there's an option for that or not. Frame rate in Discord to change the quality of your stream. This is done by changing the stream quality settings before or during a live stream, allowing you to select 720p, 1080p. How do I do, how? Before such well live, click the screen button above your status bar or click stream quality in the voice channel. Is that a thing I can do? Okay. Let's see. Stream settings, stop streaming. I need to go to, can I go to, there we go. Go to the testing channel. This one, change stream. Change stream isn't the idea. Unless there's something I can do in here, but I don't see a thing I can do in here. More options, voice and video settings, grid, invite. There's got to be a way to change the quality of this. Oh, this is in 720p. I wonder why it's sharing. They're saying it's sharing in 1080. That doesn't seem like it should be the case because mine doesn't default do that. So you'd have to set it to that, I think. Camera, let's look. Camera, stream, enhanced sound, diagnostic settings. I'm not seeing an option, but it's saying that there's an option on Google. So maybe there isn't. I'm just blind. Maybe. But there also just might not be a way to do it. Options, pop-out stream, more options. I don't see it there either. Huh. Okay, yeah, 251. Oh my gosh, 251. That was still faster than the other one. I was thinking, like, there's no way this is below a 240 something, but that's still crazy. Crazy. Okay. All right, between the next two, they're going to try, I'm sure, to resolve the stuff going on here, but the only way I can think of to do that would be to mess with, let's see, where's my, I'll just play music from here if I can't see it there. Okay, music. The only way I can think of to do that would be to mess with the video settings of what you're sharing, but I don't see stream quality. I see in the top right there, it says live stream quality. So like if I look here, live stream quality, we have this, but I'm not really seeing a, like when I start the stream or within it, an option to adjust that. Let's see. Up to 720/30 FPS will Discord Nitro Scarves stream to 4K. We'd have to be using Discord Nitro for this issue to be the reason. I'm pretty sure did they say there that it's streaming in 4K? It could be that they use Discord Nitro and there's a way to do it that I can't do because I don't use Discord Nitro. But if not, then maybe that's not the issue. Like maybe they're not actually streaming that way. Stop sharing, and then I will end the call in that separate one. And then go back to moderator. Okay. Well, I tried, but I'm not seeing it as an option. What I am seeing, though, is like you'd have to be using... It looks like based on this, you would have to be using Discord Nitro. So if they are doing that, then it would have to be done... There's somehow a setting they can adjust there. That's all I can understand for that. Okay, so with that, what I need to do is add 3 points more to... I drew that. So I guess yeah, 3 points total. So they're up to 3. Because that was I drew that versus blank. Then it's Haswa and Saucy. We got our first Saucy. So Haswa first, then Saucy. Okay. Correct. Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. Well, so the next challenge up is going to be Haswa versus blank. Haswa versus blank. I think that's a reasonable challenge. That makes sense in my head. Haswa did very well before. Blank did very well before. So the two of them against each other makes a lot of sense. Saucy versus blank is what I'm super curious about. Is Saucy live yet? They are. Okay. Start the ads. You got this, Saucy. You can do this. You got this, bro. But I will say it after the ads are over so I can give a response. All right. So Haswa versus blank. That's a 9 minutes, 10 second between. Really hoping though. Really hoping they can get that video for blank. But maybe. But sometimes the internet's just not there, and they are successfully doing the run. So maybe that's all that really matters. But maybe next time, because fixing stuff on the fly like that is really hard too. All right. So what do I want now? We go back to YouTube lists. Is Saucy live? Let me do unmute somewhere. Is it down bottom left? That's rough. You got this. Howdy. Look at that. Round of me and Losty was so bad. Looking forward to oh crap.
What's up, Deadeye? Welcome in, man. Hey, Deadeye, real quick. ! Charm. Thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate it. I know you did it when I was offline, but
Charm.
Still appreciate
it. ! Charm. Enter. Where's that? Anyway, looking forward to your runs, bro. Forward.
All right, Noodles.
Your runs. Your runs.
Right there for now.
In the stream. Games you play, except. Look forward to your runs. Seems through and let's see, Kurinari. Kurinari are playing the hot. No.
The fact that Blank just got a PB while practicing is so funny.
Alright. Wait. So who got a PB? Wait. PB? Did he say he got a PB? We're practicing.
All right, let me open up the tournament.
No, someone got a PB, I think. Must be maybe.
What games do I play except for Flipping is Hard?
So what am I looking at here? So 6 minutes 48. Gotta show some love because I'm gonna be watching Saucy's for sure. I really want to like. I gotta support, okay? Because Saucy has taught me so much when it comes to this game. Those videos are super useful.
Did you get a whisper by chance? Apparently there's a setting for like whispers if you accident or if you have them like turned off or whatever, you won't be that command won't work. But
oh, whispers. Oh, I guess I did get a whisper. Let me pull this up separately because I don't really know what it is. Oh, you need charm code. All right, sweet. Thanks. Okay, cool.
This horror game
glad I pulled that off just to be safe. Got the whisper. Got the whisper.
But I mean, that game's like dead. Nobody plays it. I speedrun this game called Lunch Lady, which is still pretty active.
All right. Okay, I'm glad I pulled that off the screen. I don't even know what to expect from that. Hey, look at me go. We got people in the chat. How you doing? No need to down patch for a charm now. Okay, I see. Yeah. He sent me. Gotcha, okay. And then Plix, how you doing? Plix, how are you doing? Wait, Plix, we were talking not so long ago about a very particular trick, and we have 5 minutes to discuss it if you have a second. But I won't take all the time. I just want to show you this and talk about it a little bit because do you know how this trick works already or not? Because we were talking about it at the time, and I think neither of us did. Yeah. So most of the time, figured out. Me too. Right. So when we were talking about it, I was like, I feel like it has to be. Oh no, Plex, no. Well, you know what? Okay, that's tough, man. 4 minutes and 58 seconds. I'll put it here. I know it too. Okay, let me send. I'll send it as well. I got it sorted as well, but the setup for the trick is truly insanely difficult. Let me send that. Let's see. The trick itself, I get about half the time, but the the bounce to platform from the lower bounce pad, like in our run, is crazy. If you get speed from 2 jumps initially and land on the edge of the pad, it causes you to break. Jumping as you break gives you weird physics that puts you up to the pyramid. Ooh, edge of the pad. Edge of the pad. I didn't realize. Okay, good, you're right. So I was practicing it. The first time practicing it, I got like these few different, iterations. We can actually look and see if it's the edge of the pad, because I think what it might be is just a combination of the forward momentum with the downward momentum. Like it has to be both together. That was my thought, but it might be the edge. Let me see here. Put this down. So that was enough right there, which was. It might have been. Did I hit the purple? I don't think so though. I think edge might not be necessary, but I could be wrong. No, it's not edge. I don't think. I think it's just you have to have enough momentum from top line and from downward. Like both of the you're pushing forward really fast and falling down really fast, and that's enough to break the phone. And you have to break in order to go up, and you also have to time the jump with the hit in order to go up. And so it's like all these things at once. It's challenging, but it's not that challenging. Like I get this one at least half the time, I believe. If I just sit there and do it over and over again, like I can get it about half the time. However, the fastest person, Karanari, who we'll be seeing a lot today, you've already been seeing a lot today, I'd imagine, in the stream, but or in Eternal stream. But in Karanari's run, that's not all they're doing. The important component of what they do is actually this part, which seems kind of, just not required, but I do believe is more consistent. It might be. I could see there being things about it I don't understand. But this part, I spent like 3.5 hours practicing this over and over again, and I got it 1 in 10 around. The upper part, I got it like half the time, and most of my resets were here. So like, the upper part's actually pretty consistent and easy, relatively speaking. This part is unbelievable. So, Karanari here, you need to jump at the right moment here, non-directionally, of course. You don't necessarily have to do this, but the way the Karanari does it, and I learned to do it as well, is to do AW, WD, and then SD, I think. Just rotate yourself around in such a way that you're hitting this at a more of a flat edge. Then they do hit jump as soon as they land there, and then they climb up this. Which might all seem, you know, not insanely challenging, but you don't usually get that height. That one is tricky too for another reason. Yeah, the down there one, I think this part is a little challenging, but about a 50-50. The down there part for me is like a 1 in 10, and it's a miserable. So what I do instead is I bounce pad up to this bounce pad, up to the top, then take the bounce pad again, then go forward. Which is still faster because there's so much ground to travel here that I'm, you know, not perfect at. And so it's better to do all of that work and still get it, that if I can do it first try, than it is to just take slide and go from there. For me still. But I think for a high level runner, it might not really matter. I didn't set a timer, which means I don't want to miss this. Okay, good. So yeah, that part of the trick is actually, I think, 5 times as hard. I wouldn't actually even put the up there trick as being one of the hardest tricks. I think this right here is the hardest trick in the game. I don't think there's a single other trick that I've seen anyone pull off that I thought was as hard as this. Because I practice for hours. I like every other trick in the game. I've practiced a bunch, and I can do okay, or I'm not that consistent on it, but I can do at a higher rate. This trick right here is genuinely so insane. Nail skip. But I don't. There might be something like theoretical, because only the top place person does this skip. So maybe there's something that's even harder that people could do, and it's just not at all practical for the run. If you don't let go of W soon enough, your forward momentum reduces your jump height. Oh yeah, okay, I see that. But because of having to let go of W sooner, the timing is different. You got this skip in a run. That's awesome. Yeah, I got this skip in a run, but it was a 5:17, and I'm now down to a 4:58 or something, so it just didn't matter. Like, at the time I was at 5:14. I was like, eh. Okay, thing is starting true. Yep. So Eternal screen here. Let's hear the countdown and any kind of preemptive.
I am back here on to.
I will say Hasuo versus Blank again. This one should be somewhat close. The two of them should be around 330 runners. To my understanding, like on average, something in that area is what I would expect. And so I think either one of them's game 100% here. Hasuo, I might lean towards just slightly because of the whole controller player thing. I think that probably, I don't know. There's like, I want to see it happen, but I don't know if he's necessarily better. Also, Hasuo is maybe more likely to take this skip, where Blank, I think, is always going to go top right.
You know, absolute GG's there to Blank, but while Blank is celebrating that, we are back at...
Blank just got a PB in practice? Whoa! Congratulations. What the heck? 256. Which puts his PB a little closer to Hasuo's. Not that really matters in a run like this, but that's cool. That's awesome. Yeah, 3-second PB just in practice is crazy.
My next match.
Alright. You know, in that first match, I mean, it was a difficult match, but...
Blank going against Drew was crazy there. Hasuo versus Loi was also pretty intense. Loi, I think, had very much, like, potential to be the #1 winner if Loi had beaten Karanari one time, but I think Karanari was playing crazy and Loi was nervous because, like, if you watch it, it's that's how it seems anyway. Not that I would blame either of them for it. I mean, they both played fantastic. It's just that Loi previously was getting like these really good times and then go against Karanari and I think make some much bigger mistakes just because of the pressure of that. And then Karanari also was getting not as good times as he ended up against Loi. So that fight was, yeah, unfortunate. So I think Hasuo against Loi is not like a great illustration of what Hasuo could theoretically do. Hasuo is definitely a quick runner here. Where Blank, I think we saw Blank against Metallics, which was a little bit better of an illustration of where Blank is at. I think Hasuo has potential to be greatly better than we've seen. But still, I would say they're reasonably similar.
Overall, yeah, I think we can prepare. Again, it's a Blank match, so I will ask in the Discord if we're ready. So yeah, are we ready?
2 low graphics people would be interesting, honestly. Yeah, I wonder. I don't know if that impacts it or not. I've definitely heard, like, it seems like some people use low graphics, some people don't. Like Karanari does not low graphics.
All right.
But I think Drew does, if I'm not mistaken, maybe. But
be going in. I will type it in chat.
Okay. So it's going to be.
I'll also say
Haswa v Blank here. Anything else to say about Blank Haswa? I mean, I will, I guess, look a little closer here than normal because I want to see, and here we go. I want to see if it looks like Haswa is adjusting a lot in the air in a way that seems more controller-esque than I would expect. Because watching Haswa's record run, like personal best, how they doing 13-14, does look like Haswa has already gained advantage, but is not going for the gap jump. We're just going straight to pad, but still, yeah, we've managed to catch out ahead a little bit for Haswa here. Probably only 5-6 seconds, something like that, but still it's sizable. Maybe even more, actually. That was a really clean entry into Cannon. It's going to depend on how Cannon entry goes for Blank. So Cannon there was... Ooh, and then also wasn't able to get in the Cannon on its pop, so... Yeah, there's definitely maybe even 10 seconds now. Haswa's starting to gain a lead. We'll see. Oh my goodness, these Cannon entries from Haswa are crazy. This is exactly what I was thinking, is I do think Haswa has a very real chance of like just stealing away this game. Blank is fast though. Like Haswa could make one mid-size error and then it's all back to even. Haswa gets up to, okay, we're at a wall. It's not a big mistake, but a few of those could definitely, could definitely get us back tied up. Blank manages to make it on first attempt, Haswa on second. Haswa makes the ladder skip, which is an intimidating spot because that widens that gap pretty well. All right, 32 to first of the trio versus, it looks like 39. Haswa's second is at 39-ish versus a 45 from Blank and a 45 or so from Haswa versus a 50. So, no, yeah. So it's going to be like 5-second difference right now. We're holding a really tight difference, though. It's actually not that massive for either of them. Like, Haswa has advantage, but maybe 5 seconds. And that, again, is so easy to just lose or to catch up. Okay. Oh, Haswa's making some pretty clean moves here. Let's see if Blank can make some pretty clean moves. Haswa very effortless into tower. Yeah, tower extremely smooth for Haswa here. Blank a little bit more awkward there, but not too much, honestly. Yeah, fairly clean as well. But Haswa's playing super smooth. If Haswa makes one mistake, just one mistake, then it turns. But right now, as long as they both play pretty cleanly, Haswa's going to have the win. Haswa makes this jump. Excellent. Yep. Not even super close. And the Cannon advantage genuinely might win on Cannons more than anything. The main amount of time might have just come from Cannons here. Ooh. Wow, that'll do it. Yeah, that'll do it, unfortunately. Let's see if Haswa can make this cake, as long as the cake movement is good, and Haswa is playing it slowly, which is the way to do it here for sure. Yep, there it is. 304. Ooh, 304. Wow, that's good. Up until not so long ago, that would actually be the fastest run of the day, but now Karanari and Drew are both sitting at, well, respectively, Karanari at 48, I think, or maybe 46, to Drew's 51. So they're both under 3 minutes. But Bahas was a super clean there, 304, 10 seconds off from a PB in in a championship, in a tournament. Very cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, well done. Let's open this up. We want... Look back over. Do I still have... Oh. Right. There's not... I guess they've ended their stream because there's not necessarily a big reason to stream from here. Fair enough. So what we'll do is we'll switch over to Saucy with this one. And I'm getting pizza ads on Saucy's stream. What can you do? All right, that's fine. So we get one on to Haswa. Excellent. Yeah, crazy. Haswa going against Loloi was just poor luck in a way, because Loloi, Karanari, or or Drew are going to all be really challenging, to be fair, but definitely Haswa's sitting at 0 was not to be maintained, right? Haswa's very clean here. That was extremely well done from Haswa. Blank did well as well. It was maintaining that gap. It really wasn't that far off. I actually think Blank's time without that miss would have been like a 3:15 maybe, which is enough to beat a lot of people in this tournament, but just happened to not be the time. Honestly, probably would have beaten Haswa earlier too, but just was not in the cards for that one. We'll see if Haswa can maintain that big lead, or if Blank will, we'll steal it back and have ourselves a 1v1. Both scoring a tiebreaker. We'll see.
Because I was looking at Haswa at that moment. It sometimes happens.
Was it Haswa?
The screens are pretty far away. They cover like a solid 55% of the screen.
Crazy. I can't believe that. That's crazy. Yeah, yo, can I enter? I want to PB. I want a PB. Can I enter? I want a PB while I'm practicing between rounds. Honestly, Blank has got to feel good right now. I hope. Anyway, I hope. If I'm in this tournament and I PB during practice, my whole day is fine. It doesn't really matter the outcome of anything here, because I just PB during practice. That's crazy. You're just trying to make sure you're kind of feeling good. You're not trying to PB, but you get a PB. That's got to feel real nice. All right, but we'll see if Blank can also get a win on Haswa here. It'd be hard after that display. Will Haswa be able to make him each time have it be that clean, or was that sort of a one-off really good performance? We'll see.
Blank is ready.
Okay, Blank is ready. Haswa's ready.
Said no. I guess. All right. Countdowns.
All right. Can't believe Blank got a PB. Crazy. I drew that got a 220. I drew that earlier, saying that their time was no longer a 230. Is that right? Did I drew that just to get a new world record? Runners got PBs. You gotta be kidding. I drew that got a 220. Is this for real? Is this for real? That be world. That be record, no? World record. That's crazy. All right, so Haswa versus Blank. Is this actually a run? Okay. All right, here we go. It is. It's got to be. Yeah, they're starting at the same time. That was just so quick into that. Like realizing that someone actually is saying that there is a new world record. He didn't record though. Oh my god, that's tough. That's crazy. I would love to see a 220. All right. I believe it. I believe that it happened, but unfortunately that won't be able to go on board. That's tough. I can't believe that. Okay. So Haswa goes alt route up into cannon, but honestly works really well. Got started on the cannon and shot early. That's a time advantage. 103 to land versus 105. Ooh, awkward onto sign, but still an advantage on time. Haswa maintaining a very slight lead. It's going to depend here whether things kind of start to tilt away from Blank. If Blank can get this jump first try, then nope, we can maintain a similar spot. But again, Haswa gets this skip, and that is just going to be a couple second advantage. We'll see. Okay. Haswa sets up for a little bit there. Maybe Blank can restore some time by being a little faster on the pad setup. We'll see. Oh, that's pretty clean on the pad setup. Ooh, except that you have to back up. Yeah, awkward. Okay, Haswa now at 148, 149 on the pad, 150. And versus a 155, 5-second difference again. 5-second difference going into the end of the game. Come on. Oh, really good jump, though. Really good jump. Catch this. Yes. Okay, now it's tight again. They're both... That whole situation for Blank there just restored like 3 seconds of difference. Unfortunately, this awkward position might remove that. We'll see. But they are fairly neck and neck. Come on. Get this first try. Yes. Very clean into... Yeah, okay. So 229, 230. Oh, this might be the closest end game we've had. It was close at one point, but it got fumbled crazy. Which is fair. It happens. But like... This end game is extremely tight. 245. 247 to cannon. Come on, start cannon early. Yes. Get into cannon before it's too late. No. Okay. Oh, it's so close. That's crazy. Yeah, that's as tight as it's been by far. If you do an absolutely insane cake run, you might win it. Just completely ridiculous cake run. Oh. Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Ah, that's crazy! That was so awesome. That's so cool. I can't believe that. I can't believe it. Can't believe it. That was unreal. I thought there's no shot. Okay, he's gonna get there, but the cake run would have to be so perfect. It would have to go so fast. And also it relies on Haswa taking cake way slow. And it happened. It lined up, but not by almost anything. By 0.24 seconds. What? Yeah, that's unreal. Will any tournament of this game ever have as tight of a time as that? That was insane. 3:10.52, 3:10.76. My goodness. Nice one, Blank. Yeah, truly, really impressive as well. I mean, they both got really insanely good times. Him being off in the opposite direction by 0.2 would have still been hype because of how close it would be, but him winning from such a deficit, a 5-second deficit almost all the way up, barely, like, clawing back 3 seconds onto the bridge, and then and then clawing back another, like, 2, maybe 3 seconds. No, that would have been at least 3, maybe 4 seconds on Cake Run. I can't believe that even happened. I was thinking that probably just won't happen. Like, why would something like that happen, right? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense for it to happen. because it would rely on one person going so slow and one person going so fast. But it wasn't who I thought it would be. I really thought it might be Karanari versus Loiloi. I wasn't expecting it to be Haswa versus Blank, because they're both, like, kind of careful runners. It required one of them to be a lot less careful. And it was Blank who has, up until this point, not done the gap skip. Like, I thought maybe Haswa would go a little crazy on Cake because Haswa has decided to go for that kind of riskier jump. But no, Blank ends up going for kind of a risky cake, and it pays off. Pays off way more than you'd expect. All right.
But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. Sometimes it can psych yourself out, or sometimes it can allow you to plan out strats accordingly. It's double-edged swords, all of these strategies in speedrunning.
Yeah, they're all like that, but nothing beats Cake. Nothing beats Cake. Honestly, Cake has not been that important to me so far because I'm just kind of bad at it, and I'm okay with that because there's so much else to work on. But, like, in this moment, yeah, it would make me wish that I just spent an hour just doing Cake over and over again, because I bet you could get pretty good at it that way. It's just like, you're talking a difference of maybe 5 seconds on like the very end of a run, which is a little awkward. But no. Wow. Yeah, best clip. Honestly. Let's open this. Show me this clip. Because that's just too cool. Mainstream. Here we go.
That was just a flip. Blank's trying to go mega fast.
Hold on. He's gonna. Oh, they're gonna. The pop-off is gonna be awesome here, I bet. Let's do this.
See, how safe will we be going? How about this? The first one very safe. The second one's pretty good. Third one's just a flip. Blank's trying to go mega fast to try to steal it. 3:10.52. Blank clutches it.
That's unreal. That's so close. That's so close. Oh, here we go. We're already back in. Yeah, but that, like, I don't know. I feel for Haswa here. Maybe Haswa. I mean, I hope Haswa comes away with this, even if it means like a loss or there's like some difference in terms of points. That's kind of a bummer. Like, I hope Haswa comes away from this as like I was part of something super cool there, because that was like so awesome. That was so awesome. Okay, up we go. And it really couldn't have happened any other way. Like, Haswa had to play a little slower there for that to work that way, but can't have known it would because it didn't look like it was going to. Blank had to play so aggressive, which could have gone massively wrong. But had nothing to lose, really. All right, so how are we doing here? So very close still in time. I mean, we're kind of learning to expect this. Haswa generally extremely consistent on cannons, which provides an advantage. We'll see if Blank is able to get the same advantage. Actually, yes, so advantage nullified. Blank at, what, 58 to like a 56 from Haswa. Very, very, very fast beam. That was a crazy beam. Just straight into beam and straight up. Pretty high up in beam on entry. A miss there, though. That provides everything Blank needs to have a chance. 117, maybe 118 to top. Blank's camera is frozen. But you know what? Imagine Blank's camera froze during the cake run. How much worse that would be. Thankfully, we're not worried about that. His Blank has not made it up the wall. That's important because Haswa missed a little bit there. Missed the trick, so it could have been, honestly, Blank could have been ahead potentially, but not super far behind, so it's all good. See if we can make these wall jumps, though. It's going to be important. It's going to be important not to miss the wall jump too many times. Oh, that's okay. Yes, recovered it. I need to learn to do that. I do not do that. What Blank did there. Ooh, barely didn't overshoot that first pad, but now we go to pad 1 of the 3 trio. Getting up towards the second pad. Awkward. I hate, what Blank just experienced there happens to me sometimes. It's so annoying when you're trying to go fast and then you're just like caught somewhere. It's like, I'm just touching things. I'm not actually, why am I stuck? It happens. Okay, good bounce, but Haswa's already good spot up this wall, up the tower. I don't know. I mean, pretty well done from Blank there to get towards the top of the tower, or top of the ladder, I should say. But Haswa is already making their way up, pretty much at the top of the treehouse, I guess I'll call it. And there you have it. I mean, at this point, it's just whether or not Haswa can make a major mistake. It doesn't really matter how Blank plays, although Blank is playing very well. Okay, into cannon. A little awkward there from Blank trying to get into the treehouse. Happens. Haswa. Is he going to go for crazy fast cake? Is he going to say, well, you know what, I learned my lesson? Not a good time to learn the lesson. Don't learn it. Don't learn that lesson. Very careful. Thank you. Good. 3:10:44, which would have been enough. It would have been enough to beat Blank last time. But what's been done has been done. And that excellent ending last time will remain. Okay, but there we go. Blank is going to sit around. Honestly, Blank was pretty consistent here. We're going to be sitting at, oh my gosh, that cake run from Blank is beautiful. That was even faster than the last cake run. But that's 3:28 to 3:10. Very well played from both. But that will be a Haswa win with another point that way, up to 2. The importance of which, the importance of which is that it's gonna mean that Haswa's in these middle kind of areas, because like the actual people that are going to win, Karanari, Loiloi has some potential to tie for a win, but Karanari is on track to, and so is Drew. Haswa is going to need to win, I think the next, was it 2? Where are we at here? Yeah, the next 2 in order to get an 8. So we're kind of, that's kind of the preventativeness. That's the importance of Blank's win there, is that it does mean that Haswa can't win. I guess can't win. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but yeah, can't win over Loiloi at this point. Where else do we have here? So the remaining runs here, Saucy versus Blank is the next one, which I will watch on Saucy's channel. If I can stop seeing pizza ads. Saucy, this is your fault. You keep giving me pizza ads. You're saying, I hear you. You got your skin from the pizza boxes, okay? I understand. All right, Karanari, 6. Ow. But it's tight. It's tight right now. So next up is Saucy versus Blank. Then Lostless has another chance, this time against Saucy. Saucy is going to want to win that, but truly, although Lostless does sit at 0 right now, it is not because Lostless could not have beaten some really, really powerful opponents. And so there's very much a possibility that Lostless managed to get some points on Saucy here, even if Saucy plays well, because Lostless is very capable of getting a low 3, at the very least, as we've seen. Okay, and then beyond that, Lostless Karanari as well. So Lostless is going to be in a little gauntlet between Saucy and Karanari to see if he can knock some points off either, which will be a very big deciding factor for the overall winner. Of course, depending on how Saucy plays, but certainly between Karanari and I Drew That. Is Lostless? Lostless is not going to be going against I Drew That in this situation, though, which is interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that all went the way it did. That was crazy. That was insane. Okay. Velocity, you are still quiet. Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, a bump up to the overall stream volume in every direction. For future streams, it might make sense to look into that, but that's more so, like, people can raise you up and then turn up their own audio for regular stuff like this, and Twitch doesn't care as much about it, but stream to stream, yeah, it's still going to have an impact. Where on YouTube, you can more cleanly check this by right-clicking the video, hitting Stats for Nerds, and looking top left. Target is -14. This video that doesn't have any talking in is -28, but that's just because that's that video. If I go to my channel here, we see a better example. Live, and then go to my most recent Flipping is Hard stream, pause that, right-click Stats for Nerds, and you can see the target is -14, I'm at -20, which means I'm 7 decibels down. Not fantastic, but maybe I just didn't talk during certain points, I'm not sure. You want to try to aim for towards -14, really towards -18 around, 18 or 19, or 17 I should say, somewhere in there. But as long as you're better than -24, you're in a pretty good spot, I guess. Okay. Anyway, Stats for Nerds stuff. Well, you can't do it on Twitch, which makes it challenging. Yeah, Twitch doesn't have a built-in system quite like that. All right, where do I want to be going now? So, yeah, with this, there is an 8-minute break between 8:40. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to run to the bathroom real fast, and then we'll, if there's time after, we'll watch a couple more game trailers, and then get right back into the action with Saucy versus Blank. The very first Saucy run, we'll see how Saucy does, and I will watch it from Saucy's perspective, because I'm curious what he kind of has to say as he runs. I'm curious how that goes. I'll have Eternals. Is there some way that I can do this, like, more cleanly? Maybe what I could do is have this up, but be listening to Saucy while it's going on. But there might be some stream delay between the two streams. Not like, not super likely, but it could happen. Maybe it would happen. Yeah, maybe it would happen. I'm not sure how that's going to go. So we'll kind of see. But I'll watch at least the first one from Saucy's perspective, just to kind of get a feel for what it's like to see the speedrunner actually be trying it, and how frustrating that is, or how tense it might be, and just how the performance goes overall. But yeah, I'll be right back. Give me just like a minute or so, minute and a half, and I will return. Okay. Well, I guess you can hang out with Saucy for a second. Why not? Where this audio is right. I'll pause my own music. Here we go. Yeah. I'll be right back in just 1.5 minutes or so.
Let me just PB and be like Blank real quick and just get a PB right before my run. I need to stop doing that. I don't know why I do it. Okay, my jump just wasn't there. It's this jump in particular that I'm nervous for. I'm probably going to end up taking my time setting it up just so I can be sure that I get it.
Commercial break in progress. Fair. I've never seen one from Twitch like this, but maybe that's just how it goes. All right. Wait, commercial break in progress, but I'm seeing them. Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. This is like a Twitch ad for Twitch. Maybe. Okay. Right. But I have returned. And we have about 6 minutes left. How are the points going right now? Did I adjust the points already for... That was... Paso versus Blank. Yeah, I think so. So let's make sure my points are right. So Metallics it says is at 4. Hold on. Plus 4. Metallics is at 4 because Metallics beat Blank, I guess. Did I? Yeah, maybe I didn't. Blank is at 3. Let me make sure I've got this right. I guess Metallics. Maybe I forgot to update Metallics at 4. I know that at one point we Metallics must have won against Blank, I think, because Blank has 3 points, and Blank got 1 and then 2. Blank got one against somebody. Who did Blanket 1 against? Couldn't have been I drew that. It would have to have been Metallics. Oh, right, because Metallics must have gotten... I can't say for sure. But I'll trust that that's right. Metallics at 4. Right, because I think I adjusted Metallics up and then I adjusted back down and might have just missed on that. So 4 points for Metallics. Karanari at 6. That sounds right. Loi at 9. I know that one's right. I drew that, and Blank both at 3. Yep. And then 2 for Haswa. Yeah, everything's right now. Good. Okay, so beyond that, yeah, the next one is going to be Saucy versus Blank, which Blank v Haswa went very much in Haswa's favor, which... no, it was a little more close, though, right? Because Blank got the one kind of hype win, so... Okay, so then Blank v Saucy, will kind of see Saucy's abilities here. Lossless v Saucy is going to... Yeah, Lossless is going to... We're just really going to see if Lossless can pull one of these off, because it's like... It feels like every single time Lossless has an insane run, but it kind of falls apart at the very end. And so if one of those ends up going through, that could take a point off Karanari or take a point off Saucy. And if multiple go through, then that could actually be a pretty big upset. Then Karanari versus I drew that after that is going to be the... I guess, actually, like, the Karanari versus Loi of the late game. So Karanari Loi is the first one, Karanari I drew that is the second one. And then arguably, I drew that Saucy could be a big thing as well, depending on how I drew that is doing. Like, for example, Saucy could beat Blank, Saucy could beat Lossless, Saucy could beat Haswa, and then that would be a 9-point Saucy versus, let's say I drew that beats Karanari and beats Blank. This is already beaten Blank, I guess. Which one would it be? Beats Karanari and beats Haswa, I should say. Then it would be a 9 versus 9 with I drew that versus Saucy. That would determine whether or not... Well, if it goes that way, the worst they could do cumulatively is one could get 11 and the other one could get 10. And if that happened, it would require Karanari to have won all of the other fights. Yeah, so it's really going to be very important for Karanari to win against I drew that to secure the victory. Because if you lose against I drew that, then it's pretty guaranteed that they'll fight each other and decide the victor at the end, I believe. But not fully guaranteed, but pretty likely. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. All right, then we do have a couple minutes here, so let's go ahead and look at Cult Nation real fast. One more game trailer, maybe two if we have enough time, but probably one. Oh, it's kind of neat looking. And I depleted. But yeah, very excited to see how Saucy manages, because I'm most familiar with Saucy of all the people on the board, besides maybe Karanari's record time specifically. But Saucy in general, I would say I'm most experienced with, and so, or familiar with, and so yeah, we'll kind of see. Cult Nation. So it's like an idle. It's an idle. What even is it? I guess incremental game, or not idle. Well, kind of idle incremental, maybe. Yeah, idle incremental strategy simulation. It looks pretty good, honestly. Like it's kind of simple, but it looks fun. I feel like it's one that I would have to put a little lower on the list, though, just because there's not as much for me to really engage with. I just have to like do a thing and then kind of wait for myself to gain power, sort of like a Norp Apolog. Kind of in that direction, where like it is a fun game and it is cool and I can see someone like really enjoying it, but for a stream, the way that you engage with it is going to be a little challenging. So Operations Resolve, somewhere in here. Then do we have time? There's another 55 seconds, maybe. Nomia, I can at least put this in, but I might not be able to. I probably can't like really look at it yet. We'll see. Nomia, do you have a very short trailer? Minute and 5. Not enough time to really properly get into. It's probably better to take a look over here, restore my music to its playing status, and let's also pull up. So this is Eternal, and I have this as Eternal, and then I need to open up Saucy's stream here. Right.
Introducing the score bet.
Yo. All right. So what is Saucy up to right now? Saucy is prepping, but no, not even prepping. We're just waiting for the beginning, because it is very shortly. 8 seconds, 7. So yeah, let's go ahead. Ooh, how long does this add? 13 seconds. So So I'll start here, and then I'll transition to that, unless I can get into it straight away. Because I do want to watch at least one fully from the runner's perspective. I think that could be really interesting. But Blank versus Saucy. I think, as long as Saucy plays pretty well, this one should be very doable. But we'll see. I mean, it's anything can happen, right? Like you can miss something like this. You can knock it to the top. Is Saucy gonna try to do alt gap skip? So what that means is right here. That's muted, yes. So what alt gap skip means is you're not just bouncing across in a way that is generally seen as quite challenging. The gap skip is quite challenging, but you're in fact jumping to an even harder to reach place because it gives you a slight time advantage. That is something that that Saucy teaches within his tutorial set, but is something that is extremely challenging to pull off. Probably, technically not the hardest trick. This right here, not the hardest trick in the game, but it is up there. Like it's no joke. So
I'm good, man. I'm nervous, but
yeah,
I'm excited.
Can't blame him for being a bit nervous. This, I mean, luckily the first one isn't straight into Karanari or I drew that, but this is a talented player he's going against that is going to push the limits, and if Saucy cannot, lock in and do well, it doesn't really matter. Like, it's going to be hard and could lead to a loss for sure. I think my nerves would be crazy if I had to go, like, first person I go up against was someone that is currently like undefeated. I would say,
but like on average, my
Blank
runs
is good.
Are probably for the most part sub 3 minutes, but just based off of like the nerves and everything like that, I will be very ecstatic if I can be at least sub 3:30 on my runs today.
Genuinely, yeah, that's a good. I like that. I feel like sub 3:30 would be a very nice pace. Are we? Okay, I'm just making sure that like everyone's just getting set up and that's all good right now.
No, I think we're roughly on time.
Good. Okay, we'll watch this from the runner's perspective. I'm curious. Like, I've definitely seen a lot of speedrun perspectives, but having his face on the camera and, like, just kind of hearing the vocal reactions, I also really love that. I really like that Saucy has this, like, indicator for inputs, because that's going to help me also understand kind of what he's doing and when something goes wrong or when something goes right, exactly why it went right. Because you get to see, like, okay, here's how you should do it in a tutorial type thing, and you get to see a, here's how, like, maybe here's how it went, but it's already a speed run, but, like, this is going to be very live and on the fly doing your best, which is something you really don't see from the top level runners.
Ready.
In this kind of setting, because if someone's playing it kind of let's go, casually, like maybe it could happen, but they're more willing to reset. This is something where it's like, even if I fumble, I'm going to lock in and commit. And yeah, it's really not something that happens outside of this specific.
All right, here we go,
instance.
boys.
So here we go. He's in. Okay. All right, little awkward to the start here, but really good timing. We're at 13. Honestly, not bad at all. Can we hit this, though? This is what really matters to me, is, like, enough to get you here.
That's close.
That's close enough, yeah. Because that's going to give you a 34-second cannon, probably. Oh my gosh, maybe even faster? No, 34 seconds. Oh, yeah, that's good. All right, so 36 seconds.
Shake it out.
36-second cannon. How are they generally holding up?
I'm not going to be paying attention to chat much. I'm going to
turn. Blanks is kind of paused anyway, so let's just focus here. I think it was like a 34 for Blank there or so, based on that screenshot we got to see.
So if you want to watch the guy I'm going against, you can go over there as well.
56, 57, 58. What can you do? I mean, tech stuff happens, whatever. But I do think I'm interpreting that right. Oh my goodness, what a bounce! Really nice bounce.
Really clean.
Yeah. It's you almost never see something that clean. I wonder if you could even jump all the way straight up, but like, who cares, right? Like, it would be nice, but it's not at all needed. That was a really nice bounce. We're going to here, but we're not going to take the bounce up, which only Haswa and Karanari do, so that shouldn't be an issue in terms of time. And I would assume that we have a decent lead going right now, 130-ish to the first bounce pad of the trio. Very clean to second bounce pad. You can tell he's done this a million times. And then on to third bounce pad. Yeah, I really have to just kind of sit myself and, like, because I've done it some, but just focus on learning consistently to do bounce pads over and over and over again, so it's second nature like that, because you can tell, like, that wasn't going to go wrong. Okay. Up. 158, let's take a peek.
Oh, hold on.
They're in the same spot. Oh my goodness. Blank is doing really well. Like, that was a very smooth mount to bridge.
I did not want to mess that part up.
Come back. That's good. Yeah, you don't want to, if you mess something up crazy here, because it's so easy in this part for someone to slow way down. So this actually might be an insanely tight race right now. Maybe tighter than any of the other ones have been. The other one where it ended as a 0.2 second difference was actually not that tight. It was like a 5 second difference until the very end. So it was tight, but like this is also real close. Okay, a little bit of fumbling on the mount there. Blank is a bit above, though. I think we probably do have like a 5 second difference potentially. Come on. Blank is the cannon at 46. Blank is also very good, though, at the ending here, which...
Alright, no sub 3, but... not.
Blank has got to be losing his mind. Blank has got to be losing his mind. That was a beautiful run. Oh, that was a really good run. Oh, that beautiful run. Oh. A beautiful run.
Taking chances of messing this up, dude.
Next one is anyone's game.
Is he already finished?
That's crazy. Oh, bro, you got it.
Oh, he's free. He's frozen. I can't even see.
Crazy.
Did I win? Does anybody know?
Yes. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that.
Wait, 302 and he's just at the playground? Wait, what?
Yeah, tragedy struck. Crazy.
I'm so confused. I wish I knew what happened.
Bounce from cannon. Cannon over wall. Was tight, but he had a few.
Well, I think my heart was pounding the whole entire time. I was nervous. I don't know the stream pulled up or anything, so I'm like just locked in on.
Yeah, just lock in, bro. Don't even worry about what we're saying.
Where Blank was throughout the whole entire race. So it's like one of those. It's like, do I just send it at the cake?
That was awesome.
And then
yeah,
take the chance of falling. Or
the tough thing is, yeah, should he do that in future? So with this one, he needed to send it at the cake. If Blank missed that. If Blank didn't miss that. If Blank was going to go for it, he needed to send it to cake 100%. But it was so tight, I think he should send it on cake in second one, but I don't know. Oh, that was crazy, dude. Game hates me. Man, I feel so bad for Blank. That was tough because he actually had heavy lead going on there. I mean, heavy enough. By the time you get to that point, if you've got a 5 second lead going into cake, obviously it can be undone, but...
My bad, guys. Discord sounds on. That's my fault, dude. Hopefully you guys are watching the other stream and you can hear what he's saying.
Man. That was unfortunate. It was unfortunate. Oh, man. Oh. I can't believe that happened with Blank. Was Blank's, like, phone flat? I mean, it can happen, I think, anyway. But was Blank's phone maybe not quite flat or something? Look, why did that go that way? I didn't fully catch you because, oh man, Blank, I feel bad, man. I feel bad, but that's the way the cookie crumbles here. That was crazy.
I think if we are,
I gotta stay warm, boys.
We could probably bring ourselves over to race 2.
Bro is speedrunning. Bro is speedrunning Flippy Bird.
Set it up.
Come on, PR, baby. PR.
Oh my god, he's gonna go for a PR in the middle. It's all on the line now. That's so funny. Bro.
No!
Bro, my PR live. That is so funny.
I was just going absolutely ham on this Flappy Bird.
Oh! Come on! Get that PR going. Oh my gosh, he got it.
Oh, let's go, baby!
That's so funny. That's so funny. He got a PR.
Let's go! Alright.
That is hilarious. I can't believe he just did that.
My bad, team. Let's
Nice
go,
work,
bro.
dude.
That's crazy.
Nice.
Good score there. Taking in a little
That's crazy. I can't believe he just did that.
Let's go.
Yeah, Blank is ready. Is Saucy ready?
3 PRs.
I'm ready.
PBs.
Alright.
Gotta stay cool and collected, boys.
We will start in.
That's so funny.
3, 2. Wait. I keep forgetting. Shit.
Psych me out.
Chat, countdown. Sorry. 3, 2, 1, go. Good luck.
All right, boys, here we go.
Okay. Okay, let's see it happen here.
Do a nice little 2 of 2.
Oh,
God.
no.
Bad start.
It's fine.
Yeah,
it's
we can recover.
definitely recoverable. It's only like 2 seconds, maybe. Maybe not even. Well, 2 seconds, but it's not even really that bad because.
That's not good.
Oh, no, come on, land
boys.
here. Yeah, you got it. Simple wall jump. Technically, you can land straight up there. By the way, like I know he knows this, but like simple wall jump there is probably the safest bet.
Let me lock in again.
You technically can land there. Yeah, it's crazy the amount of pixels that have to exist on the screen there.
The hitbox is actually messing me up.
Nice end. Little awkward. We're at 40 seconds, 42 seconds on cannon launch. Check here, which I want to say it was a 35 maybe for blank on cannon 1. Let's check cannon 2 for blank. Cannon 2 for blank happens awkwardly, but happens at 56, where you have a minute for Saucy. That's a 4-second lead for blank. Yeah, I like this. I think switching back and forth here is okay. We get to see kind of Saucy's reaction and be very living in it, but just get a peek in once in a while to see how blank is doing. But 118, 119 leaves a little suspense too, which I think is sort of exciting. Okay. Wall jump for Saucy. And straight up. Although I might do the future ones from both perspectives just because it is, I think, a little better, so I can comment on both at once. But not bad. And supporting my boy. Or whatever.
What I consider a good pace for me.
140, 141, 143. Honestly, yeah, I would assume this is probably not the pace that Saucy wants right now, but pretty clean from pad to pad, and so across the overall thing, it shouldn't be that far behind unless blank is going kind of nuts. Something went way wrong. A fall on the 3rd cannon? A fall on the 2nd? When was this? No, a fall on the 1st cannon, I bet, right? Yeah, yep. A couple falls on the 1st cannon. This has got to... Yeah, that sucks. It happens, obviously, but that's the feeling. I know that feeling because I've fallen there in really good setup runs, like things are going really well, and then I fall there, and I'm like, okay, it's fine, I can recover, and then I fall there again, and I'm like, I can do this. I know I can do this. I've done this 100,000 million times. Come on, and it just won't happen. So, it does seem to be that blank's pads there were causing some trouble. But 245 to here is still really good relative to my times, So I think that based on that's probably a
that
for
never
30 or maybe
I've never jumped sideways off the pyramid.
I think so, something like that. Very clean, very clean. Saucy taking it home. 307, 308, 309.
Oh my gosh,
have it.
Dude.
Nice work, dude.
Where's he at?
Nice work. Super clean.
Did I win?
Clean.
Does anybody know?
Yes.
2 for 2? Let's go, baby! I'm trusting you guys! Dude.
Oh my goodness. Well done.
3 points, baby! Woo!
Alright, first 3 points down for Saucy. I'm not trying to hide that I do want Saucy. I would love Saucy to win. Would be so hyped for me because this is the guy I know, But Karanari, I've seen the runs of a million times. It'd be cool to see them win. And then I drew that as like this mystery box character of a second place person that I'm not as familiar with, but that is just playing so smooth, so consistent so far. Has not made over a 3-minute run one time. That I
feel good.
I'm also super keen.
Heart rate's still elevated, but I just want to say GG's to blank, and I'm looking forward to seeing the VOD and seeing exactly what all happened because I don't know. I'm just I'm excited for the next few games.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Blank, Blank's not happy with that run. They'd call it the worst run of all time. Which
been there.
Yeah, I mean, it was doing fine, but yeah, it had the trouble there with the pad. I think overshot one of them. Ended up falling.
Yeah, that first pad is hard. First pad is hard. I've done that one a bunch of times, and it's not easy.
Issues.
Okay.
But oh well. For Blank, I guess
although for them,
through the,
I'm sure they've done even more times. I've done it a lot of times, and they've probably done it way more times, and it's still hard. Yeah.
You played your 4 matches. How would you say your tournament experience was? How did you feel about your performance and just how it generally went?
Got a PB.
Blank says pretty fun.
A PB. And
let's go. So far, we're 3 for 3 on players having had fun. Let's go.
Crazy.
We're doing good in that regard.
Been as to feel good, right? It wasn't it. It was Blank, right?
Overall.
Double check that.
Job. Well done.
Granari.
For
open this one.
Saucy.
Yeah, it was Blank against.
Yeah, you will be playing in the next match, so I guess you will be sticking around because in a bit lossless, which we have not seen in quite a couple of hours now, actually, should be getting back for the last 2 matches of 4 of them here. But yeah, the PB and the hype 2.2 second. I mean, yeah, Blank did PB in the middle.
Yeah.
I think
he PB'd, and he had. I think that 0.2 second has got to be the best moment
also,
of the entire.
Yeah, getting that clutch win. Some big moments for sure there for Blank for Blank's game. But
yeah, genuinely, it's kind of crazy because I think of course it would feel good to like win every time and to do crazy well in the tournament and everything like that. Like, you know, no doubt about that. But I think Blank has both PB today, the only person to do that while recording. So like Drew's got to kind of. I hope Drew doesn't feel too bad about it, but yeah, that because like a 4 second world record is insane though. I hope he can pull it off again, and I can get to see it because that's really tough. But for Blank, getting it on recording and like having this PB, that's got to feel really good. And then also, I do think that 22-second win, that is probably the highlight of the entire day. Like that was so good, super entertaining, and you know could have just not happened, but he made it happen. Like that's awesome.
Okay.
All right.
That was pretty bad luck. Was he like way ahead of me? Like, if he didn't fall both times, was I getting absolutely swept? Did I just like get lucky? Is that 5 seconds?
You did.
He's gotten good.
Crazy. Maybe.
I remember when dude couldn't even get his sub 4. Now look at it.
It was looking strong.
It's so funny being like, I don't know, because like. A lot of people that do like the current speed run, they've like watched my videos and stuff and it's helped them. So it's kind of like one of those like the student surpasses the sensei type of thing. It's just so funny. I'm just like, oh man. Like I remember when this guy could barely get a sub 4 and now he just almost obliterated me.
Can't.
I can't wait to go back and watch the VOD and see
exactly
how close we were.
Should feel pretty good with
that. Honestly, could have been so much better. Like my start was terrible.
And
that was probably one of the worst starts. I didn't take the first cannon until like 40 seconds or 47 seconds down. Like it was bad. Definitely could have been much better.
But yeah. I mean, I feel like Saucy is playing great.
He should feel pretty good with the PB in the high 0.2 second one. Yeah, his PB. I mean, he got a sub 3 PB today. That's huge in itself. Ecstatic. When I was on, I was playing a few games before I started my stream, and I hit a couple sub 3s, but like it's something about like the actual being in a tournament. And
how you doing, Vetras? Nice to see you here. So what I'm doing for the last while here today, just woke up, is so there's this tournament kind of going on, right? and I've got like kind of a scoreboard going right now for it. We got another win. We got a win from Saucy, puts him up to 3 points. But there's a tournament right now in the game where from like 11, what time is it now? 3:45. So for the past few hours here, I've been going through each match and like really kind of commentating and talking about how it's all going. Finally, just now, Saucy had their first run. Their runs are all like at the very end here. Right now, Karanari, who has the record in the entire world, they are the #1 player. They have won every battle. Same thing with I Drew That, who's the second place person. Saucy is the 5th place person. And so we'll see how it goes, because everyone here is a sub 3-minute runner, which is insanely fast. Saucy did manage to win against Blank for their first thing, so they've won all their matches so far. But we'll see, we'll see. I'm really curious. What I'm really curious about is going to be particularly Saucy versus I Drew That. Karanari has one more match, and Karanari versus I Drew That. Like, these two matches are going to be really the deciding factors of who wins overall. You're not the one hosting the speedrun tournament. Well, I'm way too new to the scene, but I am enjoying commentating and kind of talking over it and watching different runners. The person hosting it is Eternal. Eternal is, I don't know where, actually, I haven't really thought about like in terms of the leaderboard or that sort of thing, like how invested they are in that element. But in terms of like hosting and everything, they have this really good setup where like in the top right, they've got one runner, bottom left, they got the other runner with their name above/below each, and then the rules, or like I guess the current standings also set up. So it's all really pretty smoothly done. I really appreciate what they're going for here. And I would love to see more tournaments like this run over time. I don't know, I guess I would probably be willing, to join a tournament for it at some point, like if they do, but I don't think, I'm just not at the point right now where I can beat, like I'm not sub 3, I'm not even close. I could beat people around my skill level probably, but for these people, they're all like crazy good. However, because I'm obsessing over it and I'm writing a video kind of on the different tricks and really trying to kind of explore and understand everything super well, even if I can't pull it off entirely yet, because I'm at that point, I'm able to, I think, pretty effectively explain what's going on the screen and why certain things are important. So at the very least on that element, I hope I'm doing a decent job there. But it's cool to see the different people and kind of what they go for. Like right now, Karanari and I Drew That are both going for the #1 and #2 people in the game. Are both going for, I think, around a 2-minute 50. As there, like you can kind of expect it to be close to that for each of them, which is really crazy. Because I don't think anyone else is going to consistently be hitting sub 3. Although Saucy, I think right now has a chance at that. And Loyloy was pretty close. But yeah, I think the Loyloy's also kind of, I think all of their runs are done, if I'm not mistaken. Is Loyloy completely done? I believe so, yeah. Loyloy's runs are entirely done at this point, and they got 9 points. So they're technically in the lead, but it would just take one win from Karanari over either of the other people to tie that, and then Karanari will then have another run to try to surpass it. So 2 more runs from Karanari, 3 more runs from I Drew That. Saucy still has 3 more runs. So it's really at the latter end here, we're going to get to see the best place player and the second place player and the 5th best place player all with like a ton of runs. It's super weighted in the end. I mean, of course, I enjoyed the first ones and really getting to know some of these people, like watching Lossless have really, really cool setups and just something go barely wrong over and over again is setting me up to really root for Lossless to have a very clean, successful run against either Saucy or Karanari. Of course, I'm voting heavily for Saucy to win all of their matches because it'd be great to see like a huge victory there, but it would be also nice to see Lossless get a really satisfying win. Just because of how close it's been so many times. But we'll see. 3 Lone Star streamers right now? Fair. Yeah, honestly, a lot of these games that, like, you got your Lone Star streamers up, and we've got Flipping is Hard streamers, like, it's cool. There's so many people to look at and kind of join right now for people that are really into some of these more niche games. So that's exciting. Yeah, it's nice that there's more attention right now on some of this stuff that we're super into. Okay, so where are we at with this? We got 2 minutes 53 seconds. I can watch another trailer. I've also been watching trailers, so my thought for today so far, and as I've been kind of approaching it, has been to do game trailers and like rank them, and then when runs are ready, we do the runs. And it's best of 3, so sometimes that's 3 runs in a row, which is, yeah, I mean, that makes it pretty eventful for a while, and then we come back into this, just watch some trailers. So next trailer is for Nomia, for example. Go ahead and pause the music, and let's look at this. and I can rank and say whether I want to play this one in upcoming future. Okay. The turn-based duo tactics? It's a 2-player turn-based combat game, so it's sort of in the style of Tendril. Okay, sure. Foresee the future. Yeah, in the form of like what enemies are gonna kind of choose there. Enemy turn. The problem is I have 30-something games on my list right now. I actually have to kind of thin it down. I might even do that after this. If I get through all the games that I have trailers for, I might even try thinning down a little bit, just because I have so many games on the list right now. The mellow... I don't know. The mellow music is just not kind of cutting it for me here, but let's give it another... It's the only trailer? Is there another trailer at the end here? No. I might pass on this one then. It's just a little bit too mellow. It doesn't fit the atmosphere of what I would imagine for this game. Roots Devour. Ooh. Oh, Roots Devour. I don't know why I never got to this game. Like, this one looks really cool. Roots Devour. The art for it, the core concept, and the execution are all awesome. It is a, again, Stacklands-esque game, but with a horror theme. And I think, yeah, there's like roots that extend from the center. But your goal is to either kill or like harvest various different things across the world, extend the roots between these things to gain resources, then to expand, kind of like a loop like that.
Hunt them, feast on them.
I don't totally understand it, but I do think the art is really nice. Not the rat. Don't do it to the rat.
Listen, they are worshipping.
They are worshipping. Okay. Make biggest rat infestation for tons of time.
Join the hunt.
Check Shuffle Bunny.
In silence.
Yeah. Atmospherically, it's a little weird, but in a way that I think could be really good if it's done well. And then definitely like the Stacklands / like the deck builder, but it's not really a deck builder because you have cards that you're like approaching, so sort of like map exploration through cards idea is pretty cool. Back goes the game.
This is our own.
Oh, look at it extend too. I don't even know how that would totally work, but oh, and then I guess, yeah, like, your kind of world exploration meets, like, if you were to find exactly the right card in the right place, maybe it works out, and you have to balance how much you want to push in a direction, and maybe get punished if you push too far. I wonder. Ooh, Fire Bloom to melt the ice in certain areas. Yeah, it just looks really pretty. I think I want to put this one, and why are we doing it on time? Oh, did I miss it? Okay, hold on. Oh, I might have missed some here.
Lossless.
No. Okay, I think I'm right on time. I think we're fine. I was gonna say I shouldn't be behind. No, this guy's playing the Plunks challenge. Okay, Saucy's playing the Plunks challenge. I think I maybe didn't miss anything actually. All right, sweet. I was gonna say, like, how did I miss something? I could have sworn I had time to watch a trailer here. Right, Roots Devour can go cleanly into, where do I want to go here? Roots Devour can go above Talistro, but below Decked Out, I think. Okay, but now. Where is, okay, Saucy, let's unmute.
Stream, boys?
We'll see.
Okay, how's it going for Saucy there?
Wait, is it
Some
talking?
things you gotta discover.
I'm sorry.
Oh, there you go.
Hello.
I forgot to unmute.
We're talking to...
I mean,
Lossless! Okay, yeah, this is what we want. So Lossless versus Saucy. This is gonna be the hardest who to root for that I've probably had so far, because I do think Lossless tends to do this to me, though. Like, I want to see the other person win for, like, points reasons, or just because I think they're doing really well. But Lossless, like, gets so close and performs so unbelievably well. And like, okay, I really actually kind of want to see you pull this off. Saucy, I've got to go with overall, but I won't feel too bad if Lossless gets a win here, just because Lossless has been so close every time. Like,
well, it does say 248.
You weren't satisfied with your performance, so. Like
the font's a little
did you
messed
do any
up.
Playing in between then, or did you just kind of take your mind?
It says 248. There's like a little circle and then a big circle.
I was training the last hour.
Yeah, Lossless is crazy fast. I think they're third place right now. Yeah, Lossless is third place, 236, 248. Very tight between Saucy and Duck here, but Lossless was below 5th place and is now in 3rd place. So a very quick rise through the ranks there. I think. Probably that's why we're seeing Lossless do really well time-wise, but maybe not always get all the tricks quite right, and then it kind of fumbles things, is because Lossless is maybe really, really good mechanically and very experienced, I'm sure, but maybe there's like a little bit of... It's either nerves, or it could also just be like haven't done these certain tricks as much. You're just really good at so many of them, and very soon will become very good at those as well. Hard to say, but yeah, I want to see if Lossless doesn't win in this one. Definitely want to see Lossless win in a fight against Karanari, because I need to see Lossless win somewhere. And I guess I drew that, I should say. Or no, it would be Karanari, yeah. Because I want to see Lossless get a win. But Karanari's kind of insane. Like, he's been doing unbelievably well.
I believe if we are...
Alright, they're about ready. Yeah, Karanari's gotten the fastest times, I think, 2:45. There was one time I think that was faster from somebody, maybe, but 2:44. It was 2:44, I remember, actually, because it was faster than anyone who is not in the top 3, which means it would only be I Drew that could have done better. I think I Drew that was 2:51, so I guess it must be that Karanari, yeah, has the current fastest time in the tournament. Okay. Here we go. Looks like they are going. Let me go ahead and... Oh, no, Karanari's just watching this. Okay, good. So, let's look here. So, Lossless is at 236 is their personal best to Saucy's 248. But right now, at least, Saucy is ahead and makes a pretty good gap jump. Almost alt gap jump, but doesn't quite make that. Lossless, though, does manage to make it, which does give advantage. Okay, yeah, it's definitely going to be a tight one. They're both going for some kind of crazy things. Saucy struggling to just barely struggling to get up in that spot, but I think that's going to set him back pretty far because he misses Cannon here. Okay, so Cannon at 43. Really, what's going to matter is Lossless second Cannon. What time does Lossless get for second Cannon here? 50, 51. Oh, misses second Cannon. Lossless. What are you doing? Okay, 54. Brief pause there, whatever. 54 to 1. So 6-second advantage from Lossless here. Oh my goodness. I wonder if Lossless is experiencing lag, because it does seem kind of laggy in some spots. I don't know if that's in the game or just like a little bit of Wi-Fi thing. But if it's in the game, that's got to be hard to deal with. Okay. Saucy at 125 there. Need to get up fast, though. There's definitely a gap between the two. I don't know exactly what it is. Saucy misses the initial jump up here, but should get the second. Does. Lossless already on second bounce pad. Now hitting third bounce pad. Just now taking a pad up to the... Goodness, up. Oh my goodness, there's a gap here. The gap is kind of crazy. Oh, Saucy is playing chill mode. Wonder why. Oh, you know what? Maybe it makes sense because of the tournament. And actually, maybe that makes a lot of sense. But he's probably not going to take any of the saves, is he? Lossless already up here at the top, getting to the very top. I think Lossless has got this. Saucy's playing on chill mode. DQ. That doesn't actually DQ, no? I don't think it's like actually disqualification. Okay. Official host tournament when? I don't know about that. I would like to join, maybe join a tournament sometime, but mostly just commentating and chilling out. It might make sense though, if they need somebody to commentate it during the times where they're getting kind of ready between. I could have segments, or you could because that makes sense, right? Because the 10 minutes between could probably be filled with some type of segment. As just another idea, but how you doing, Nothing Corrects though? Welcome back. Not the one person in the tournament. What the heck? All right, training his commentator, ranting vocal cords, so he can But I've been doing it for look at that, 253 from Lossless, right on pace. That's kind of what I was saying. Is I think Lossless could get a sub 3 here. It just hasn't happened. Let's go check in on.
So even though it was like the worst run, has he already finished?
Yeah. Yeah. 253.
253?
Yeah.
Dang, bro, that was quick.
That was quick. Yeah. That it's tough too because Lossless. This is Lossless's first win, I think. First ending, which is. It's crazy because Lossless has gotten Lossless could have gotten a 253 in a couple other runs so far, I think, and definitely a sub 3, but it just hasn't quite happened. It's been so close, so many times to Lossless getting a crazy time, but now it does happen. and it's against Saucy, which, you know, it's unfortunate, but it's good to see Lossless get that win because it's well-deserved and has been, you know, long coming here. So that's a win for Lossless, going up to 1 there, which means Saucy's max from this fight, at least, from this back and forth, is going to be 2 points, getting up to 5, possibly. Oh man, this is tough. This is going to get tough. I'm curious now. Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, at this point, though, what that means for Saucy, really, is that Saucy is going to have to beat Aswa and is going to have to beat Drew in order to win. If he gets 2 here, he'll be at 5, then up to 8, and then with a full win against Drew, that would put him up to 11, which would beat Karinari as long, or tie, depending, as long as Karinari loses at least 1 match, that would beat Karinari, and loses 2, that would be a tie. Or sorry, would be a win, I should say. Would tie with just 1 loss. And Karinari against Drew, it's not impossible. The problem is just Drew that would have to beat Karinari and lose to Saucy, which is kind of a weird arrangement, right? Because it relies on just sort of an illogical outcome. Which is to like very fully lose to one person and fully beat the other person who beat that person. Like, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Because Drew, well, let's see, yeah. Well, actually, maybe not, actually. So I don't think Karinari is not going to fight Saucy. Saucy is not, let's see. Saucy is fighting I Drew That is fighting Karinari. But Karinari is not fighting Saucy, so it's possible, but yeah, like, it doesn't seem super likely for I Drew That to be, not impossible. It's just, I don't know, we'll see. They're both about to start. I would like it for Saucy. I'm rooting heavy for Saucy now, because Lossless needed that 1 win. I was torn before, now I'm no longer torn. I heavily want Saucy to win here because I've learned so much from Saucy, like all the tutorials and everything. I wanted Lossless to at least get 1 well-deserved win, sub 3, because definitely, it has been primed to happen. Lossless does... Ooh. That feels tough. That's a 20-second time loss, easily. 23 seconds, even. I'll say 20 seconds. I think anytime you full lose there, it's a 20-second time loss. Because you can make it back to that spot, generally speaking, in 20 seconds. But Saucy with a 36, maybe 35 cannon is pretty intense. Okay. Lossless to bounce pad. Oh my gosh. Okay, Lossless cannon is going to be a 55 minimum. Maybe higher. Ooh. Yep, 55. Okay. Lossless losing. This one, yeah. This one pretty far. Not impossible to recover, just because, but it would lean on Saucy playing, I think, pretty poorly relative to what he can play. So it's either going to be a 4-minute win, most likely, or it's going to be a Saucy win, I think. Well, you know what? Not necessarily, but at this current pace, maybe Lossless goes crazy though. Like that was a really good entry into Beam. You know, you're commenting. I don't know. Well, yeah, I posted in the Discord, but they also have, like, there's a person, the person that's running it is also commenting, so, you know. I'm just like between, like, I'm commenting on this and then between I'm doing my stuff. But I knew I wanted to watch it regardless, and I was like, you know, I could just kind of hang out and chat and whatever, which would be fine. But since I need a lot of games added to certain lists, I might as well give it a try, streaming it and chatting about it. A little too saucy. Plus, there's a lot I've wanted to talk about, right? I've been playing this game a ton off camera, so I went down a whole thing earlier about some different tricks that I'm working on and some theories and whatnot. Love watching 3 or 4 streamers, Lone Star streamers every day and commenting in my head. Yeah, but I think the nice thing with this one in terms of commenting is that it's like it's all set up, like it's very back to back. You know, this person against this person. You know, tournaments are really cool in this way. A little too saucy gets up to. And I'm probably better suited to the commenting thing than taking part, because, like, I do want to comment. I would probably be watching and commenting and talking about it, but then that would take a lot of energy when I should focus on trying to win. If I were to be involved in an actual tournament. But I'm not totally against being involved in a tournament, especially if I get fast. Okay. Saucy, though, yeah, I think just handily. Kind of crazy how well Lossless has returned. Like, Lossless played an insanely perfect Act 3, but I don't know. Oh my goodness, Lossless is playing out of their mind right now. Straight into cannon. Yeah, Lossless played probably one of the best Act 3s, if not the best Act 3 we've seen so far today, but it was too late. Oh my goodness, what an insane Act 3. Oh, that was wild. Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful third area from Lossless. Holy. Holy. Yeah, that really well done on that. That was crazy. Great Act 3 velocity. Like, to be down by that much and nearly recover is crazy. But well-deserved win from Saucy there, because the time was quite quick.
Still a little nervous, but
all right.
The beginning felt a lot better.
What's Saucy kind of
still not quite running like I would like to. I like to, I normally sit around like the 250s area with my current runs, but
Lossless plays this kind of way that makes me root for him, even though I don't know him. Like, it's a funny thing, like, when I play the game, there's times where I'm so frustrated, like, I'm just trying to learn, and then something goes wrong, like, you know? And I feel like, man, I wonder if people can, like, I want them to be able to feel in the way that I'm playing how annoyed I am with this guy staying game, whatever. Like, when I'm really, like, when I get really screwed over by something, and then I'm like, I'm just gonna make it happen, and then I win, and I'm like, let them feel my rage, you know, burning through the screen. But Lossless plays in this type of a way that's like, I can't help but root for him. So there might be actually some, you know, there might be some way to express your emotions through your playstyle here, genuinely. Because yeah, that Lossless run was crazy. Like, the way that he does Cake at the end, it's like, I've got to win, I've got to bring it back, I've got to, like, it's like how Blank's, it's like every single time he does this, like the way that Blank barely, like, managed to win by 0.2 seconds on, like, a 5-second, 5-second time loss. Like, he was down by, like, 5 seconds and won in Cake by 0.2 by just playing Cake so fast and so aggressive. Lossless seems to play like that, where it's like, I don't know why you're playing so aggressive and so insane, but I want you to win for it. I want it to work out. Yeah. It makes sense to me that Lossless is a third place on the leaderboard, because in a short time, I think he's really pushed his runs crazy, because, like, he plays crazy. But yeah, well-deserved win from Saucy on that one, and we have a third round because it is now 1-1 between the two. So let's go ahead and add another point to Lossless, I believe. No, another point, I should say, sorry, to Saucy. So 1 here, and then Saucy gets it's up to 4. But there's still a point up for grabs between the two. Lossless flew off cannon, yeah. Well, Lossless is in this situation, they're just kind of prepping for their next thing. They're waiting for the go time. But yeah, Lossless plays crazy. It plays crazy, and I want it to pay off, right? It's kind of like seeing someone lose but barely over and over again, except you add in that they also play the most aggressive you possibly could and get, like, inches from victory. All right, here we go. Here we go. So Saucy v Lossless once again. This is our third match, the tiebreaker between the two of them. Saucy making it pretty cleanly to start, but honestly, Lossless as well did. That must have been really something from Lossless. I almost want to look back and see how the heck he did that. Oh, Saucy did it. Oh, he pulled off alt gap. That is so good. That's gonna save some time with the fumbling. Genuinely, it's kind of a toss-up right now because there was a little fumbling going on there, but Saucy managed to do alt gap, which is extremely hard, where instead of going to the bottom part, you go straight to the top part, and really nobody else does that. I don't think, like Karanari's fastest run does not do that, and it is faster, so very well done to Saucy there, pulling it off live in a run. Saucy's the most experienced with it, so I'm not super surprised that he did it, but impressed, of course. Lossless, though, still has the lead by, like, 2 seconds here. We'll see. All right. Let's see if Saucy can get a little bit better jump into the beam. He does, which... Oh, what are you going to do here? That's not going to work, Saucy. Oh, this is bad. Oh, that's awful. Come on. But Lossless is also fumbling crazy. And by the way, when I say fumbling crazy, I mean for someone who's insanely good at the game, because I am not, okay? But, like, here we go. They both fumbled pretty crazy there, and so it's kind of still anyone's game. What the heck? So invested my food is gonna get cold? I hear you. I mean, I haven't eaten today, bro. So I hear that 100%. Where do we go? 138? Okay. How are they doing? The problem is, although they're both, like, fumbling exactly the right moments to keep it really, really tight, Oh no, Lossless. Oh no, Lossless. That's not good. Can you get up this? I have no idea. I don't do this. I don't. This is just not something that I even tried to do. He's doing like the craziest recovery attempt here. I am genuinely so bad at it. Lossless is losing their mind. I don't know how to do that either, dude. I can't do it. I feel so bad for Lossless right now. I don't know how to do that. I want to say like, oh, he's just doing this slightly off in this way, but I've just never done that. That's insane. Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, Lossless is mental. Bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back. Don't fall. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, a little too saucy in this time of great chaos and torment. Has managed to make it to the top of the tower, and I think that is it. I can't blame Lossless for that, for the rage that I could feel it. That's what I was talking about earlier. Is like, you get screwed over by something, and then you could recover it, and it's just not working. And yeah, that's the rage that I feel internally. Lossless. Man, that sucks. That was tough. But you got one win of them, so like it's not a sweep here from Saucy, which is an important thing because that might really change the overall outcome. And your win included a sub 3, which is a pretty important thing to get done, because a lot of runners just won't be hitting that today, I don't think. Come on, Lossless. Yeah, but that's it. Love Barrel rolling out of his mind. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. What happened there is unfortunate. I think that's gonna, of course, I could understand when you miss that. I think at that point, you maybe just have to go conventional. That's what I would do, but I'm not this fast. Like, it probably was salvageable, but I've never seen anyone try to salvage it like that. Oh my gosh, Lossless. You recovered that. I don't know how you can. These recoveries from Lossless are insane. Like, I can't recover like that. But I don't even know how. Like, I saw that recovery earlier that didn't work. He almost got twice. I don't even know how you can do that. But at the same time, unfortunately, it's just not enough here. That fall was just too punishing. And then the recovery attempts, just if they had worked, maybe it was salvageable. But there's the win. Man, I feel so bad. Lossless was clearly like super in a tough spot there. But it's not the end for Lossless because we still have one more fight. No, is that? No, because Lossless versus Karanari, and that's going to be a really important one. If Lossless can manage a win like he got against Saucy with Karanari, then it's super anyone's game here. But Saucy there is going to get another point, setting them up to 5, and we have a back-to-back after that, which has got to be hard. Come on, Lossless. I need your spirit to restore itself, to pull itself together here, and be able to fight a good fight against Karanari. Come on. You're needed. One last time, we call upon you with your incredible speed and very aggressive plays. This time, it will work. Man. Alright. Oh, look at this jump that Saucy does here. That's so clean. Anyway. Just gushing about these players. They're all so genuinely good. Like I'm not just like, obviously I don't want anyone to feel bad or whatever, and so I'm mentioning like how close Lossless is getting, but also Lossless is playing insane. Like, the way these players are going about this is crazy. Not a single one of them would I even come close to, and I've been playing a ton lately. So I am also gonna gush about that. Like, it's just so cool. Let's flip just this once. Anyway. So where do we go here? So yeah, the next one is going to be between Lossless and Karanari. There's a little time in between, though, during which I will be doing YouTube lists. Let's see what they're kind of talking about here, if I can.
Be quite a little bit different.
No, I just panicked. I know the backup strat for that, but I just didn't get it.
Yeah,
it's a tough jump.
Yeah, it feels bad, man. Feels bad, man, in the chats or whatever. Like, he's right. Like, they're both right. Like, there are ways to recover. I'm sure there are ways for things to go a certain way, whatever. But at the same time, Lossless was doing all that he could at the time, and it wasn't working, and that was probably maddeningly frustrating. And so, yeah, and that's just how it goes, right? But he played well. He played really well. All right. 1 point. Yeah. Well, don't feel too bad. You've got one more opponent. Right.
Will be going in to try to overtake Loi in first place if they can 2-0, of course, or will Loi remain in the lead for?
Yeah, Loi has lead, but it's not like calling it a lead is a bit tough because it's a lead because of the order that things are going in, right? So per matches done, I would say the person in the lead right now is Karinari because they haven't lost yet. Loi has had one major loss against Karinari, but technically holds the lead and could end up with at least lead, if not even advantage, whatever. Like, it's still very possible for Loi to win, but it's not likely because Karinari just has to get 2 of 3 in the next 2 and gets a win that way, or get a 3 of 3 and then a 1 of 3 and get a win. So, yeah, depends on how you look at it there, but yeah, Loi's title here is very much under threat. Just depends. Technically, it could go with. Let's think about this. So in order for Loi to win right now from current position, I drew that is going to have to lose one of their matches and lose a point in another match. And with the remaining people, if I drew that loses a match against Haswa gets up to 5 and gets 1 down against Saucy. Saucy will get 2, putting them at 7. It is probably still possible. And then Saucy has to lose to Haswa as well. But if Saucy loses to Haswa, and I drew that lose to Haswa, that's 6 points. The 2, that would be 7, 8. Technically possible, but the order would have to be pretty insane here for Loi to win. They could tie, but most likely Karinari or I drew that or Saucy. Like, all 3 of them have a possibility for the throne. Did anyone come up with Crazy Skip since your flip stream? So the Crazy Skip that kind of exists right now, that I've been talking about during this, is this one. I've been practicing and I've got it figured out, but the way to actually get it done is kind of insane. So the skip essentially looks like this. You start in this position and you're doing like 2 jumps forward and landing here, breaking the phone on landing and also getting a jump at the right moment allows you to get all the way to the top of this tower position. Like, this is a really big skip. It's probably, for me, it's probably like 30, 35 seconds, but at least, I think. But for like a world record holder type person, it's maybe 20. But anyway, that's Karinari's number 1. Like, they're the record holder and they do that, but no one else in the top 10 does that. But there's the complexity to it is not just that, it's that you also have to line it up with this, which is the hardest jump in the game, in my opinion, which is lining it up here and doing it like so. Boom. You need to jump as you're hitting the pad. You need enough height and rotation in the air to land up here. I can do the other part, but this part is crazy. I've done it before, but it's really hard. It's just really, really hard. So it's tricky, but like that trick, I think, is one that's definitely open to being done by somebody. It could be pulled off by somebody. Let's see here, 6:51. Is Karinari still streaming? Yes. Okay, just checking. All right, let's now. Let me wheel. Yeah, crazy. Let me wheel. I got a wheel. Need to find time to try the wheel. I mean, I think there's definitely movement tech that could be faster than the way it's currently being done. It would be quite challenging. It can't be exactly wheel, but you could do kind of a rotation with a slight angling that could allow you to extra jumps in certain areas that no one is at the skill level to do yet, in my opinion. Because it's really hard and there's lineups are difficult to really predict at that point, and your angle would matter so much. Like, I don't know if that's ever going to be a thing but maybe someday someone could be that good that they could also do the rotation kind of wheel-ish momentum, or almost like walking kind of in certain areas that right now, yeah, I just haven't seen that as being a thing people are going for. But in theory, it seems like it would make sense. Maybe somebody like Haswa who plays on controller, which is going to be like that's going to be like a weird, unique way to approach the game. But all right, let's go back to YouTube lists, play music a little bit more. I've got to get back to this in 5 minutes, so I will set a 5-minute timer. All right, so I understand domino movement is faster because there is less corners to make it clean rolling. If you imagine a ball, yeah, domino movement is faster. Yeah, right. I see what you're saying. Yeah, the roll. Yeah, the wheel is tough. There is a variation on the wheel / domino movement that I don't think it'd be faster everywhere, but maybe in some spots you get a bit of faster movement because you're able to start flipping sooner. Maybe. I think there are probably places for that. That not corner, but closer to that. Okay, I have Mosaic Arboreal. I need to move this over. I already moved Roots of Devour in. That's good. Mosaic Arboreal. Mosaic Arboreal. What are you? So we're gonna look at a couple more trailers, and then we'll be into the next one, which will be Karanari versus Lostless, where Lostless, if they can get at least 1 point, is going to be really kind of deciding the fate of this tournament, I believe. I mean, of course, there's the bigger thing will be the one after, which is Karanari versus I Drew That, which is going to be really deciding it, but Lostless could determine how important the other outcomes are.
Slow down and relax.
What do you have planned this stream and tomorrow? I mean, largely this stream is what I'm doing now, is just doing, following after this. Tomorrow, I've got a lot of games to get to, maybe Outward 2, for example. I have access to Outward 2, and I only have it for the next couple days, but it's pretty, not exclusive, but it's a closed beta
clicker puzzle
that has no embargo, so I can play that.
RPG.
And then Froggy Hates Snow is another one. What am I looking at? This is this is not what I was expecting to see today.
Filled with amazing loot.
This is kind of cool looking, but the main gameplay loop is super weird. I think I'll pass on this. I don't get it. Right, we'll do this. Archive. And then we go Arcadium. Yeah, because right now I've got 35 games in the upcoming games list. I probably have to cut it down a little bit, or at least maybe take out some of the bottom ones that I'm less likely to play. If you don't get it, then viewers won't either. What do you have planned this stream and tomorrow? Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking. I mean, maybe there are some times with a game where maybe the trailer doesn't do a great job of exploring it, but just me looking at it, it kind of looks... It doesn't look like that immediately interesting. Arcadium Space Odyssey, or is it just Arcadium? Maybe it's Arcadium Space... It is Arcadium Space Odyssey, yeah, this one. So let me pause this and then add that to the description of the title here. Space Odyssey. How do you spell it? Odyssey. Okay. Good. Close. Play my music. Oh yeah, this one looks good, right? I played this. Yeah, this looks pretty good. What did you think of it? All my audio is a little weird because the audio on the stream is on their stream is a little low, so I'm bumping that, which then is making all this louder. Gotta kind of change it, okay, black hole situation. This is another one that's I'm kind of always in a toss up over. I think it looks cool and it's probably fun to play, but at the same time, is it gonna fit in the list? Is it big enough for the list? More accurate black hole? Yeah. Enemy soft edge. Yeah, I mean, it looks cool. I like that. That's a particularly cool moment in the trailer. Although the upgrade chain looks a little bit overly extensive, I feel like, I don't know. It looks kind of like a lot. Might take a long time. I've just got too much. I've got to get to. I think I'm gonna be a no on this one. Chaos Coin. Probably gonna be denying unless it looks really interesting here, and then I'll be coin reducing, or at least selecting only the top ones most of them instantly. Chaos Coin. They might use the great site that generates a pixelated planets. Great project. Juice upgrades. Spear, replace hit. What is that? Similarly, I think it's a little bit too early in concept. Sometimes I play ones that are really early, and there's a lot of work that they have to do on elements of them, and I give them different advice and whatnot. But I think I might pass on this one. I've just got again too much on the list. Loon Abyss. Oh, here we go. What was that? Is it time? 36 seconds. Here we go. Coinatro. There was a coin game that was not that one, but a coin roguelite that I thought looked really good at one point, but But it was a little different. Or no, it wasn't like a rogue. Well, it was like a roguelite. It was like a coin pusher game. I thought looked pretty fun. All right, so Karanari here, the first place runner in the world versus the third place. Technically should be fairly close. Lossless has been having like a tough time. It feels like very, very fast plays, very well done in some ways, but then something is always just going wrong at the very end. And then the last one in particular, yeah, there's clearly some frustration there, understandably. And so we're gonna see here if Lossless against Karanari is able to pull out the stops and get a win. Because Lossless, if the win happens, is going to get a sub 3, which I think is necessary. Like Karanari's times, he can probably get a 248 here. He got a 246 and a 248 before, so I've recovered the mountain jumps was insane, but then he flew past next cannon. Yeah, it's tough in prep round. Yeah, well, we're gonna see. Karanari is really good. First place person, but also... But Karanari had like a 315 and 307, I think it was, for the first 2 runs. And that's definitely beatable by Lossless. The 248 and 246 are going to be much more challenging to beat. Technically, Lossless must have done it as their record time is at 236. But to get that well live during a run, whatever, would be very challenging, where Karanari has managed to do it twice now during the live. So it's hard to say. But again, if Karanari manages a 215 or something like that, then Lossless has already done a 315, then Lossless has already done a 250 something. So it's definitely not impossible that we see at least one, if not maybe a full win. That'd be crazy. That would be really interesting if Lossless got a full win against Karanari, because then that would just have to get a little damage to Karanari's times here, and Saucy or that could win. It's not impossible. Keep an open mind. Let's listen here.
I've done it all in a row.
I would say maybe all in a row.
Great thing for Lossless. Practice here.
I'd say...
So again, Lossless is intentionally hitting the wall to bounce
in
forward.
I look at the practice, and this goes for everyone. Your worst match is probably going to be your first match that you play, because you're going in without too much practice. At least I know for a lot of us, hadn't played too much before my first match, and I know a few others had pretty much just jumped on during their first match as well. So I think the first match will always be the worst, and after that, it doesn't matter too much if there's a gap, because you can either practice, or if you are having back-to-back matches, then at least you're warmed up the entire time, basically. So
when you take cannon and hit wall and sky before, so you can skip wall dividing sections. Hitting the wall to bounce forward. Hitting the wall to bounce forward. Oh, he's hitting the wall at the bottom. Yeah, Lossless does that. Karanari does that as well. The two of them, we're gonna really see an interesting fight here, as long as something crazy doesn't happen with Lossless again, because that, but the two of them both have the potential and have both shown the willingness, I think, to take insane risks that, if not pulling off, will ruin their runs. Karanari, though, just hasn't really had the punish happen yet, but it definitely could happen. It could happen to anybody. Like, no one is above that, even if Karanari's score is currently going really well. It could absolutely just go totally wrong. All right, let's see this happen here.
What we're doing, no changing.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, very curious how this is going to play out between the two of them, the third place and the first place. It absolutely could go either way. And it would be a big win for Lossless if it did go Lossless' way. I think that would fully make none of the rest of the performance matter, because you'd be beating the first place person and doing it from, I don't know, yeah, from kind of an underdog position, just because of how things have gone so far has been kind of awkward. Okay, let's see. So 6 seconds, 7 seconds. They're both going to be, I would think, getting here at a similar time. Okay, nice recovery from Lossless there. Lossless does play really, really aggressive. Let's see how it goes here. Lossless gets, straight over. Yes, perfect. They both managed to make it here. Lossless a little bit behind in this early game, but nothing too substantial. Karanari launches at 28 seconds, which is absurd. But let's see if Lossless launches at 34, so we're talking a 6-second lead. Karanari hits wall, but it bounces him in exactly the wrong way to kind of land against the wall there, so a little awkward. 46-second cannon from Karanari. a 52-second cannon for 46.52, so we're talking another still 6 seconds. So maintain distance there for Lossless. Karanari already at the wall, though. Those 6 seconds are going to be used very well. Lossless having a little bit of an awkward experience from cannon landing position. But again, I mean, any of this is recoverable as long as one of them kind of plays poorly in a spot or whatever. Lossless and Karanari, of course, are both going to do fine in this position of getting up and past this wall. I'm not surprised by that, but Karanari is really just maintaining or improving this lead. My goodness. Like Lossless is just not playing bad at all, and the gap is getting wide. Oh, you're gonna hit that. Oh no, Lossless again. Lossless has got to be losing their mind. Are you gonna get this recovery? Almost. Come on. Yes. Okay, Lossless gets a decent recovery here, but Karanari... Wait. Did Karanari just do that fast? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Karanari is just too fast. It's crazy. It's crazy. Okay. Come on. Alright. Lossless up onto bridge, but Karanari reaching towards the top. Oh man, I can't believe this. It's crazy because Lossless's run right here would actually be at a very good pace against anyone else. But I mean, I guess it'd be competitive at least. Let's see this. So Lossless up here at 220. Yeah, 220. Like, that's quite good. Having a little awkward experience. Lossless is starting to feel the frustration of what's happening here. Karanari at 240, dude. 240. You gotta be kidding me. Lossless, yeah, definitely feeling the frustration. But you know what? Take it to runs. I want to see you be top on the leaderboard. I mean, Lossless has managed to get a 3rd place very recently and climbed extremely quickly. So I just want to see that outcome. How are you feeling, Lossless? Let's hear it.
Hello.
Yeah, Karanari, 240. That
240.
Is a pretty
Karanari
solid
first.
time. I
insane,
think that's
dude.
the time that you said you wanted to get.
Name familiar? How you doing? So right now there is a tournament going on for Flipping is Hard, which is a 3D platformer phone game. Right now I am commentating it, but like third party, just like taking a look, talking about it, sharing some perspectives, and in between each round, we're going through different games that I have to, like game trailers that I've been checking out, and games to add to kind of a list to do upcoming. But I've been super dedicated and focused on speedrunning lately this game. I do the last couple days I'm just doing like an hour of speedrunning, and then doing a video on, like, I'm constructing a script for a video on tricks within the game. But anyway, it's interesting though to watch like the highest level players, because everyone involved right here, and there's 8 players involved in this tournament, every single one of them has a sub 3-minute time, which is insanely fast. So if I go to the leaderboard here, right now my time is a 4:51. I haven't submitted, but I have a 4:48, I think it is, that'll put up here, so about 30th place. But there are 46 people on the board. A sub 10 was something that I spent a few hours getting at one point, but now I'm much faster than that. But you just keep going up, and up here there's just like 11 people that are under 3 minutes. 8 of them are in the tournament. So basically, like the vast majority, so like basically everybody who is under 3 minutes is competing right now for this tournament win if they can get it. Unfortunately for Lossless, who is the 3rd place runner as a whole in the tournament, so far it feels like there's always some little reason that Lossless is not getting victories. Lossless did get a sub 3 though in one of the runs, and was able to beat Saucy in that way, who is like someone I learned a lot of the tech from the game from. But Lossless there, very nice, right? Lossless playing very nice, but Karanari just a little bit ahead with a 27 cannon to a 28 cannon. You know, it's close though. It's close because there's also a little bit of a time difference in terms of when they started. So it doesn't look like Lossless is as close as he is, but he is very close. Very, very good bounce off the cardboard wall there. Little awkward on just getting caught on an edge, but a 45 entry for Karanari, a 49, oh my goodness, for Lossless. A 4-second difference, but that's very, very possible to make up. Karanari just doesn't want to make any mistakes here is the problem. Because everybody makes mistakes, but Karinari is playing the cleanest runs I've seen today. It's crazy. Okay. I mean, he's very good, okay? He's very good, you know, you can't, don't get me wrong. Let's look here. So Karinari makes it up the wall there from ladder. I'm gonna watch Karinari a little closer here to see, like, maybe I'm overstating it, but a 240 is so close. Like, only 3 people can beat a 245, and Karinari has gotten a 246, a 244, a 240 flat. Like, he's playing as though he's recorded a run that is the world record, basically. Like, every run. He's very consistently hitting so close to world record pace. So that's got to be a little bit frustrating to deal with. But, you know, it's good. I mean, it's impressive. I was worried. I was concerned, or not concerned. I was unsure of how it would go in terms of this because, like, when I play, sometimes I hit a good run and sometimes I don't. And that's just how it is. That seems like everybody. But Karinari's time right now is a 210 into the cannon. And so he's on pace, I think, to hit, let's see, into the cannon itself, a 217 into cannon. If he does perfect run here, he's going to do maybe even a sub 230. Like, it's just not fair, dude. It's just not fair to these runners. A sub 230, a 229, dude. No way. The second fastest run done today, the fastest runner who is not Karinari, I guess, today, got a 251, which was insanity. 229. Like, that is literally, let's take a look here. 229.18 on the board right now. That is if Karinari was not the number 1 player of the board right now, he would have just become the number 1 player. That is literally the fastest time that he has not gotten. It's crazy. That's wild. Because, like, for Karinari, there is a trick that he does that is immensely challenging in this first place run, which makes me think, okay, if he didn't have that trick, like, it's the only trick that no other runner does. If he didn't have that trick, maybe he'd be around a 230, 229. He just got a 229, better than the second place person's best run, and he didn't even do the trick. It didn't need it. However, I Drew That did say, you know, we'll see if he can actually pull it off in a recording. But I Drew That did say that he got a 220 without recording, unfortunately. So it won't go on the board. So I'm hoping to see I Drew That get that again, posted on the board, because, like, that'd be insane to see. But, like, a 229 live, like, just during all this is so ridiculous. That's a trick one, that pyramid cannon. 5 second late without it. Yeah. That's the pyramid trick is the big trick that he does. Yeah, and that's the one that like I can do, but I can't do the setup for very well. I don't know if I'd ever be able to pull it off in a run. I would be able to pull off parts of it, like the important part of it, but the skip to get up to it is really challenging. That's what I'm trying to work on myself. Is, like, if I could do that, even if it's not as good as Karinari's, being someone who has done it when no one in the top 10 besides Karinari has done it would be kind of hype, right? Like, in an official run of mine. Like, if I get, like, a 3 something, but I did the trick that only Karinari does in terms of people that are below 3, like, I would feel good, okay? But, I was thinking, like, that's got to be such a big time cut, but, like, I mean, that's crazy, 229. All right, anyway, I'm just like, I'm astounded. That is so crazy.
Yeah.
See if we listen in here.
So there we go, that was your tournament. I mean, as of us with the other players, I mean, how do you feel about that tournament experience and that tournament performance? How would you say?
Bad.
Bad?
I was like, is this Karinari? Maybe they're talking to Karinari right now? What a crazy question.
It was my first.
What a crazy question. What a crazy question in this moment, bro. Lostless, you're a god gamer, man.
Yeah, there are a lot of
Don't worry about it. You went against someone who got a time that literally no one else has ever beaten, like, against you. Like, it's just not the cards were stacked in this situation, and you know, it hurts me, bro. Oh, dude.
Competed and with
yeah, not good. Yeah, no, I don't feel good about them getting a 229. Yeah. Okay, guys, dig it. It's just not right. All right. Fair enough. But with that, the next run is going to be between, let's see here. So that was Karanari versus Lossless. We get Karanari versus I Drew That. First place versus second place. I Drew That, according to what they're saying, and I believe it to be true, got a 120 or 220 today. 220 flat, which would be a record by 4 seconds, world record by 4 seconds. But they got it without recording. So if they can pull that off live, for one, would be crazy. Would be so crazy to see, to witness. But even without that, if they're capable of a 220, and Karoni's only capable of a 224, that actually makes them advantaged. Okay, I'd even say advantaged, right? Depending on how consistent they are at that sort of thing. But they got it in practice for the tournament, right? So it's definitely possible that we see a pretty absurd run here between the two of them. I am curious about that. And then once that's decided, if Karanari wins that, that's all, folks, right? Like that's gonna be a 12-point impossible to beat from Karanari, and no one even at this point would have the there's just no way it could not be done. If I Drew That fully beats them, then Karanari will tie with Loi Loi, and I Drew That will need to prove themselves, I guess, capable against some other people, but that would actually, whichever person wins in the Karanari versus I Drew That, if they win outright 3-0, or I guess 2-0, get 3 points for it, then that person will be the winner of the tournament overall, guaranteed. It's going to have to be a win-loss-win situation for anyone else to have room to enter, because Saucy's already lost 1 point. Yeah, that's crazy though. That's kind of crazy. So I Drew That just got up to 6. Well, not necessarily. I guess it's also possible that I Drew That beats Karanari but loses the Haswa, and then we have a really interesting thing in our hands because we'll have a 9 for that. I Drew That will be at 9 at that point, and Saucy versus I Drew That will determine the winner, just like that. I think. Is that right? Well, depending on how Saucy does against Haswa as well. So Haswa is actually going to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting on deciding who's going to win overall at that point. We'll be down to the wire, and Haswa's victory against either Saucy or I Drew That will knock them out of the race, if it happens, pretty much. Yeah, that'll be a bit insane. But first, the top 1 versus the second place is going to be an interesting thing at the highest level of play, probably of the tournament. I would think that's probably true, though it was interesting. Karanari versus, man, who was actually the tightest race we've had? Blank versus Haswa? But yeah, we'll see. All right, but the highest level race between two people has got to be I Drew That versus Karanari at this point. The two of them have both gotten crazy times. I can't believe Karanari got a sub 230 though. I feel like even if Karanari doesn't win, just having done that in this, and then also his general track record of success across this is going to, it does leave a statement. But if I Drew That can beat him 1v1, then yeah, we'll kind of see. We'll see how it goes. All right, off to YouTube lists. So Luna Abyss is the next one. Luna Abyss. Just got 3 more competitions to go at this point. Luna Abyss. Let's see. What is this? Pause my music, and get into here. We're going to look at some trailers between, and then I'll set a timer again because I want to make sure I'm not late to these, because it's really down to the wire on who wins here. It is, we are at that point. I'll do a 6-minute timer there, and then Luna Abyss it is. So what is this game?
I suppose he sent you to hunt me down, yes?
Okay.
Urian Caldecott.
What is, okay, giant head creature?
Crimes against the old colony.
I'm waiting for you at the cathedral. There's something here you really need to see.
I have no idea what to expect. Oh, it's like a Doom. Is it Doom, or not Doom, but what's that game called? It's like, okay, game where guy fights demons. It's basically just that. Doom? Is it Doom? Doom. Yeah, it is Doom. It is Doom that I'm thinking of. I think, my brain is picturing the old Doom, but the new Doom games are kind of like this. I think that might be. I haven't played anything like this on. Okay.
What do you think a man like him would
Bullet
do with
hell
all that power?
Doom adjacent combat game.
God.
Cool art style.
Your job is to lead me to the gallows. Maybe you ought to ask yourself why.
Did I get sent this key? It's so far away from my normal channel stuff, but I guess I must have been sent this key. Gmail? Let's take a look. So this is Luna Abyss. Because I know I don't really play anything similar to this, but I'm not like totally against it. Luna Abyss. Maybe not. Why is this on my list? Oh, maybe someone just recommended it to me. Okay.
What do you do for fun?
Yeah, I don't have a key for it. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna drop $30 on this, but it does look cool. If I had gotten a key for it, maybe I might consider it. Although I don't think I'd reach out for it because it's just not really in my style. Let's go ahead and archive it. Rubinite. Rubinite is gonna get a full release. The game earlier that looked just like Rubinite was that Nightwater, but yeah, Rubinite should be getting into a full release, or I guess early access probably, but I recommended Luna Abyss. Essie played and really liked it. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what they're up to. So, I played Rubinite. I did enjoy my time with it in its early phases. I like the art and the general feel, but I don't know if it did very well on the channel particularly. It's one of those games that like is super cool, but again, doesn't really super match my style. Although if I got a key, would I want to reach out for a key for this game? Maybe. If I get it sent to me, maybe I'll do it. Again, yeah, the boss fights were fun in this. Yeah, another one that I could see. I enjoyed the earlier versions for sure, but I think I'm gonna archive that as well. Stray Path. Okay. Stray Path. Oh yeah. Roguelite. Grab cards and uncover. So like Solitaire-esque. Oh, actually, not even just Solitaire. Like it's I don't know what to compare this to, but it looks cool. Pretty inventive or creative way to go about the deck builder. Charm, potion, modifiers. Yeah, this is cool. Much more up my alley, and I'm curious how they managed to pull off this like stack of cards fighting enemies. Like, how does it feel balanced and winnable? Because you can't tell what you're gonna come into next, but maybe you can kind of predict it somehow. So Stray Path is cool. I would put that maybe here. Dead as Disco. That's a fun one. That's a fun one. Dead as Disco. Maybe you can enhance Boomerang so it kills better. Yeah, 1 big damage dealer and 1 Boomerang to finish off. Unkill, return to hand. Yeah, Stray Path art is interesting. Yeah. It looks good. Dead as Disco. What is this? What is this? Okay. An action RPG maybe? Or I don't know. I don't know what to consider this. Ah, that was cool. The combat does look good. Okay. That's it's looking good. It's looking good. I don't know if this music sounds like it could be copyrighted. Careful. The hits keep coming. Streamer safe track. Oh, streamer safe tracks. There it is. Okay. I had to get a bit deep into it to hear it, or see it, but yeah. Cool. What's your killer track? Is it timing punches to the beat at all, or is it just combat, like Devil May Cry style? Maybe you can enhance boomerangs to kill, Stray Path, copyright the game. It does seem like it'd be copyrighted, but it says streamer safe, so that's cool. Dead as Disco is Laura. Oh, Laura Smar's game, big time. Oh, okay, cool. Something Laura would be into. I will. Yeah, I mean, I'll try it. I'll put it in. Let's put. Where to put you? It's kind of a weirder one though. I need to put it somewhere in here. I think. Yeah, something like that. Infinity Sweeper, and then I have 37 games in my list. 37. All right. Game trailer. Infinity Sweeper. Oh, here we go. Let's see here. So 57 seconds. There's time. Infinity Sweeper. Infinity Sweeper. Is there time? How long is this trailer? Minute 20? Not quite. Oh, it's a Minesweeper roguelite, though. That's cool. All right, hold on. So 40 seconds left on the clock here. We'll play my music some more. Who is Laura? Laura Samar. She's someone from Elfin Gorx's chat mainly that I've dropped in a little bit. I think it's also dropped into the chat here a couple times. Laura was during the sub 10-minute run. Laura was chatting during that for Flipping is Hard. He was around at that point. Lines. Okay. 15 seconds. So this is the big one. I guess technically this is the biggest one of them all. I did think Karanari versus Loy, whatever it was a fun one, but and I think that one I was really looking forward to because it would determine a lot. But with Loy losing to Karanari there, that leaves us open to now another major one. I think if Loy had beaten Karanari, then Loy would actually be first place, pretty guaranteed. Well, not fully guaranteed, but up there for sure. If fully beaten would have been a guarantee, and then like mostly beaten would have been kind of up in the air. But since that didn't happen, now it's Karanari versus I drew that having much more of a reasonable chance of winning because of the placement similarity. We'll see. 15 seconds, very delay, short is funny. 15 seconds delay. Let's see. All right. Okay, yeah, curious here, though, how it's going to go, because I drew that did win in the prior ones, and I think would win against most other players, if not all, but Karanari is going to be definitely a question, and we still have Saucy as well to consider. Saucy technically, isn't out in terms of winning overall. It just depends on how Karanari does against I Drew That. If Karanari outright loses to I Drew That, it's anybody's game. And that's kind of, or it has a mix, it could be winnable, but definitely Karanari losing to I Drew That in both matches is going to give us the biggest odds of an upset in terms of outcome. So we'll see. I Drew That would then be put up to 6 points, and then if I Drew That lost entirely, then Hazwa could win. So there's a lot of room for anything to happen there, depending on how Karanari does, and things can happen that are super haywire. Karanari has played just insanely consistent though. And that 229 was insane, so we'll really have to see.
Last match, so I hope I can keep that up. But I know it's not going to be an easy match anyway.
Alright, very thought out response there. Good stuff all around. Yeah, I mean, of course, you also now, in the same way that I mentioned with Loyal Overtime, you all have the possibility to go 12 points for 12, which would be, of course, the max possible if you manage to get the 2-0 here, and that's
over the century. Yeah, Hazwa knows what's up.
Here. So the stakes are definitely on the board. But yeah, on the other side we have I Drew That, who's already pre-typed the idea. I play Flipping is Hard. Karanari is really good. I hope I can win, maybe.
Okay.
I mean, yep.
True. Yeah, that's the nature of the game right now. If I Drew That beats Karanari entirely, it will be a massive upset in the shape of the tournament so far, for sure. But also could leave a lot of doors open for a number of different people to win. However, I think getting at least one win on Karanari would be a big deal because Karanari literally just got a 229. Like, we're following up the craziest run with like a challenge now of the second place person getting in. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. This will be a cool one to see. And we'll set the tone for the next tournament actually as well, because the next tournament people are gonna be thinking, okay, who like how did things go last time? And things will have gone so heavily in Karanari's favor if he wins all two, like both two here. It'll be like he got a 229 and he won every single match. And two of those matches were against the second place person. Like, that's gonna be like a very big series of insanity. However, if Karanari does not win here, it'll still be like a Karanari is really good, but if I Drew That wins entirely, then it's like super up in the air, or wins even one, it's like, okay, it's not impossible to overcome. Obviously, their differences in PB aren't so far off that, of course, it's not impossible to overcome, but in feel, Karanari does feel pretty unbeatable right now. Like, after that 229, it does feel like, I don't know how in the world you would ever Like, how are you going to surmount this difference, right? Imagine a guy that is very close to winning will pull off some crazy new strat that no one knows and win. Yeah, I mean, I do think I don't think it's likely in a spot like this because it's all live and there's like multiple rounds and things. But it would be cool to see someone do something entirely new because no one would have time to learn it. So like, if someone does something really cool and new right now, Karanari could just learn it, add it to his run, and then that's that. But in a live tournament, if someone did have something crazy like that, I drew that manages alt gap, which is faster, putting him in the lead above Karanari from the get-go by about a second. Then we get to cannon, though. This will be more clean and clear. 28 and 27, Karanari takes back the lead from some really well-placed cannons starting. So you start the cannon before you get into it, and as long as you can make it in, you just have to start it as soon as possible. And then you will get your advantage. Karanari wins in that way. Karanari also, with a very nice pop off the wall, is going to get ahead by a solid 3 seconds. It is looking like a landslide right now, but anything can happen. We're still in the very early game. Karanari with a minute at the wall. I drew that with a minute and 4, about 4 seconds behind. Karanari takes the pad at 105. Yeah, 109. It's 4-second lead. They're both going to hit that jump. I drew that, and Karanari both have that pretty well down. Pad 2 at 120, where I drew that's pad 2. Awkward pad 2 is at 128, an 8-second lead now. Although that was an extremely clean third pad there, which I think reduces the lead down towards 6. Okay, I drew that, gets a really nice hop here. That fumbles. Ooh, that's tough. That hop was really clean. If it had executed well, I think we're on a very good chase, but it not executing as well. Not impossible though, certainly not impossible still. But it's looking like they're both maintaining the craziest breakneck pace, and Karanari just has this advantage early. I drew that a little awkward in that spot, but not only awkward when we're talking about players of this caliber. Not awkward for anybody else. Extremely clean for most people. Okay, let's see here. 216 on the cannon there versus it looks like a 223. Right, so that's a solid 7-second lead for Karanari, who finishes in 230. It's just not right, dude. Because that I drew that time is 235. That would have beaten, besides Karanari's last time and this time, that would beat every other time today. 235 is the third fastest time today, but the other 2 times are from Karanari, and that's the difference maker. What the heck? Holy. Yeah, crazy. Yeah, that's really impressive. I mean, just getting a 230 something for anyone, like 230 again, under 240, under 244, 245 is the top 3. 235 there is only 6 seconds slower than I drew that's current record. So, wow. Let's listen in on what Saucy has to say a little bit.
I can't even imagine. I almost actually had one of these times.
So, I mean,
like the game before.
Top-class showcase of gameplay.
The game before my very first tournament debut, I was on pace and then I messed up at standing. I was on pace for like a 237, probably.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I mean, even if I had to have lost that, I can't complain.
Yeah, can you imagine if Drew just does a voice reveal right now? That would be insane.
Yeah. Okay, so where that leaves us is 1 Karanari, Drew 0, but if Drew gets a win here, it stops the 3. It stops the 3, which would be a pretty big deal. Like I mentioned earlier, Drew winning at least one of these will be extremely important to the outcome. If Drew does not win one of these, then it's going to be a heavy sweep. Karanari sitting at 10. If Drew loses all of these, Drew's best is going to be a 9 to Karanari's 12, which will mean Loi will get a 9, I drew that will get a 9, and the only person who can get above a 9 at that point is Saucy, or it could be Haswa as well. Let me think. Haswa has 2, Saucy 5. Let's look here. And we have 2 Haswas, 3, 6, 7, 8. It wouldn't be enough. Saucy, though, 2 Saucies, 6 and 5 would be 11. So Saucy actually, in theory, could end with an 11 to Karanari's 12 if Karanari wins here. There's no guarantee of that, of course. Still no guarantee of that. I mean, it was only a 5-second difference. That's, yeah. Wonder how much practice Caro had compared to others. Caro definitely does practice crazy. Like, it just has to have this level of consistency on so many different tricks throughout the run, because there are a number of them. I have a list. I have to count them, but like the relevant tricks in my mind depends on how you look at certain things. Like, is cannon mantling considered a trick? I would say probably yes, because you do 3 cannon mantles, and if you're cannon mantling in such a way where you're entering from the back end of a cannon, like, to me that seems like a trick. But it's arguable, because that could just be like considered tech in the same way as like a well-timed jump. A well-timed jump isn't tech, because you do it a lot throughout the run. It isn't a trick, I should say. It's just tech. But I think because there's only 3 cannons, I would consider it to be a trick. Okay, but let's listen in here.
1, go.
There, it begins. So we have a race there. I drew that versus Karanari, and I drew that and Karanari both very clean up to the first jump, very clean up to the second jump. Very, very much in line with each other. I drew that. Okay, nearly misses, and Karanari does miss. Whoa, this is an upset. Okay, this is a major upset. Because that's a 20-second decline for Karanari, and when I say a 20-second decline, I don't mean a 20-second decline where he's gonna be using that, catching up in the next minute or two. As long as I drew that plays as well as I drew that really can and should play here, there's no catching up. There is no catching up from a 20-second delay against someone who's that close to you in skill when you're both this consistent. We'll see. Karanari's first cannon to I drew that second cannon are about the same time, which means, again, we're holding on to that 20-second difference across second area for Drew. Let's see it. This upset is actually really important to the outcome of everything. And if Drew that actually wins overall, has an advantage, it'd be really intense. Come on, don't mess this. Okay, thank you. We have 1 miss there, but not a big deal. That's only about 3 seconds, I want to say. Maybe 4. Let's see it. So, first pad... Well, let's do second pad. Second pad at 127. We'll wait for Karanari to get there, but I really think this is not recoverable, because Drew is really, really consistent and is, like, very much feeling himself here. Like, this is super clean play. But we'll see. Oh, okay. Yes. Salvage it. Thank goodness. It's crazy because I didn't know Drew until today, but I hadn't seen him run until today, but I have to be voting for Drew here for a couple of reasons. One, Karanari has just really not been beaten a single time yet, so, you got to see it happen. Secondly, it gives Saucy a chance and really does make the whole tournament a bit more interesting that Karanari is not guaranteed the top slot. Because this, as long as Drew wins here, which he will, this is going to be Imagine Drew falls. Oh my gosh, imagine Drew falls, though. That would be wild, but it's just not going to happen. They're both too consistent. 224. 1-1, yeah, it's so firmly 1-1. Drew could take a 30-second cake here. He's not going to, but he could. God, Drew, you're scaring me. My heart, my heart. Don't do that. Oh my goodness. 241. A somewhat human time. Karanari recovering from a somewhat inhuman situation there by jumping at exactly the right moment while falling against a platform. That was crazy. Karanari is so good at this. It's wild. But that early fall, and you know what? It's interesting. So a 302. So Karanari had either 312 or 307 with a fall that cost 20 seconds in one of his other runs, and still won, of course, because 3-something is crazy anyway. But in this situation, that 20 seconds is just not gonna be recovered. Wow. Wow. What a tight race. Holy. I wonder how Karanari feels after that one. I mean, honestly, very real chance that Karanari still takes the win here. The sweep is swept out. It cannot happen for anyone. No one can get a 12 anymore. Which... I don't know what to expect with that. I mean, we do know that Karanari can mess up in that earlier part, but it relied on I drew that to be like so lined up. Do you think you could match Garo? Not now. What do you mean? Like if I played for 100 years? I don't know. Yeah, I think I probably... Let me think. Could I match Garo if I just practiced a ton? They are both... It's such a high level of skill and talent. It just take me a while, yeah. Does this make you want to speedrun more or drop off? Maybe neither. I'm fairly indifferent about it. They're both incredibly talented, but I've watched all their speedruns so many times. Especially, I've watched Karanari run their record run probably 100 times at this point. Maybe not 100, but like up there, right? And just in the last few days alone. So I'm well aware of what an extremely talented runner can look like. And so, and I've also seen Saucy and other people do just some insane stuff. So yeah, I really don't think it impacts it one way or the other much. It's just cool to see. I think maybe you could argue maybe more because none of them are trying the particular trick that I'm getting better at. And if I can get really good at it, like Karanari's not even going for it. So, maybe I can get better at it and actually be able to do it consistently, and that might actually give me an advantage against some of these runners. Like, because Karanari can do it and has done it a run, if these people haven't done it in a record run for themselves anyway, then that means that there's room for me to learn it. But it would take a lot, yeah. I think right now I'm just doing an hour a day while I do this, scripting out the video and like learn more about it and think about it, because I think that's as much as if I did like 6 hours a day for the next long while, I could for sure get a sub 3 and be kind of involved at this level of play. But I think that would take a lot of time and effort and would not be very productive for YouTube at all. It's just not practical. But I do think I could be sub 3. Now, whether or not I could ever be like sub 230, I think that's tough because it's hard for me to see myself doing that because the time investment would be really, really, really high. But yeah, maybe I could. I don't know. 1v1 here. They both have 1 point. It's all down to this. It's a bit crazy, right? 10 minutes Ascension 10. I watched Japan Export play multi for People Spire and speedrun with 4 clads in 10 minutes. Yeah. Well, I think that like clads, there's this potential to do some crazy stuff with that, right? Like multiplayer has this other opening to it. That would rely on all 4 of them to be. Karanari here versus I Drew That. They are really on pace with each other, but again, I Drew That gets the better. The problem is, okay, I Drew That is advantaged here by like a half a second or something. But if Karanari does not miss in that first area, which is the #1 time loss that we've seen from Karanari fumbles the cardboard area. Ooh, that is a 10-second advantage. Not as extreme, definitely easier to recover, but that's important. Yeah, like, that's tough. Actually, that's really tough. I was thinking, if Karanari doesn't fumble the alt gap or just like the gap jump, then like what other point does I Drew That have to win out against Karanari's just general better play? Like, I don't know. Because Karanari does tend to get like a few seconds of lead and just hold that. But cardboard box, like, I guess, yeah, you can mess it up. If Karanari had messed it up worse, it would be unsalvageable. Okay, that's not good. That's not good, though, because then Drew drops from one of these. Now they both have to... Okay, tricky. Not that far behind for Drew here, but he has now dropped behind from that jump. So they both had, I would say... What am I watching right now, dude? What am I watching? It's a horror movie. It's a horror movie, but we might actually get to see a very real someone falls insane and full recovers or something. Like, I don't understand. They both have taken falls that I was just not prepared for them to take. I mean, anyone can take them. We're all mortal, I suppose. But, like, it doesn't seem like it when you watch any of the runs leading up to this one from either of these two players. So for this to happen against each other just seems extremely unlikely. But actually, it's probably more likely because there's pressure to both to try to, like, take a little bit riskier of plays. But I can't believe that. For both of them to mess up, like, Karanari's drop was much worse there, and his cardboard drop was worse. But it's still... Karanari, no! He went for it! He went for it! He tried. Oh my god. He went for it. The admiration I feel in this moment. Karanari went for the skip. No one goes for that skip. I can't believe he went for that skip. I can't believe he went for that skip. I can't believe he went for that skip. That was so. I can't be mad at it. That's crazy. But what this does for us is it means that the game is legit anyone's game now, because it's also not as securely Drew's game, because Drew lost 1 point on this, which is going to mean Karanari's locked in on 10. Oh wow, that happening puts everything up in the air. I thought for sure, okay, Drew messed that up in such a way that he had the lead and it's gone and it's just not recoverable anymore. But I also thought Karanari messed it up and now Drew has the lead and it's not really recoverable anymore. And then Karanari messed it up again and then also, I mean, okay, listen. I think that skip was the right decision there. That's not a mistake from Karanari. It wouldn't have won in the run anyway, but it would be a hype thing to have happen and was a good thing to go for. And wouldn't really have changed outcome. You can't feel bad for missing that particularly, except that it would have been hype if it happened, because it would feel so good if it happened, but fine, okay? Let's all recoup. Let's listen a little bit. Yeah, that
at the start it didn't look...
Him attempting that trick it's like a 1 in 50 for me to hit the part that he missed. And so that part is basically impossible for anybody. The part that he would have done after, though, if he had made it, would be the hype part. So it might have been a good bet to just take the bounce pad to the right bounce pad, take it to the top, just so you can show off. Because I could do that. There's a 50-50 shot that if I'm in that position, I could do that and everyone in chat cheers, right? I think it's a good bet if you know you're behind Crazy. Maybe you just take it to the right one, then take it to the top, then take the free hype moment. But if he had hit that other thing, maybe everyone in the chat cheers, and there's not a difference there, but me, I cheer for the rest of my life, because that would be so ambitious. If he manages that there, I think everyone in here would be hype either way, because it's such a cool jump to hit. But taking the little skip to get to there is so much harder than just going the longer way. This thing. So he was going for this skip, but to get up to here is so much harder than the skip itself. And that's what he was really trying to do, which is the much more technically impressive feat. So really ambitious, really cool, big inspo, big ups to Karanari. Karanari there with 1 point, that puts you up to 10. With 2 points, that puts Drew up to... Didn't Drew already get 1? Hold on. Where is Drew now? Let's look. Where do they put Drew on this? 3 points. 2 points here would be 5. That can't be right. No, Drew's points aren't right now. There. That's not right. Drew was at 6. And then he would be now at 8. I think that's probably correct. No, wait. Did Drew lose 1 somewhere? Yeah, we're a little off on the score right now. Scoreboard needs some adjustment, because Drew can't be at 3 points. Because he won... Let's see. Drew had a full win against Blank. Oh, maybe it was 3 to Blank and then 2 to Karanari. Did I miss something here? Yeah, it had to have been this. So I guess it's 5. Okay, it was 3. Now it would be 5. I don't know why I put it at 6 there. But yeah, I drew that has to be at 5 here. So Drew, that's at 5. And then we have 2 more, which could do as much as getting Drew up to 11. 11 max for Drew, 11 max for Saucy, 10 max... Is it 10 max for Karanari? Let me think about what happens here. What happens here? So, 11 max for Drew and Saucy, but... If Saucy wins against Haswa, and Drew doesn't win against Haswa, or vice versa, the only way for someone to beat Karanari is for the person who beats Haswa with 3 to beat the other. However, if both beat Haswa with 3, like let's say Saucy gets 2 out of 3 on Haswa, but I drew that gets 3 out of 3, you actually want Drew to beat Saucy in that situation so that Drew can beat Karanari if you're trying to get Karanari over, beaten out by somebody there. However, if they both beat Haswa, then one of them just has to get all 3 points to win. But what could happen is they both beat Haswa, and then either one of them scores 1 point and the other one ties Karanari. So there's a lot of different like variations on how this can play out right now, but the most likely variation is that Karanari, I would say, ties for a win here. That's probably what's going to end up happening. We'll see. Ties for a win or wins. Because if Haswa gets 1 off of either of them, then it's possible for Karanari to still outright win as well. A big clawback from Drew there, though. Not even a clawback, just a big win. That was huge. Huge outcome. I would say largely, like, that happened because of, like, that last one, with Karanari dropping a couple different times. Like, it really was anyone's game. That was crazy. All right. Well, it's good, though. I mean, I feel like that matchup was necessary, because before this, it felt like Karanari just couldn't really make any major mistakes, and neither could Drew. They were both playing so perfectly that it was like, okay, you know, we're not going to get a sub 3 something here. Or I guess, what would I say? Neither one of these guys is ever going to go above 3 again, or at least above 330, and that makes it hard for anyone else to get in. But clearly, based on that last one, there's some wiggle room for anybody to get in a crazy upset. Haswa actually, right, for example, against Saucy or Drew, if Drew plays the way that Karanari did, or even the way that he did, Haswa could win against Drew here, and then Saucy, of course, could play like they were playing there against Haswa, and Haswa could win there. And if Haswa does get those wins, Haswa is at 2. Haswa's max score would be 8. Which would, you know, Loi, okay, right now, 10 to Karanari, 9 to Loi. If Haswa wins both of these, gets 8, that will tie or allow for Haswa to be 3rd place, which would be interesting. That'd be kind of a crazy outcome, too. Okay. But possible, still possible. Now we have 7 minutes 44 left. Yeah, we're very down to the wire here. 7 minutes, okay. Let's go with, so Infinity Sweeper I have pulled up. Pause this here. Another roguelite in between the gameplay, in between the tournament. A Minesweeper roguelite. I mean, I enjoyed a different Minesweeper roguelite. This one's a little bit more Minesweeper than roguelite compared to the other one. But I guess the way this one is roguelite is more like the way the chess roguelites are. Crazy. Daily run mode. I don't hate it, but I wouldn't put it crazy high up. It's cool conceptually, a little bit different from my normal thing, but I could put it somewhere up in this general area. I'll put it above Moon Sigil, again, because it's a new game I haven't tried yet. Moon Sigil is really fun, and I should get back to it, but showing off new games is my main priority. Outside of flame flipping is hard, obviously, at this point. Prime Monster. We're actually very close to getting all the way through all the games that I have to look at for today, which is kind of exciting. Because I had like 30 plus games to get to.
Welcome to Prime
Monster. This is a very productive day.
The world's first.
Oh, Prime Monster we already looked at. Yeah, this was one that I think I just archived. Oh no, I put it in maybe, so we can remove Prime Monster there. So Orbit Mine is the actual next one. Orbit Mine. Let's open it. What do you got? Spaceship. 240,000 blocks, one massive neon planet. You mine through the planet. Oh, you play as the spaceship mining through the planet and getting upgrades to fuel and whatnot, which is a little reminiscent of there's like digging games where you start at the top as like a little mining machine and you go down, you bring your way back up. There's also Boar Blasters as well as a different one, but like anything in that vein. That sounds cool because you're exploring it. Is there enemies or like a way to lose besides running out of fuel? But yeah, simple, straightforward, and one that I would definitely look at on the channel. Easy going, probably easy to make a cool thumbnail for. But where to actually put it? Somewhere near Drill Deep. That sounds about right. Orbit Mine, Drill Deep seems good. Hexstones. Yeah, we're crushing through these last games. All right. What do you got? Also, briefly, though, I want to listen in now. Okay, we've got a little break going on there. Fine. Hexstones. Connect the hexstones by color or symbol and jump light years in space-time to be the great cosmic explorer. A challenging matchup puzzle game with a sci-fi mood. Interesting. Huh. I'm not really feeling it so far. Give me something to really latch on to. I don't really see what the appeal is from it. It might be that the idea behind this is you place the tiles, you can only place them next to ones that are somehow related to them, either by color. It looks like either by color or by symbol. But yeah, like that's not my thing. Not my thing. Not bad. I'm sure someone would enjoy it, but it's not for me. So let me do archive on that. WOIM. What is WOIM? Woim. There's a Woim out there. Oh, it is a Woim. Okay. You're speaking my language. Oh, it's like Snake. It's Snake, but with a lot of things you have to figure out. How in the world would you do this one? Scissors? Cut the ground, maybe? Oh, cut out across a part of yourself to touch there and then switch characters. Ooh, that's cool. That's cool. Little sentient versions of you. Okay. Little other version. I like it. Okay, yeah, this is cool. It's a puzzle game. It's a little different from a normal thing, but I'm very open to it. I like the visuals, like the core concept, like the main character. We'll go with a... here, maybe. All right. Now, car dealership simulator, right. There is a new car dealership simulator. Simulator. Is it... Wait, car dealership simulator 2? Is that the one that I play? Maybe. I guess maybe it is. Is that? Okay. Wait, this isn't the same game, is it? Car Dealership Simulator 2, is this right? Gmail. Can't tell. Wait, or do I have... Yeah, I have a Gmail open. Let me actually open that one. Okay. So I go back. Hold on. Let me play my music. Play my music. And we do car dealer. Oh, it's not dealership. Right. Car dealer simulator. So I played this one for maybe like 15 hours or something like that. I had like a 10 or 11 hour long streak where I just played it constantly just to try to see if I could beat the whole game in one sitting. And I was gifted a key to the DLC because I played it so much in your version as it was coming out and promoted it or whatever. And so we'll see. Is there a... Well, up to you. Yeah, this is going to be a trailer for just that. But we have how much time left? We have a minute 30 something. Okay, just enough time. So, what is the... I'll end my timer there because I can just go straight from this to that. What has changed? So there's a new DLC out. What is this? Up to You DLC. I don't remember there being an enclosed garage, but maybe I just never got that far. Looks fancy. Build Your Dream Ride. The big thing with this game is like rubbing off rust and like painting the car and stuff like that, but actually like creating your own transport, your own vehicle might be kind of cool. I wonder if they've improved the driving. It was always kind of hectic in a fun way, but it'd be nice to see it like worked on a little. It has a lot you can do there. I like the customization. But honestly, the updates almost are more interesting to me than just that idea. Personalize your office. Okay, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Sure. A lot of different ideas there. Compete in racing. Really? That wasn't a thing before. But the driving mechanics were always really cool and kind of fun to mess with, and wonky enough that you can take advantage of it and like fling yourself or flip a little bit with a car sometimes. So I could see a race being interesting in this game. Okay, and then we just go straight to here. Oh, Wait, did it start? No. I was going to say that it shouldn't have started, yeah. Let's listen into Saucy while we wait for the beginning here.
Hit the wood, and then hit the wall.
Okay.
The wall and then the wood, I guess, and then climb up. So yeah, you're still doing like 3 jumps.
Huh. Gotta try that skip for the first time. Alright, get this gap skip one day.
Yeah.
If you're enjoying the stream, feel free to leave a follow. True.
Alright, everyone.
Or skip something in the route like the NSS. Okay. What? You do it. Okay. Alright. So that was really clean. We'll see if he's able to pull that off in each of the attempts against Hazwa, though. So, okay.
I did not catch the lingo being thrown.
I think I spoke too soon after my push attack.
I did not catch the lingo. Oh no, I'm not cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, how's it going? It's been a bit since.
We're listening to Hazwa, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I've been kind of jumping around a little bit.
Right? No, this is
warm, but I
can swear this
definitely
is
feel
Saucy,
like I have. I think I spoke too soon after my push attack.
And I mean,
there's like a delay
I
between.
would like to,
Okay.
of course, point out.
So yeah, that is Saucy. I was like, well, no, that's Saucy. I know that's Saucy's voice. I thought we were listening
Currently,
to
because of the Coronari loss there, only getting 1 point against Drew in the last match, that does leave the door open. The win for you could be possible.
Yes.
By claiming 2 wins here.
You need a win against Hazwa and a win against
How do you feel about that possibility that got opened up?
It's more than just possible because Hazwa could also win against Drew.
Like I said,
so
it's
if Saucy wins against Hazwa and Drew, and Hazwa wins against Drew,
if I could take
then Saucy wins by like a good, like without much challenge, I think. But
let's say hello to
if
Hazwa
Drew
here.
and Saucy both beat Hazwa, it will be a 1v1 for the victory. That might lead to no one getting it, right?
How are you feeling? You've had, I think, the most the longest time in terms of your first match to your last one. I mean, this is still your 3rd. So I mean, how's it felt kind of being?
That's probably the worst outcome, right? Is like if you we'll see what they say. But for like track and field, I used to do that was always kind of a pain.
I wanted to take a nap earlier.
Yeah.
But I'm ready.
Also, you got this, man. You got this. Yeah, I used to do so in track and field. I would do the 400-meter dash and relays, and then I would also do what was the other event? I think I had to do hurdles or something because I could swear there was another one like a 70-meter or something dash, but 70 or 100-meter dash, but they were opposite ends, so I would do one at the very beginning and one at the very end. So anyone who would want to watch me do stuff would have to be there at the beginning and all the way through to the end. And a lot of people are leaving at some point or showing up to just watch this last part of a thing. But mine were just and that's always tough. It's always tough to be the start and the finish. Okay, but
I'm ready.
You're getting set.
All right, we will begin race.
Okay. So, very important for Saucy to win here, I think. If Hazwa wins here and wins the next one, he could take home 3rd place at most, I believe. But Saucy most likely, if not, it's going to be much harder for Hazwa to do that than it is for Saucy to maybe take home 1st or 2nd. Or just, let's say, tie Karanari. We'll see. All right. Come on, Saucy. We'll see how it goes, though, because we didn't manage to get any kind of a skip there, not really, which means that Hazwa goes traditional skip and manages to make it in a pretty good amount of time. However, Hazwa, that was good. That was good Cannon Mantle. So Cannon in 33 versus Cannon in 37. We've got a 4-second lead from Hazwa this early. It doesn't necessarily mean anything, but it could matter a lot across the run. It just depends on how well they both recover or they both do if anything goes wrong. Okay, that was a 50 versus Saucy makes a very clean cannon entry of their own, a 55, 5-second lead. Yeah, it is not. Early game at least, it's going a little haywire for Saucy here. We'll see. Hits to wall at 107. Hits to wall at 111. Even arguably a little bit after that. Oh, misses wall climb. Not good. Misses wall climb again. Oh, they're both still climbing wall, though, so it is anybody's game. Come on. Saucy and Hazwa make it at the same time. They're extremely tied up. Hazwa does do the skip. Oh my goodness, Hazwa does do the skip. That is spooky, because that skip is very clean and cuts down a couple seconds, but I think it's all good because 42, 43, they're at 1 second apart right now. 47, oh no, no. Okay, recover this. There is a way to recover this. Come on, Saucy. I know it, even though I've never done it. No! Okay, this is tough, this is tough. This is going to be a little bit like Lossless's position here was. But he does get it, okay, and again, we take the bounce. Very unfortunate. Because if you hit 1 into 2, it's really easy, but if you're going, yeah, in this position, it's just not likely. I don't think Saucy can recover, but we'll see, It's possible. I mean, we've seen crazier things, certainly. Hazwa could have a really unpleasant experience here. That's a good start in terms of that whole idea. But still, it's not super likely. That will give Saucy a bit more of a chance, though, certainly, to get in here. But my goodness, the gap is pretty big, but definitely not insurmountable. Oh, Saucy, come on. You need to play so clean. Hazwa's not so clean. It has to happen or else. Oh, okay. Safety there, but Hazwa is at the top or getting to the top. It's looking not so promising. Nice there. Okay. Could miss cannon. Nope. Okay, now cannon time. Hits the cannon bounce. It shoots. Where are we looking? I guess we're looking straight that way just in case. Could miss cake. Does miss cake. Oh, you didn't need to be in a rush. But it's hard to know. You never know, right? Because you are playing against someone very, very good as well. But Hazwa misses cake, which actually recovers it for Saucy. And misses cake at the very end. And Saucy almost misses that jump too, which would have been a sort of insane reset, honestly. That would have been fascinating because that actually would be the thing we dreamed of, where 2 people both fall crazy. And it's a race back to the top, where if one of them had conceded, as sometimes happens, you just get the free win. I can't believe that, though. That's wild. All right, let's go listen in.
Dude.
Crazy, dude.
I actually threw.
Crazy.
Can I hit a sub 4?
I can't believe that just happened, dude. That's wild. That is wild.
Jesus,
okay, listen. A 4-minute run is really impressive, in a broadly speaking sense. But that was, for how Saucy can play, that was obviously a lot of fumbling going on. But the odds of winning there are so low because he literally just has to do he could have waited there for another 20 seconds and then done the jumps, and I think won still with in terms of Hazwa. It's just an unfortunate situation where the rushing on the cake ends out stealing it away. Very, very lucky win from Saucy there. We'll see if this next one is a bit cleaner. Let Saucy have a win that doesn't rely on crazy cake fall. That's tough. But Saucy did well. Again, these are all crazy times. I can't run this fast. All right, up we go. So Hazwa is now practicing. Hazwa's just getting back up. I was going to say, is Hazwa just practicing and doing very good, sort of effortlessly making a time that would have been the last one, but now we're just getting back up. But okay, so yeah, 5:28. Even with that, Hazwa's time is going to end up being a 6:30 or something like that. Which, all things considered, I mean, it's obviously not fast for them, but is still a fast time. Up you go. After falling all the way back down, That's pretty crazy. That was wild, dude. But well done.
3rd try.
I love the lockiness they talk to you. Wow. Yeah, it was neck and neck, but there was really no recovering without Hazwa falling there, I don't think. Because Haswa was at the end of Cake with a solid 20-second advantage. I think. Maybe it wasn't full 20 seconds, but it was up there. Sure. Oh. Okay. Okay. There we go. Smoothly getting to the end. I appreciate Haswa finishing it out. Oh my gosh, a beautiful Cake. Just to point out that it can be done. And I think it's probably a fair bet to just be like, you know, I'm just gonna go for the Cake run even though it might be slower or whatever. I'm just gonna, or not slower, but it's risky because I'm going against people that, yeah, at that point you're going against people that are just really that good. And so I'm thinking Haswa probably thought that it was either very close or they'd already lost, since the time was probably, what, 3:30 or something like that. And it just happened to not be the case this time, but usually it would be. So it's a fair decision to make, to just really risk it crazy. Fortunately, it didn't pay off. All right, a little too saucy. Saucy is gonna get, let's see, 9 up to the wall. A little awkward from both runners here on the mantle at the beginning. It looks like Haswa is taking the slower route for a more guaranteed outcome. Makes sense because Saucy did get a 4 some odd minute last time, and so there's not a lot of pressure to not do it that way. Or maybe Haswa always does that, but I don't think Haswa doesn't always do that. Sometimes Haswa takes the gap jump. But just like that, Haswa has taken the lead, not by a lot. It's 2-second lead. 38 is when Haswa hit the wall. Oh, for a second I thought, I'm not used to Haswa's screen, you know, because they use different graphics or whatever. I was like, wait, did they fall the wrong side? It just looks so different to me. That I was like, for a second, I'm like, oh. Okay. 56 to 58, or 57 maybe. That happened because Haswa, I think, missed cannon at exactly the wrong moment. Must have done a little bit of nudging or just couldn't reach the inside of the cannon when it fired. So that gives a proper 2-second advantage to Saucy here. Reaches wall at 14, we'll say. Reaches wall at 17, so maybe a 3-second even advantage now for Saucy. Saucy is going to go traditional, though, here, which genuinely might make the difference in terms of time and catch them back up. Oh, no. Wait, Haswa didn't make the jump. Okay, so wall skip is killer here. So we've got a much bigger gap now. We're looking at second pad at what time? Haswa also doesn't make the ladder skip thing. I've seen Haswa do that over and over again and successfully, so far. So eventually your luck runs out, I guess, but it's such a hard jump to make. So it's crazy that they managed to do that so well, so often. No, Saucy. No. Oh, no. That's tough, right? Okay, so now we're looking at Haswa from first jump at 2 minutes. If Saucy wants to get the win here, they're going to need to play well for sure. 2 minutes versus, see where it's at, to 19. So 19-second advantage to Haswa right now. How the tables have turned. Okay. So if Haswa gets another unfortunate, like, crazy fall, then that will be Saucy's win, but otherwise it's not going to happen. Saucy can't just play really well and have that be enough. It's going to have to be a fumble from Haswa. And even that fumble earlier was just a minor one. It's not going to be big enough to matter. Haswa manages to get up here. But again, you know, I mean, as we saw last time, it's anyone's game at that point. Saucy is having to, like, kind of reset this bridge top spot because it is awkward under that lip. Okay, good long jump from Haswa. And good launch. This is interesting, though, because Haswa actually is good enough at the game, clearly, to potentially cause problems for Drew as well. Haswa does play very consistently, and so if Drew has one big misstep, like there was against Karanari, that might be all that it takes. But a time of 3:19 for Haswa, quite solid there. And now Saucy gets across, and it's cannon, and we're looking at probably... This is also going to go to third game, right? Unless, was that third game? Maybe that was third game. Let's see, a 340, 341. We're probably looking at... Yeah, it's going to be a 350. Okay, yeah, 350. 348. All right. Now, what does this leave us with? So, if I'm not mistaken, they haven't updated it. They have already updated it. Or is it 1-1 right now? Or did it just become 1-2? I think it's 1-1 right now, no? Because didn't Saucy win the first round against Haswa? So I guess they'd already updated it. They just updated it as soon as the record was done. Okay. F home now! Alright. So it's a 1-1. Alright. Also got super lucky. No. You had it in the bag. Why did you rush? Oh, that was from before. Yeah, that was crazy. It was crazy how close that was. But Haswa has done it. There you go. Well done. Now that leaves us with a third match. Big matchup time. We're gonna find out how this plays.
I mean, Saucy, these pads are not working out.
Yeah, no, they're out to get me. At first I thought it was Beamer, but I guess Beamer might have mentioned to the pads that I've been playing just a little too good, so they just decide to mess me up. I don't know, but hopefully next game I can conquer them a little bit better. Anyway.
Okay.
Let's see if we can take revenge on the pad. That has been a relatively consistent issue between the two runs here.
Yeah.
And
yeah, it's tough here. It's tough.
There's a game 3 to go.
Game 3.
Not much other
1-1. Saucy, if Saucy gets the win here, what are we kind of looking at right now? So there's at least 1 to Haswa there, which will put Haswa up to 3 and put Saucy up to 6. If Saucy wins, they'll get 7, and then if they win, they'd have to win against... If Saucy wins, they'll get 7. If they win against I Drew That, they'll be at 10, tied with Karanari. So that's best case scenario right now for Haswa. Sorry, for Saucy, I should say. Haswa is confirmed... What would this be? I think 4th position or somewhere around there. Probably like 4th position or so, locked in. Maybe 4th or 5th position, something like that, but I think it's 4th position for Haswa. He's played very well. Alright, Saucy here. Looks like they're both reaching cannon, but Saucy is a little ahead on that. 35 to Haswa. This is crazy. Cannon mantling is... Okay. 42. So that is a 7-second lead right now for Saucy. As we know, that doesn't necessarily guarantee anything, but it's a good sign. Then 53 on cannon for Saucy. 1 miss jump on the box for Haswa there means we're sitting at 104, which is an 11-second lead for Saucy. Starting to broaden that gap, but again, if there is a major fall, that would change. We'll see. So Saucy now, okay, now up to this spot. We're at wall with Haswa at top of ladder for Saucy. Haswa does not make the jump the first time here. On wall, we're going to try again. Does not make it the second time on wall. Where Saucy is now at 132 doing the first pad. Haswa has made it above the wall. 132 first pad. Let's see where Haswa is for first pad. 132. We take a pad 2 pad 1. Oh, very clean from Saucy there, up in this direction. Let's see if they can get the pop jump. Yeah, definitely not bad, actually. Yeah, really not bad at all. 132 to, let's say a 152. They're about 20 seconds behind. It does look, and we're having to go through this awkward spot. It's going to take some major mistake from Saucy for this to go wrong. It's possible Saucy can tie for first if they beat Drew on the next one, but I shouldn't count it out yet. Count out Haswa, because it is always possible for things to go crazy at the very end. Let's check here. As Haswa themselves would know, certainly, from that last part of Cake the other time. That was tough. That is tough. But it's looking fairly secure. Okay, 230, 238, 237. We're up at the top of the treehouse, and now, come on, line it up with cannon. Are we going to go straight into cannon this way? It looks like we are. Yes. No. 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 It is as we have predicted. The worst timeline or whatever, right? So now, Saucy's best outcome will be, well, obviously depending on on Haswa's cake here, but Saucy's best outcome will be second place. Let's see this from Haswa. Don't do anything too crazy. Excellent. Yeah, excellent cake. 325 is actually a pretty good time. Yeah, things went way haywire there. It was really close. It's crazy how close some of these are, and then just the worst happens. At least in the case of like Lost, because I feel like Lost was having this experience a ton. Losty. It's happening to more people now. Like, that happened so many times to Losty, and it's like, come on. But it's now happening to more people. So we're seeing the more realistic, like, consistency. You can get really consistent, but you really can't be endlessly consistent. And even Karinari and Drew can have their moments, just like the rest of us. Okay, let's see, a 404. Excellent. 407. Okay. Saucy is like, okay, I'm good. All right, I'm good on this one, bro. All right, hey, you know, fair enough. Let's listen in here.
Game at 3 win under your belt. How are you feeling?
Okay. Well,
I'm feeling good.
Well done, Haswa, honestly. Yeah, quite well done. Let's go. That is another point to Haswa, which will put them up to a 4. And then now in this position, I believe Saucy, if Saucy full wins against I drew that later, that will tie them with the second place, so they'll be tied for second, with Karinari coming in first. However, if Drew beats Haswa, that'll put them up to 8. And if Drew beats Saucy full as well, that'll put them up to 11. So there is still one possible outcome where Karinari does not just take away this win, secure it in, and move on with life. And that is that Drew beats entirely both Haswa and Saucy back-to-back for 3. If not that, 2 for one of them would still allow a tie. And if he loses to either fully, then Karinari has it. Then that's that. So that's going to be a pretty, some pressure for sure.
Now the teacher.
Yeah.
And I guess it's taught to the teacher. Saucy, how are we feeling? There's another run with potential, but...
Yeah, I mean, it's just...
What does Saucy have to say for that? That's tough.
You know, like, everything was going well.
It's tough, but Saucy's awesome and makes great videos. Like, it's okay, bro.
That whole entire time, and
you'll get them next time.
Got to the last cannon, and I don't know, I like popped out from under it somehow. That's like never happened to me in any of my runs, and it's just
the cannon, that was so brutal. So it is a possibility, and Saucy I think also mentions it in their and I was kind of waiting for it to happen a little bit internally, because Saucy specifically mentions that when you do the long jump, to get to cannon to get to cake, it is possible for you to go under the cannon in a way that prevents you from really moving. But then what's also possible is that going under the cannon could shuffle you out. That's not something that Saucy says, but of course, it's an additional thing that just really hasn't happened to Saucy, and Saucy just runs, so not something he was even really that concerned about. Worst case scenario in that situation for Saucy is getting caught under and kind of finagling around for a little bit before getting out. But the actual worst case scenario is what ends up happening, which is that you not only can't get out, but that by trying to get out, you're propelling yourself backwards off the cliff. That's crazy. I mean, yeah, it sucks. But there'll be another tournament one day. Everyone will have a chance to prove themselves. And well done to Saucy for what I think really could still be, if Saucy gets an outright win here, will still be a tie for second place. That's definitely pretty high up. However, it would require them to beat out Drew, which is hard. Drew is also a very high-level player. So we'll see. We'll see if Saucy is able to get some of these times that he keeps talking about that are like, it's just a bit faster than 4 minutes, feels kind of slow, that sort of thing. Able to get a sub 3 or at least like a mid 3 against Drew, or if Drew will sort of just pack up against both of them, both Saucy and Haswa, and take home the victory. Could be interesting. But now we still have remaining a couple trailers here. Car Dealership Simulator. For this one, I might like to get to it at some point, but it's certainly not like hot on my path here. So why don't I go like somewhere down here? Unwanted Dungeon. Yes, we are getting to the very end of our list. I'll also listen in a little bit Let's see, how long is this ad gonna go for? 36. Okay, well, we'll wait on that then. I might listen in a little bit before the beginning to Saucy and just see what the thought process is right now, because Saucy's about, I'm sure, to watch I Drew That and Hazwa compete, which is going to be pretty important to the outcome, because actually, if I Drew That wins there, and then Saucy wins, then Saucy would beat I Drew That in that situation. But if Hazwa wins, tricky. Oh. Yeah, the outcome here is a little weird because I Drew That has the potential to outright win, but from Saucy's perspective, is there a preference for I Drew That or for Hazwa to win? I actually don't really know if it matters that much. I suppose if Hazwa wins, the odds that either of them beats Saucy in score is lower because Hazwa's done there. If Hazwa wins and gets 3 more points, that gets Hazwa up to a 4, 5, 6, 7, up to a 7, meaning Saucy only needs 2 points in the next one to guarantee himself a spot, guarantee himself a 3rd place. Where if I Drew That wins there, that'll get him up to 8 points, meaning Saucy would need at least 3 to guarantee that 3rd place spot, I believe. So, there is some importance to the next outcome in terms of Saucy's overall position, but it's probably not really that much on his mind, I would assume. All right, so let's see, 7. I can do a 7-minute timer here, and we go to Unwanted Dungeon. Let's see what this looks like. Unwanted Dungeon. Action RPG roguelike. Okay. Choose a character. Dungeon crawler. It seems a little bit hectic visually. Okay. I think I'm alright. I see the point, and I do think it could be fun for some people, but I don't know if that one's really for me. When did it come out? Oh yeah, very recently though. But yeah, I think we're gonna archive. Then Chaos Coin. I could swear I already looked at Chaos Coin, yeah? Coin. Yeah, I did do that already. So let's mark this one. And then what's in here? Crown Siege. Crown Siege. There we go. Look at this. What is this? That'd be fun. I like the little characters. So you have to survive as a tower by summoning units and by upgrading yourself. And maybe you just keep upgrading yourself over and over again between each fight. But there is some control. Okay, I was going to say, like, if you're just upgrading the tower between each fight and then losing and then upgrading again, like, that doesn't feel like I'm doing gaming. I'm just kind of letting the game play for me. But if I'm controlling the directions that people are moving and maybe casting spells and stuff, then that's a really fun, like, kind of flash game, like addicting games, armor games from a while back, but like a style of game that I remember liking when I was younger, and I might enjoy here as well. Yeah, this looks good. I like it. HP. The tree here will be interesting. I kind of like that it seems like you don't really know what is in each direction until you really explore it. So that seems fun. Sure. Crown Siege can go... Where would I put you? Orbit Mine. Somewhere in here, I think. And lastly, Blood Gauntlets. Wow, we've gone through like 30 plus games today. Cool. Blood Gauntlets. Maybe like almost 40. Let's see what you got. Okay. Destroy enemies. Sure. It's like a 2D platformer version of Vampire Survivors, maybe. No, not really. Not Vampire Survivors exactly. It's more like a fantasy like combat version, like Metroidvania, I guess, but like a fantasy combat version of one of those old like games you would play at an actual, like, what are those things? What are those things called? Like an arcade, I guess. Yeah, like an old school arcade. But I'm thinking of that specific type of game where, like, you play as like the guy with the gun, you go like you shoot and then you kind of jump across the screen and then it looks kind of interesting. I don't know if it'd be really my thing or not. Blood Gauntlets. I guess it's new though, so I could put it in, but maybe in a maybe. That feels like a maybe to me. How is this thing doing? 4 minutes 13. Just listen to you a little bit.
You can be literally anywhere as long as you can see that ledge that we're trying to bounce off.
We're explaining gap jump.
But for
even alt gap jump
and non-experienced players, and also me, I like to be here so I can very much visibly see that ledge.
Yeah, same here.
But yeah, I like to.
I feel like I'm gonna bump my right side if I do it the other way.
I prefer to overhang this ledge by a little bit, so this way I know I have enough room for my 3 jumps right here.
Okay.
And you rotate to where you're pointing straight at the ledge, and you start to hold W to go forward, as you would. But then you do like a delayed flip. So you let go of W and kind of like stall yourself in the air for like a very split second.
Yeah.
And then
so that you can bounce right.
So, because you want your first jump to kind of be long, not high, but long,
not high. Right. Yeah.
So let me show you that. So it's kind of like that. So see how it's like really slow and delayed
slow so
instead
that you
of
can
like
get
just
the next
holding
part of the
W, because
jump.
then you'll just like face plant.
Right. Yeah, I've done this a bunch of times.
Let go of W and kind of do like
getting
a
closer,
slight delayed jump.
I am considering that it might be better for me to just
land
go straight from
back at,
from right side all the way across, like just go direct across and not really try to get this crazy bounce out of that, because that's like a really high level thing. Like I can just go straight to there and get a wall jump and I'll be on Karinari's pace. Like, do I really need to be above Karinari's pace? Is that necessary for me as a, you know what I mean? Like some of these things I think are interesting. I think this is like the #1 spot that I think people, so Saucy's stuff is great, and the recommendations are great, and all that. But I think for someone trying to get under, like, let's say a sub 10, this is not something you would consider. But also, there's some other things that maybe you would consider. Like, there's important elements to it to care about. Now, if you're trying to get under, like, let's say a sub 5, I would say this is also still not something you should care about. Trying to get under like maybe a sub 4, you might consider caring about it. But there are easier ways to do it. Only if you're trying to get, I think, a sub 3 should you really care about this specific tech. And just because it's extremely challenging, you lose 95% of your runs there. I'm doing it because once I start working on something like that, I just have to get stuck to it. Like, it's just so good for, like, I can't help myself. I need to try it. But I do think that there's an argument to be made to just kind of not worry about this as much unless you are just well faster than where I am. Because, like, if I go to that ledge, it is cool that, like, if you miss that, like, the higher part, you can go to the lower part, and that's sometimes what I do. But just the idea that I could guarantee it by just running direct at this spot and just getting it every time is nice. I've gotten this trick, even though I've practiced it and done it, like, I've tried it like 100 times. I've gotten this trick only maybe 4 or 5 times where I land up here. And then you still have the whole rest of the run, a lot of which is kind of more important time-wise. I mean, the time save, it's real, and it's cool to see it in action against some of these other players, but it's still only a few seconds to a run that, that I have minutes to cut, right? And this is just mechanically a lot. But, to be fair, I'm trying to go for Karinari skip as well, so I'm not opposed to trying it, but I just don't think it's something that you should focus on, that you technically should focus on. All right, where do we want here? So 30 seconds on I Drew That versus Hazwa. Let's see. And then after that, the only other thing in the tournament is going to be I Drew That versus Saucy. But I Drew That's going to need to, like, seriously win against Hazwa here for Saucy to not have, like, much chance. And honestly, I Drew That's going to have to win both next ones realistically to win. Like, if I Drew That wins both next ones entirely, that's just a win outright. Loses one match, that's that's a tie, but it's still a tie for first. So that is really where the challenge is at, is that I Drew That doesn't really have room to lose anything if we want to have the record end up going to them. But we'll see. I mean, honestly, I Drew That will have performed very well regardless. It's just that, like, how big that would be. So Hazwa is, see, like, going there, you just go straight for that. You could just go straight for that and do a pop jump, and then you just skip all this stuff. I think, honestly, that's probably easier, right? A pop jump there is probably easier than trying to jump off the wall, but avoid the wall edge, like, that whole situation is so hard. I'm working on it like crazy, but, like, what I Drew That's going to do right here it is faster, but it's so impressive. Like, it's so impressive because it's really talented. I don't know. All right. Let's see how this call is going.
I'm doing pretty good. Especially after that win. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of gonna be the question, right? I mean, like, after kind of like a big triumph there against Karinari, that match that was like sort of looming in the distance, you know, but like now there's still some hurdles to overcome. Would you say that like decreases the tension, or would you think it increases the tension? Because now, of course,
it maintained being on time really well here. It's 6 p.m. and that's when this match is supposed to be going, and that seems like where it's going to be going. That's good. All right. So I drew that versus Haswa. It's a big thing for I drew that. This is going to determine whether or not he can win the whole thing, and then against Saucy, we'll see whether or not Saucy can hold under the pressure enough to prevent it. Which, I mean, yeah, like, do your best, right? Like, even though it would be exciting to see like the upset of I drew that ending up winning the whole thing. It's good to see people compete at their highest level. That's what matters most. Or just really hype moments. I mean, genuinely, I think still, even after all that's been going on here, the hypest moment of the entire tournament is almost certainly going to end up having just been Blank winning against Haswa in that one particular moment. Like, that was such a cool moment. I don't know how you beat that. So something else like anything else like that would also be hype. All right, I drew that versus Haswa. Listen and see.
But all right. It is the time.
Yes, indeed.
I think we can get prepared for the match.
Okay.
If you all are ready.
Now, Haswa v. I drew that. It's an interesting ending point. Both these next two matches will be cool because Haswa is a fairly consistent player who plays at a very good level. Does not play super aggressively, but also doesn't usually mess up much, which is like generally across this is going to allow for, like, if Drew messes up somewhere, Haswa can capitalize pretty well. But at the same time, Drew, in terms of raw speed, is going to be faster, and of course is going to be fairly consistent too, just playing at the caliber that they are. Okay, does Drew get the... Okay, Drew doesn't get the alt gap jump, but does get the gap jump, and manages to get up pretty quickly after. There's a little time difference here, but it's not so much, not too concerning. It's a 27-second shot from cannon for I drew that, and it is a 33, so that's a 6-second gap from area 1. Crazy, but area 3 is the most important area. Nothing else really matters that much, but like it does matter. It will matter, or it could matter anyway. And 6 seconds is a lot of time. Like, normally, a little bit faster doesn't mean a whole lot here, but 6 seconds is a good amount. Yeah, wow, yeah. Cannon from Haswa, we're going to land a little after a minute, get to wall. I drew that is already at bridge. Does not hit the skip there, though, and Haswa will probably go for the skip as well, because that, Haswa tends to. So we'll see if that does well. But I drew that at first cannon. Okay, Haswa not getting wall first attempt. Not quite again, not second attempt. So I drew that for second bounce. Pad is at 126. We'll see if that... Let's see how close Haswa is behind at that point. It does seem like there's a gap here. Haswa also doesn't make this jump. 126 for Haswa. Yeah, the gap is big between them right now. Of course, I drew that could mess up and have this go catastrophic, but even with that, might still end up with a win. The second pad, 126, 154. So that's a 28-second gap? Oh, I drew that's already at the top 2 of the tower. Very well done. Okay. I drew that gets up to top in 210. It's looking like a... I'm feeling like this is going to be a 250. Maybe a 240. It depends on how fast Cake is done. But yeah, it's looking like a win unless there's some, and there could be, unless there's a Cake mistake here. 240 then maybe 240, 250, somewhere in there. 240, 250. 250. Will Haswa continue and try to get an end at least? We'll see. Ball. 2x3, 230, 2-3x pace for sure. You got this, Haswa. Easy 2-0. Do it for me. Yeah, Karinari recognizes what's kind of happening here, which is that Drew technically could end up with a win or at least with a tie. Haswa is the deciding factor right now, and then the only, like, the actual deciding factor after will be Saucy, but Haswa could stop it. If, honestly, Haswa wins the next one and the one after, that would be it. That would also work. You don't need to win 2-0. You could win 2-1. Well, and that would be, and then there's just no recovering in terms of getting first place. But I mean, based on this first performance, I drew that is looking very good. It just depends on whether or not any upsets happen there. Okay. Oh, look at that. Okay, we're trying to do like a corner. There's no way you try to do a corner situation there. I guess, okay. I was thinking they were going to jump twice in the corner, but no, that wasn't the idea. Yeah. Yeah. I'm assuming we're good on this. Yeah, Fanaconda. Play game. All right. Fair. I was gonna say, yeah, there's no way we're trying to recover at that point. Once you make that fall, it's like, okay, I feel happy with the outcome here. Big bounces. Oh, big bounce. Get the key. All right, well done. So yeah, I drew that gets it in 242, which is it's up there. That'd be the fourth fastest time now of today, because there was a 230 something, and then there was a 229 and a low 230 something, and then now a 242. So very on pace with Karinari's faster time. Let's see. Now what we have is another one. So I drew that versus Haswa. Take 2. We'll see. It matters a lot here, though. If Haswa can just get one win off of I drew that, then it's going to be... Yeah, that just outright removes the possibility of a clean victory. It could still be a tie at that point. All right. They're waiting for restart. Timing it up. 3, 2, 1... Right?
2,
1, go. And that is fairly lined up here. About a second difference between them at start. So it's going to be a little off, but not by much. Okay. And maybe a second and a half even, honestly. All right. So I drew that as going for... Oh, misses that, which means we're going traditional route, which does... And Haswa hits it. Oh, my goodness. Okay. This is a reversal. Roll reversal here. Haswa manages to gain... I don't even know if it's an advantage, though, because of how quickly I drew that recovered via the other, like, sort of main route. Oh, no, and that's going to be tough. So Haswa without the cannon there. I am kind of rooting for Drew, though, because there's this possibility of the upset, but we'll see. But then I'm also a little bit rooting for Haswa because of Saucy. Like, Saucy gets more of a higher score overall if Haswa wins and then Saucy wins against Drew. But generally I'm voting for Drew overall just because of the sort of outcomes here. The possibility of an upset. Good bounce, man. Drew here very, very clean wall jump and ladder skip. Okay. First one at 122. Haswa is at the wall jumps. It looks, man, this is brutal. This is brutal. I drew that as just like playing insanely clean. Very nice skip to the pad to get to slide, and then a pop jump off slide. Oh my goodness, into another pop jump to get you straight where you need to be to go up bridge. Then it's a top of bridge. Good. All right. Definitely impressive. 156. I'm feeling like Drew is playing very clean here and could get maybe a sub 140 at least. I think that's, or 240 I should say. I think that's where we're headed. However, it just depends on how things are played from here. But yeah, Drew really hasn't made any mistakes and is playing extremely quickly. 240, yeah, it seems like that's around where it's at. Get a good jump into this. Yes, okay. Yeah, I want to see a sub 240 here, 230 something. But no guarantee. It might be right around 240. It just depends on how this take goes. But if you play it too risky and you fall, yeah, there you go. 239.68, just barely, but yes, sub 240. And Haswa actually managed during that whole span to get to pretty close to the top. So I was thinking, yeah, like the gap here is pretty insane, but Haswa has managed to get pretty close to the top. Yeah, it's probably just gonna, oh, no, he's gonna keep going. Awkward spot there. Okay, there you go. Get up to here and just finish it out. Yeah, Haswa's gonna finish it out. But that sets Drew up to definitely, let's see, that's 9 points, which means that a Saucy win will not get top 3 position. So I think I've got to vote or hope for Drew to win against Saucy, even though I do really want to support the Saucy success because I'm big fan of Saucy here. I guess I'm happy with either outcome. If Drew wins, then we get a record. If Drew loses one of the 3, we get a tie for first, which is kind of crazy. If Drew wins, say that's 2 for 2 of the 3. One of the 3 is the worst case scenario, I guess. If Drew gets 1 and Saucy gets 2, it'd be a kind of a fun match, I guess, just as an individual match though. To like really get it down to the wire like that. That could be fun. But it would mean in that situation that I don't think really anybody gets much position advantage there. So we'll see. We've got one more. Last one remaining is going to be I Drew That versus Saucy, the end of the series here. Let's look over here. We've got, that's a 2-point advantage with Saucy up to 7, and a 1-point advantage with Haswa up to 5. And that means if Drew... Wait, is it really 7? Wait, hold on. That can't be right. Huh. No, it's a 3-point advantage. My bad. So Haswa would... yeah, that's what it is. I was like, that can't be right. No, it's got to be one more. So Drew is up to 8. Which means if Drew gets a 3 full clear on Saucy, that will be an 11. And then a 2-point would get you up to 10, tying. And a 1-point would be a 9, which, kind of the least hype outcome. Then Saucy, on Saucy's end, a 3-point would get you to 9, which is tied for second, which is pretty hype. A 2-point, though, yeah, the best case scenario is one of them gets all 3. All 3 for one of the 2. And it doesn't really matter which, because both are pretty cool outcomes, in my mind. How you doing, Saucy? Welcome to the stream. I see you. Okay. But I've been watching you off and on here off and on the stream. Oh man, but it is down to this. How are you feeling, brother? Welcome to the stream.
Hello.
Oh, there's a little delay between our two streams. There we go. All right, sweet.
That's funny.
Yeah. Okay, so
I got jump scared.
I tune in at the right moment. Okay. It's all down to this though. Yeah, it's all down to this from Saucy. Okay, so Saucy versus I Drew That. Man. We want a full clear from either one. I don't know which one it's going to be. It's hard to say. It's a challenging position now because I Drew That has been doing extremely well so far, but as we know, at any point someone can fall and then you have like a full kind of reset, and that could have happened twice with I Drew That earlier. We had the one time it happened. If it happened a second time, then you just end up with like just a full wipe, which would put. But Drew is guaranteed at least 4th place, right? No matter what, Drew will get at least 4th place. Could tie for 3rd if Saucy gets... No, he couldn't tie for 3rd that way. At least 4th place. If Saucy gets 3, it's 4th place. If Saucy doesn't get 3, Drew is guaranteed 3rd place. Okay. Interesting. Guaranteed 3rd place. Wait, hold on. If Saucy doesn't get all 3, then Drew is guaranteed at minimum 2nd, at maximum 1st. Wow. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. Too much mental math. Who needs it? But yeah, how are we doing? So it looks like right now There we go. I was going to say the 10 minutes should start there. And then I want to do... we did all our trailers, though. That's the thing. We did all of our trailers between. So I've got all the trailers down. Right now, at the top of my list, Outward 2. Definitely looking forward to that one. Froggy Hates Snow, also that one. These are our two, like, first priorities. Demon Lord Just a Block I have to get back into. Nightwater. So many here. Maybe I look at the bottom ones and consider if I even want to go for them, because of the 42, I've considered these as the very last positions. So maybe I'm just not that passionate about them, or maybe I just have that many games that I have to get to, right? Like, that's also possible, okay? We can acknowledge the possibility. But, Empire in Decay. Let's compare Empire in Decay to our maybe section. Empire in Decay. Okay, let's look here.
Empires do not fall in a single night.
Oh, yeah. Actually, yeah, this one deserves to be on the list. You get your kind of answer immediately. I think all of these are kind of interesting, but just not quite enough for me to choose. And Empire in Decay is actually, like, barely enough that I would choose it. That is actually, like, perfect with the way that maybes versus upcoming game lists work. Like, if I get through all of these, then I might choose these ones. But there's so many to get through. There's so many to get through. I definitely am not as interested in Empire in Decay as I am anything in the top half, for sure. So Outward 2, Froggy Hates Snow, Demon Lord Just a Block, Nightwater, Moim, Decked Out. I'm forgetting what Decked Out is. Every time I look at Decked Out, I forget what it is. Decked Out. Okay. Oh, yeah! Oh, this one's super cool. Yeah, I forget this one every time for some reason. It just doesn't stick in my head. But it is a cool one. It's it's like a tower defense sort of roguelite-y situation. But the visuals are really interesting, and the general atmosphere is like... I don't know, it brings you back to Flash games, for sure. Alright. Fascinating. Okay. And it is all down to the wire, though. Man, it's all down to the wire. The last one. Okay. Let's see. There's a tensity to me now. Okay, so 10 minutes. Oh, it says 10 minutes, but the timer is not started. I guess because we're trying to make sure we do it at 6:30. Maybe well, everyone's ready, I guess, or somewhat ready, but maybe they just don't start the timer just in case. Yeah, just in case people need extra time for whatever. So fair enough. I drew that versus Saucy, man. It's all down to this. It's crazy. It's such a cool event, though. Like I didn't know half the people in the event coming into it, and now. Well, not even half the people. I want to say I only knew Karinari from being the record holder, and I only knew Saucy. I mean, of course, I knew Saucy from being the sort of trainer type person, teaching all the things. But for all the rest of the people, like, these are not people that I've ever talked to. They're just people that I'm seeing in a Discord every once in a while. And so, but like over the course of this, I've definitely like Lostless has like such an arc or a story arc going on right now of being extremely fast and just fumbling these really important key moments at the very end that like without which I think Lostless, if we just take the ones that Lostless would have won without just like one single moment of fumbling, it would be like a 5 points to Lostless versus a 1 point. Like it's actually like crazy. I mean, everyone has fumbles that are important, and maybe if you took out everyone's fumbles, it would all be a decent number of points, but no one really had it like Lostless did. Then if you look at, like Loi Loi had like this early advantage and really maintained it really well, right? Like, because Loi Loi did lose against Karinari, 0-2 or whatever, but every other fight was a very clean victory and super consistent. So Loi Loi manages to get pretty firmly in either second or third, depending on how this kind of winds up. But yeah, so there's Loi Loi, Metallics, and honestly, a little bit I lump in together just because I've only seen them in purely this context. Metallics, Blank. Well, I can't lump in Blank, though, because of that moment. Just that moment where there's a 0.2 second difference in time between Blank and Haswa is so memorable. So I guess the two of them are separated individually with this, like, Haswa is very consistent, much like Metallics, but there's just this moment where he had this advantage from being so consistent and was just going to ride out that consistency, and Blank just shoots out of nowhere and makes up 5 seconds in the last 5 seconds, and manages to win by 0.2. Like, that is so memorable. Easily the highlight of the entire event was just that moment in my mind. But, I mean, everyone played insanely well, or has been playing insanely well, so, like, highlighted the event used loosely because, of course, just the play is incredible. But Blank versus Haswa there was really. Then, I guess in terms of the other people, let's see. So I drew that. Honestly, that's a lot. There's 8 people, to be fair. But I drew that as the second place person. I feel like I looked at Karinari's to get an idea of what it should look like in terms of a run. And then I looked at Saucy to understand, like, practically speaking, how do I even come at that? Like, I see this time, 2.5 or 2, whatever, under 2.5 minutes, but I don't really know where to start. Like, I can't do that. I don't even know what this means. So Saucy gives kind of a breakdown of that. And then I drew that, I think I drew that and Lossless, or Lost, they're both in this other little separate category where it's like second and third. I'm not really going to obsessively watch their run because the time is lower or slower or whatever. But now in watching it, I'm seeing, okay, like here's these like personalities and these ways of playing and these speeds that are different. Like watching I Drew That and watching Karinari is not the same. In the way that they play and I guess the mistakes they make and the advantages that they have. Like everyone plays a little bit differently in ways that are pretty memorable. So anyway, yeah, it's just kind of a cool experience. Even though, again, like in terms of people who are talking, I've heard Lossless talk, I've heard Saucy talk, I've heard I've heard a couple people, but a lot of people don't have mics. But I can still tell from the way that they're playing, yeah, kind of what's going through their head at least a little bit. That's been fun. Let's see, we've got 2 minutes 50 seconds or so left. And let me see. Empire and Decay into the grid, yeah, these ones are good. Donation games, we got Baby Steps and Minecraft, and then Reaching Out, Rune Dice, and Goblin Bite. That seems fair. I could reach out about one of these things now. I think also, my thought was that maybe what I do for today is we have these game trailers, and then we get to, like, photo editor or whatever, like, make a couple thumbnails if I've got the extra time for it. But I don't know if I have the mental capacity after this, because starting at 11, or really starting at 10:45 and going until 6, I want to say like 7 maybe, or 6:40, 6:45, definitely, like, and trying to balance and keep a consistent thought process. I don't feel like my mind is at a place where making a thumbnail just sounds very fun to me right now. But normally, I think making a thumbnail here would make sense. All right, so where are we at? Minute 53. Another peek over at Saucy here. Let's take a peek in. All right, pause here.
Moving.
Okay. Little practice, yeah. Get a little practice in, Saucy. I need to see some beautiful end stage from you, so you can get yourself secured in.
This is like the 5th time I've said this. I am culture Wolverine.
Holy, look at these subs. Hey, there we go. Let me celebrate. Let me get some celebration in.
All right, Moki. What?
Where do we go, Moki? Can I like respond?
Thank you so much. Holy smokes!
You're the best. You're the best.
Oh my gosh, I could fill up my car. Yo, next month I'm driving around, bro. This is gonna be great. Thank you so much, guys.
Right, holy cow! Wait, what?
Don't make it a competition. I appreciate you guys so much.
Look, I could use all the things.
Yeah, W Moki, W Lily.
Oh, look at this! I've never.
W Logan.
I got gifted a subscription thing, and now look at all these emotes that I can.
All right, Moki, stop. Stop.
Oh my gosh! All
Thank you guys so much. Moki, save your money. You're gonna be spending money on a pizza here soon.
Oh, look at that! You got like a. Oh, I don't know if you can properly see it honestly behind me. To be honest, okay. Let me see if I can scoot it in such a way you can see better.
Dad got gifted.
Let's see.
Oh, no. That's
so like all the I don't know. Like the ones that I have, I made and I just kind of put together these like me in different poses and like on fire and stuff. But I wonder if they went through an artist or something to make these like
let's go
look like this. Pizza slice.
Yo, Logan got the triple jump too.
Burning character, rolling guy.
Got hit in the face of the sub. Welcome in.
Very tired of 10-minute timers by now, even though that one wasn't a 10-minute timer.
Oh wait.
Oh my gosh! Thank you guys so much.
Okay, it looks like it's about to start. It's looking like it's about to start. All good. I think it's well established now that Drew is capable of some sort of witchcraft. I try. Yeah, Drew is doing some good work here, but it's all down to this. I mean, ideally, like, listen, if I did say that ideally one fully wins, but if if Drew wins one, and then like Saucy should still try to win. I really want to see like everyone push it to their absolute limit. You know, as much as it would be cool story-wise, narratively, for this to end in some cool way here, whatever, with a record, crazy score.
One more to go.
I'm curious. Yeah, I'm curious. I'd be cool. There's like the actually cooler option is they both are like 0.5 seconds apart. Like that outcome is honestly so cool, and we have barely seen that. We did see one time where that was that tight at the end, but
the sinking stomach feeling.
That was crazy. So whatever, you know, like just I want to see them do their best and get some crazy times and push it wild. I also wonder if this is the last chance, the last hurrah where someone could maybe fall crazy and the other person also falls crazy, and then we're like at a race from the bottom.
Say other than I hope Saucy does
well. You know, you kind of had that experience a little bit. I think we've had like mid-sized falls and long falls that were close together. So, you know, you kind of.
I'm good. I'm. This is the one race that I've been dreading this whole time, but here it is.
Okay.
You know, coming into a race like this where like you know that you can kind of take away somebody's win, does it kind of sometimes make you go like, I mean, like maybe they should win.
Oh, he's calling it out specifically. He's got it on his mind.
Sometimes to go with a niceness towards it. Sometimes
get your third place.
Yeah, I do feel like I have
lock in a medal,
a special power right now, but I mean, I would say 9 times out of 10, Drew always beats me to the cake when we do our multiplayer runs. So I don't have high hopes, but I do have one goal, and that's to win just one, so we can send Drew and Karanari to a head-to-head, because I feel like that's just what needs to happen. So my goal is to try my best, and just at least.
But what happens if they tie for first place here? Do they do another one? Just the two of them, one-on-one?
Well,
Drew won the last one of those, despite Karanari technically like having a pretty locked-in potential advantage here. Like if Saucy wins or gets 2 points here, then Drew can't beat.
It's been a couple of hours since they've started playing the game today.
Karanari. So like Karanari's in a pretty good position, not the best position, because if Drew wins outright, then there's a win. If he wins a little bit, then there's a, or like wins decently, then there's a tie. But Drew did win against him in 2 of 3, so it would be like you know in those tournaments where you have a like best of 3, and then like whoever, there's like losers bracket and winners bracket, but there's also like this end stage thing that happens where it's like almost like a round robin, or like a little ending thing where people are fighting each other, and someone wins, and then the next time they have to fight him again, and then the winner wins. Like that would be pretty intense to see. Maybe Karanari brings it back, maybe they don't, but I'm just curious how that might all go. That would be cool to see. I think that's a great point from Saucy there, is that getting one win here would allow for another, like for there to be a tie between Karanari and Drew, and assuming that means they have to fight one more, a final last one. I'll do it. I'll tune into that and hang out. Be cool to see.
Low tide. It is.
But at the same time, I want Saucy to win all 3. Like I feel like that's the most this guy's so nice thing to say. But if he wins both, if he wins 2, then he gets 3rd place and locks that down, you know, and that's a medal, right?
In 5, 4, 3, 2.
Make it hard. Make it hard on me.
Go.
I think whoever wins the first one, I want to win all of them. But I guess that's a good point from Saucy, that actually, if they tie, there must be some like tiebreaker.
Here we go.
So we'll see. Yeah, that would be interesting. So here we go. Saucy and Drew. Saucy is a little behind Drew now because of the missed alt gap. Not massively, but by enough that it is going to be a bit challenging to catch up unless Drew makes some mistakes, because that is 31, I want to say, second. Start timer, good. To a 40 seconds. So that is a 9 second behind. This early is really hard. 47, 80, 48 versus. Oh. Come on, Saucy, you got this. Oh my gosh, yeah, but we are talking 9, maybe 10 plus seconds of gap right here. However, okay, we have wall to start. Wall is missed. Just a couple misses on wall. I've played this game enough. I've fumbled this game enough to know that that wall can slow you way down. However, good wall from Saucy. That's gonna bring us back quite a bit. Okay. Saucy goes for the bounce there. Crazy. Doesn't completely lose it over making the attempt. I so respect the attempt, because if he made that, that would close the gap pretty substantially. So that's a reasonable, yeah, it's a pretty good thing to try there, I think. Okay, Drew, it looks like did miss a little bit on cannon 2 to 3, yeah, which is, oh, but then Saucy misses on 2 to 3 as well. So it's gonna be, oh, this is pretty tight. Oh my gosh, they're both, oh, this part for them both to have missed like a couple different cannon, or a couple different, I should say, bounce pads in a row is gonna make this really tight. They're actually only like 3 seconds apart at this point, which is a pretty good recovery from Saucy, really, like considering where things were just 30 seconds ago. Okay. Drew is up on to tower, makes that very cleanly, but Saucy is the one I learned how to make this from. Ooh! Come on. Recover quickly, and I guess hope that Drew makes some kind of mistake. This one's a bit of a tough spot. Is Drew going to think that he needs to play this aggressively, or will Drew play it safely? We actually kind of hope in this position, if we want Saucy to win, that Drew will play this aggressively, because there's then a chance that he messes it up. Because there's not really a chance through good play alone to catch up at this point against Drew. But a messed up cake run would allow Saucy to basically guarantee a win unless there's a similar crazy mess up. And Drew is going to take the slow play. You kind of can't blame him there. Okay, that's a solid 3:14. We're gonna see a pretty decent time though out of Saucy, something around a 3:40, maybe 3:35. See how fast of a cake run you go for. Okay, yeah, really pretty good cake run there. So got down to 3:30 because of a faster cake run, but still a 15-second gap or so. Not bad, honestly. Not a bad time considering a couple slip-ups there, and not far off either, considering the gap that happened at the beginning. Like, really, the gap in Area 1 and Area 2 were sitting around like 10 seconds, was most of the difference here. And so there wasn't like a ton of time lost in Area 3 for Saucy there. Not bad for a first one. We just have to hope that there's a serious Drew fall if we want Saucy to take home 1 here. And Saucy wants to get that 1 so that Drew will have to do a real combat with and honestly, yeah, if Saucy gets 1 and then Drew gets 2, oh, tricky. Yeah, if Saucy gets the 1 and Drew gets 2, then it is going to be a 1v1 between Drew and Karonari, I should say. But if Saucy ends up winning 1 here and then gets another 1, then Karonari will win, and Saucy and Drew, wouldn't they be tied at that point? They got 2? Let me look at this. If Saucy gets 2, he's at 8. Oh, Drew would have 9, tying with Loy, and then Karonari would have 10. Okay, which would put Saucy in 4th. Yeah, this is kind of the scary territory where I guess ideally we want Saucy to get 1 or just 0 if we're looking at it from like how do we want the tournament to end direction, because it won't change anything about positioning really if Drew only gets 1 here. Which is tough because I mean, regardless, I want to see Saucy do some crazy stuff. Like, if Saucy can get a sub 3 or at least if Saucy can get a sub 3 or at least get like a low 3, I think that'd be a nice end off for Saucy. So that outcome is also good. Yeah, that was close. Yeah, he also missed the 3rd pad. That really made it super, super tight. Was close. Yeah, it was pretty close. It was pretty close until I would say like somewhere towards the end there. Things started getting, kind of out of whack, but it was pretty close. All right, where are we at here? So Drew is practicing that skip. Saucy is changing skins a little bit, and then they're both going to get ready to get a restart going.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Drew and Saucy. Let's look at how these starts go. Both of them playing pretty conventional out. Is there a difference in time a little bit? There must be, because they should be at around the same time for the same positions. Saucy is Drew really not going to go for any kind of skip? Oh, it was so close. Saucy, don't go over. Oh, you're freaking me out, man. Don't go over there. You can for sure get this. Just catch it. Oh, don't fall off. Yes, good. Stressful. A little stressful there. Because because it's so easy. If you fall off there, that's it, right? That's a at least 20-second reset. Okay. Oh my gosh! I've not seen a post cannon fall in that kind of a way before, because you can't jump to get out of it if you're locked in like that. That was crazy. A new way to suffer, right? So cannon at 107. We really have to. Oh, but Drew misses the beam in such a way that is actually so miserable, and also doesn't really have much experience probably climbing those stairs in that way, because you don't miss the beam like that too often, which should give Saucy much more of a recovery chance than one might expect. Drew barely holds that. If Drew falls there, Saucy just can recover full. Saucy does not get it, okay? At that spot, but that's not usually Saucy's skip, to be fair, so that's okay. We take bridge skip, and then that gets you to... Okay, we're playing faster from Saucy's direction in terms of these pads. Drew is lining them up much more carefully, which might give Saucy a chance. Yeah, Saucy is taking the pads more cleanly, more quickly, but regardless, there's still some advantage at least to Drew here. But Drew is playing slower. Saucy misses there. That's tough. Drew missed this. Drew misses that. There's a chance of recovery. Oh my goodness. Okay, Drew is missing kind of crazy at top of bridge, so Saucy and Drew are as tight as it gets right now. Oh my gosh. But Drew just wants this win, because if Drew gets this win, that's it. Drew gets the win. But if Drew doesn't get the win here, there's another match with a very powerful opponent. Okay. Okay. Drew should have this unless he plays crazy. There was some fumbling going on with Drew before. Drew misses cannon there. That's good. That's a good start. Will Drew play kind of crazy because it feels like, okay, I missed that cannon? Because that's really the only... We just have to rely on Drew to miss these cake jumps. Somehow. But he's not going to. He's playing it mega safe. Nope. 313. This is going to be a pretty good time from Saucy, too, but that is going to be a win for Drew overall. It was down to that final cake. Okay, and Saucy gets a 28, almost 29, just under. 328. Okay. GG's. What's happening, son? Your 310s could have beat this guy. GG. Got rigged. Right. Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's just the way it goes, though, in terms of like technically there are some runners who could have beaten both of these times at different points, and it's like, but that's kind of how it goes, right? Like, it just is that way. But what we have now with that is a win for Drew. A 3-point gain there will take you from 8 to 11, and with that, it is Drew with 11, Karanari with 10, and Loy with 9 as the top 3. Then Saucy still gets 4th. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, although it would be nice to see Saucy get a higher score or whatever, the position actually doesn't really change at all. So So if you want Drew to win, then this is the perfect outcome. Is Saucy lost there, and if you also like Saucy quite a lot, it's also the perfect outcome. That being said, yeah, Drew against Karinari, I didn't know that was an option. I was thinking if it's going to be 10-10, they just tie, and that's kind of the end. It's like, how exciting is that? But I think what Saucy was saying is it would have had to do like one final bout, which would be interesting. But maybe next time. Listen in here.
The way that 1v1s go is you have to do better than what is against you. And in this case, sometimes the faster times lose, but the slower times win.
Yep.
And that's I think an interesting monocle for the for everything as a whole. But Drew says, but
really cool. Let's do really cool tournament. Great work putting it together. Together. We'll say the. I guess we'll say like production. Parts.
But GG's on getting the win and being the champion. And
well done to Eternal here. Like this whole setup. Like, I mean, obviously, everyone who's involved, everyone's running. Like, it's super impressive the elements they get to, the spots they get to. But
just to close and before,
but that was cool.
Let's at least, of course, give ourselves a chat to Saucy. Hello. What did you think of that run?
Yeah, I want to hear this.
It was not my best runs, but I think it's just a mix of, I've been playing for 4.5 hours, and then going against Drew for the final was nerve-wracking, knowing that it kind of came down to me if there would be a tiebreaker round for the two best players in this game, and so the nerves probably got to me there as well. But all in all, this tournament was so much fun, and I just want to thank you for
awesome,
setting it up.
Yeah, like he did really well, man. He did really well.
It all official and rolling and everything, and I really hope that we can do this in the future, because this is probably about the most fun that I've had in flipping as hard for quite a while now.
Yeah, there we go. GG. Yeah, I mean, in a way, of course, I was going to ask you the classic question, what did you think of the tournament experience? But you kind of did just answer it. Kind of did just answer it.
Yeah, it was so much fun. I feel like everyone played really well, and some people played, not very well, and mostly me. But I do think that this should be something that we should do much more often. Just to get the community involved, and it's honestly was just so much fun.
That's cool. Feel good moments.
How about that? That was the tournament at 7. What's the runtime? 7 hours and 47 minutes since I clicked to start streaming. That's a while. Judah says a tournament experience was definitely something, especially since I was working out earlier. Yeah, I mean, definitely. Of course, you were one of the last people to start playing, because in the first batch of hours you were out.
All right. I guess man. My brain is like, it's starting to wind down already. Now that the tournament's over, I'm starting to wind down mentally a little bit here. But super cool. Yeah, super cool thing they got put together here. They did a great job. Flipping is hard. Wait, Alvin Gorex's stream flipping is hard? Dude. Okay, wait, let me listen to this. But yeah, man, I hope we do more like this. This was fun. This was really cool. And covering was interesting, and kind of talking about it, learning more, and just watching everyone compete and being able to, hype it up a little bit or talk about it. Definitely a nice thing. So, but yeah, I think I'm probably gonna end it off there, to be honest, because my brain is just kind of fried at this point. I managed to get a lot of game trailers kind of through and choose the ones that were super important, though, to give a look at the games for. And then, I'd like to raid into Alvin Gorex, though, because Alvin Gorex is who got me into this game. Like, Saucy's awesome. I'm really enjoying learning from Saucy. He's a great teacher, and then also just seems like a really all-around good guy. But But I'm assuming Saucy and I are probably both winding down the streams as well as Eternal. So the next person would have to be Elfin Gorax. And yeah, again, as the person that I first saw play the game, spread the love and return favor a little bit. And also just kind of see what Elfin Gorax is up to, see how things are going. Why not? All right. Oh, and he's testing out controller. Yeah. Right. He said he was going to do that. I'll have to check and see kind of what the thought process is. How is he going for this jump? I'll tell him how, bro. I'll tell him how. If he doesn't know how. It's not easy, man. It's not easy. But it is very possible. All right, anyway. So I'm going to start right here, and then I'm going to go talk to Elfin Gorax, or tell him how I would go about it a little differently. But I do think it's generally the right process. All right. But later on, sayonara, everybody. Thanks so much for coming around. If you're on YouTube, Twitch, anywhere else, I appreciate you very much. Hope you've enjoyed this. All right. Starting right there, ending off on YouTube. And yeah, man.